Crown Prince of Abu Dhabi, described the importance of economic diversification as UAE's reserves decline. Middle East and North Africa will soon also be the epicenter of the upcoming climate action discussions, with Egypt hosting COP27 and UAE COP28. Clearly, this summit is timely. The MENA region interaction with climate change is extremely complex. Many countries in the region rely on hydrocarbons, which support economic growth and exports, but contribute to greenhouse gas emissions. Countries that import energy and food are also vulnerable, which has been made starkly clear by the recent tragic war in Ukraine. The growth of the region will further complicate these challenges. The population in MENA is projected to double by 2050. Per the current demographic trends, MENA countries will have to create 300 million new jobs. If urgent action is not taken now, many countries may fall behind, with serious implications for livelihoods and social stability. From a global perspective, more access to clean energy will be critical for development. 760 million people, many of whom live in the poorest countries, remain without access to electricity. GCC countries are rightfully concerned about the global community's desire to shift away from oil. We need to look for ways to put the power sector on track for sustainable performance and improved service delivery. This will require finding and planning cost-effective, clean energy generation projects, improving efficiency of distribution and retail utilities, and boosting the financial viability through tariff reforms. Private capital can be mobilized to optimize balance sheets of state-owned enterprises and to support climate-smart infrastructure. We also know that economic diversification can be a path to reduce carbon emissions for economies that are currently dependent on oil and gas. And we know how to activate this path through openness to trade, labor and capital mobility, investing in knowledge, and enabling a strong business environment. We are already seeing the GCC countries willing to invest quickly in hydrogen and help move the entire industry down the cost curve. We are witnessing a massive restructuring of the global oil and gas market, where the supply flexibility of the GCC will be critical in dampening volatility in coming months. Regional cooperation on energy can bring GCC financing and expertise to the rest of the MENA region. With the current situation in commodity markets, the fiscal bill for fuel subsidies would crowd out many other activities if left unreformed. The case to contain these subsidies while using cash transfers to protect the poor has never been stronger. The region can make major progress through efficiency gains in the transmission and use of energy, including in air conditioning. MENA countries also have endowments to become renewable energy powerhouses. The GCC region in particular is home to the lowest priced solar energy generation. Alternative energy sources have the potential to replace fossil fuels for the GCC's residential and industrial use, and eventually also in the transportation sector. I thank you once again for the invitation to address this imminent gathering. With these few thoughts, I wish you a successful event and fruitful discussions. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Her Excellency Marie Pangestu, Managing Director for Development Policy and Partnerships at the World Bank Group.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor and pleasure to be with you today. We gather at a time when the world faces multiple interlinked crises, from COVID-19 to climate change to conflict, when the urgency of the moment can make it difficult to envision a new normal. The devastation caused by the war in Ukraine is likely to significantly erode near-term global economic prospects. This puts developing countries at risk of falling further behind as COVID-19 recovery efforts had begun to falter. At the World Bank Group, we are supporting developing countries that have been hardest hit to meet immediate needs. But as the opening remarks of this summit by His Excellency Mohammad Gergawi, Minister of Cabinet Affairs, emphasized, the speed of change means governments must be able to keep up with the challenges. Governments and institutions must be fit for purpose and fit for the future to better prevent, prepare, and respond to shocks, as well as the challenges ahead. We must therefore look ahead to take the opportunity to help development that is more green, resilient, and inclusive. Just then, you heard David Malpass provide an important component of such a development through a just energy transition. Today, I want to say a few words about institutions and governance systems, which are an essential part of this approach. The pandemic showed us very clearly that institutions matter, and good governance has always been at the foundations for development. Bangladesh provides a good example of how government reforms can help, even during the pandemic. Driven by a strong, sustained commitment by the government, they established an electronic government procurement system, enhanced transparency by making information publicly available, saving around $150 million, which could actually be used to build over 1,500 kilometers of rural roads or 3,000 primary schools. Institutions and systems anticipating future challenges also is key. And I think UAE is another good example where digital learning platforms created many years ago allowed pivoting to online and hybrid learning during the pandemic, leading to uninterrupted schooling. The time is ripe for change in governance and institutions to better enable us to tackle complex global challenges that can only be resolved through collective action. Let me outline 3 key areas for action that will help us move towards better governance and institutions. First, we must enhance public trust. Our work shows that high levels of integrity, fairness, and openness in institutions are strong predictors of people's trust in governments. Government responsiveness and reliability in delivering public services and anticipating new needs is crucial for boosting trust in institutions. Working with partners and local communities can improve outreach efforts. Rebuilding social contracts will also require governments to increase efficiency, transparency, and accountability, as well as to manage corruption. On the point of openness, leadership and clear communication to the public during the pandemic serves as important lessons learned in building public trust. Second, we must make greater use of technology and data for decision-making. The pandemic accelerated digitization and showed us how data and technology can contribute to better governance, to inform decisions taken by governments, to monitor the implementation and impact of decisions taken, and to correct course as necessary. The pandemic also underscored the need to address the digital divide so that citizens who lack digital access and skills are not left behind. 2.9 billion people still remain offline, and 40% of the developing world are not using the internet. Machine learning and artificial intelligence are revolutionizing what is possible. At the World Bank, we are piloting AI-based solutions for procurement and financial management and data analytics to support government systems and monitor high-risk projects. Governments can play and should play an important role in fostering private sector participation in the public sector and harnessing the innovations of tech companies around the world while providing a trusted digital ecosystem and protecting users. Third, we must build the institutions required for risk identification and crisis management. Every government needs to build out its capability of long-range risk forecasting to improve their capacity to deal with future crises and challenges. Critical decisions need to be made swiftly, as crisis impacts may spread beyond national borders and trigger significant economic, social, and environmental effects. Governments have a significant role to play in strengthening the resilience of their populations, communities, and critical infrastructure networks and systems. Given the potential shocks we are facing, this ranges from strengthening health and surveillance systems, macro-financial systems, and adaptation, protecting natural resources, and disaster risk management. On climate-related risks specifically, the increased frequency of droughts, floods, cyclones, and extreme temperatures can lead to large damages and affect food and human security, including in this region. And we know that in OECD and BRIC countries, the damages have been estimated to be around 1.5 trillion over the last decade. New vulnerabilities and interconnections may further exacerbate economic impacts. To tackle these challenges, we need a fundamental shift in risk management and move towards a whole-of-society effort. This means considering all actions that governments can take at all levels of government, in collaboration with the private sector, academic, think tanks, NGOs, and a citizen-based approach. I would just want to quote the Dubai 2020 Expo, one of its themes. It says, "Connecting minds, creating the future." This is what it's all about, so that we can better assess, prevent, respond, and recover from the effects of extreme events and the key challenges we are facing, as well as to take measures to build resilience. To conclude, resilient recovery and development is not possible in the new normal without, first, rebuilding trust in and increasing openness of governments, second, utilizing technology, and third, improving risk management to build resilient government systems to better prevent, prepare, and respond to a crisis as well as challenges ahead. This involves reimagining the government. That's precisely why we launched the Future of Government initiative at the World Bank, to help developing countries identify the various pathways for that transformation and to accompany them in the journey. Moving forward in these three areas will enable us to navigate the challenges ahead towards achieving green, resilient, and inclusive development, which will benefit the well-being of the peoples of the developing countries and meet the SDGs. I thank you, ladies and gentlemen and excellencies.
الحضور الكريم، الجلسة التالية حوار بعنوان تطوير المنظومة الصناعية ودور الصناعة في دعم الاقتصاد الوطني. نستضيف سمو الشيخ منصور بن زايد آل نهيان، نائب رئيس مجلس الوزراء وزير شؤون الرئاسة في دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is a conversation titled Comprehensive Industrial Ecosystems Driving National Growth, with His Highness Sheikh Mansour bin Zayed Al Nahyan, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Presidential Affairs of the UAE. Please note that this session will be in Arabic. Please use your headset for instant interpretation.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يشرفني أن أستضيف سمو الشيخ منصور بن زايد آل نهيان، نائب رئيس مجلس الوزراء وزير شؤون الرئاسة، في هذه الجلسة الحوارية ضمن جلسات الدورة الثامنة للقمة العالمية للحكومات، والتي تحمل عنوان مثل ما تعرف سموك تطوير المنظومة الصناعية ودور الصناعة في دعم الاقتصاد الوطني. طويل العمر، بنبدأ من اختيار سموك لهذا المكان. لماذا تحديدا تم اختيار هذا المكان للبدء بهذا الحوار الجميل والشيق أيضا؟
شكرا أخ عبد الرحيم. أعتقد المكان هذا مهم أن الواحد يكون فيه على أساس ينقل رسائل واضحة وكثيرة للمشاهد واللي يتابعون الحوار هذا. البحر لأهل دولة الإمارات مهم جدا تاريخيا، أهلنا راحوا الغوص وتاجروا في الغوص، وكانت تجارتهم بين الشرق والغرب، وكان عندهم صناعة السفن وتبادل تجاري في كل الدول المجاورة منها إلى قارة أفريقيا. ولكن اللي يهمني في اللقاء اليوم، وليش اخترت القطاع الصناعي والتنمية الصناعية لحديثنا اليوم. اليوم نحن يجب أن نعرف شو الأشياء الأساسية اللي الدولة ترتكز عليها خلال السنوات القادمة. القطاع الصناعي أعتقد من الأشياء الأساسية للبلد. لما مرت علينا جائحة كورونا عرفنا مدى أهمية الصناعة في البلد عندنا، فبالتالي صار في ضغط على القطاع الصناعي المحلي، زاد الطلب، زاد الاعتماد على المنتج اللي في البلد، فبالتالي كنا غافلين عن القطاع الصناعي شوي، وبدأت المصانع اللي في الدولة تشتغل أكثر. نحن إذا بنقارن الإيرادات أو نسبة مساهمة القطاع الصناعي في الناتج المحلي لدولة الإمارات قبل 10 سنوات كان تقريبا 8%. اليوم للأسف النمو عندنا في 10 سنوات فقط 1%، يعني وصلنا 9%، وهذا شيء بصراحة محزن ومخجل. أن نحن يجب أن نركز على قطاعنا الصناعي أكثر، يجب أن ندعم قطاعاتنا الصناعية أكثر. عندنا مشاريع طموحة كثيرة، ولكن يجب أن بعد نحط أولوية القطاع الصناعي. أنا بس بعطيك مثال، في مجالات كثيرة وفي دول كثيرة لنا نحن كدول داخلين فيها أو معاها شراكات استراتيجية. يجب أن نستفيد من تجارب، يجب أن نستفيد من تعاونهم، يجب نستفيد من ثقتهم فينا وثقتنا نحن في التزامهم. لأن اليوم لما تلتزم أنت كدولة مع دولة أخرى في مجال استثماري صناعي تجاري، يجب يكون اتفاق على مدى طويل، ويجب يكون على أسس واضحة، ويجب أن يكون في ثقة، ما تكون في أي مفاجآت، تغيير قوانين، تغيير أنظمة، إقحام السياسة في الاتفاقيات وتغييرها لمصالح معينة. لا، يجب أن يكون الاستثمار استثمار لمصالح متبادلة بين الدول، وتكون على ركائز قوية، أهمها ثقة الدولة بالدولة الأخرى، عدم تغيير الأنظمة والقواعد. اليوم أنا بس بحط الأولويات على بعض الدول اللي هي نعتبرها نحن مو بشريك استراتيجي كتبادل تجاري، ولكن كشريك استراتيجي لنقل تقنية ومعرفة الصناعة لدولة الإمارات. يهمنا نحن أن نركز على القطاع المحلي، كيف نقدر نخلق مواطن يقدر يكون مواطن منتج، يعمل بشكل محترف، المستثمر اللي يجي من الخارج يقدر يتكل عليه في الإنتاجية. فهذا يتطلب أن نرفع من مستوى التعليم، ثقافة المجتمع الإماراتي، انفتاح المجتمع الإماراتي للاستثمار الخارجي، للاستثمار الأجنبي. فأرجو أن الناس والأخوة المواطنين يساهمون في التنمية الصناعية في دولة الإمارات اللي بتكون مقبل علينا خلال 10 و5 سنوات القادمة. بيئة دولة الإمارات بيئة جذب للتنافسية الصناعية، التنموية، التجارة، الاقتصاد، الاستثمار، وهذا نحن قاعدين نركز عليه على أساس نجذب بقدر الممكن من الاستثمارات، وبالأخص استثمارات تجينا من دول صديقة خليجية في من الدول مجلس التعاون أو الدول العربية. عندنا بعض المشاريع قمنا ويا بعض الدول، وفي مشاريع تنموية قائمة أو بتصير في خلال الفترة القريبة معهم.
طويل العمر، حسب وجهة نظركم هل ممكن تسليط الضوء على بعض الأمثلة لقطاعات التركيز الأساسية في المجال الصناعي؟
أنا بس بعطيك الأولوية في القطاع الصناعي. الأولوية للقطاع الصناعي التركيز في الصناعة الغذائية مهمة جدا، الصناعة الدوائية مهمة جدا، والصناعة العسكرية مهمة جدا. الصناعة الغذائية عندنا شراكات مع دول مهمة، وبدأوا يحاولون المصانع ومعرفة وتقنية استخدام والعمل في المصانع هاي في دولة الإمارات. الصناعة الدوائية صارت مصانع، وخير التجربة لصناعة الفاكسين في دولة الإمارات، وفي أدوية كثيرة وفي مصانع كثيرة في دولة الإمارات، وفي لها جذب وفي لها طلب، مو فقط للسوق المحلي، ولكن نحن مركزين على تصدير المنتج المصنع في دولة الإمارات خارج الدولة للدول المجاورة والدول القريبة. وأيضا ثقة المستثمرين قاعدة تزيد من الخارج أنهم يستثمرون عندنا.
طويل العمر، ربما هو السؤال الأخير، يعني مثل ما تفضلت رؤية شاملة متكاملة تنطلق من الجذور مرورا بالاعتماد على النفس وصولا إلى تحقيق أيضا مستقبل طموح مستند أيضا كما ذكرت على خطط واستراتيجيات، أرقام وحقائق واضحة المعالم. شكرا سموك على هذا الحوار، لكن في النهاية أبغي من سموك رسالة تود أن توجهها لكل الحاضرين لأعمال القمة العالمية للحكومات، وخصوصا من يحضرنا من خارج دولة الإمارات.
رسالتي الأولى لهم أن يجب أنهم يعرفون أن دولة الإمارات عندها شفافية كاملة، ودولة يقدرون يتكلون عليها ويعتمدون عليها. لن يجد أي مستثمر مخالفات قانونية، ولن يجدوا أي مفاجآت تضر في استثماراتهم. نحن بندعم بيئة الاستثمار في دولة الإمارات بأي شكل من الأشكال. بيكون في تعاون بيننا وبين المستثمرين في دولة الإمارات بكل الأشكال. قوانين دولة الإمارات قوانين واضحة، إذا تحتاج تعديل سيتم تعديلها وإصلاح القوانين فيما يخدم مصلحة الدولة. رسالتي للمواطنين في دولة الإمارات مهم أنهم يجتهدون في التعليم ويتفائلون بالخير، ويعرفون أن قيادة دولة الإمارات على رأسهم صاحب سمو الشيخ خليفة بن زايد الله يحفظه مهتم كثير في دعم المواطنين والتركيز على إنتاجية المواطنين. والمواطن مهم يستفيد من التنمية الصناعية اللي ممكن تصير في دولة الإمارات في الفترة القريبة، وهذه فرصة أن نحن ننوع من الاعتماد من قطاعات محددة إلى قطاعات متنوعة.
سمو الشيخ منصور بن زايد آل نهيان، نائب رئيس مجلس الوزراء وزير شؤون الرئاسة، شكرا جزيلا على هذا اللقاء المميز.
شكرا وتحياتي للجميع وكل عام وانتم بخير.
نشكر سمو الشيخ منصور بن زايد آل نهيان على هذه الجلسة.
Thank you, Your Highness, for this session.
For turning.
100 years of women making their mark in Parliament and shaping our legal landscape.
There to be a focus around policy.
We simply cannot have a conversation about shaping a better future for the world without placing women at the center of this conversation.
How do we tell the positive stories? And how do we use those to elevate and move into a future we want to see?
Journeys that we all take as individuals. It's the diversity in that thought process and that triggering initial thought process that brings about results.
The ladies not for turning.
100 years of women making their mark in Parliament and shaping our legal landscape.
simply cannot have a conversation about shaping a better future for the world without placing women at the center of this conversation.
How do we tell the positive stories? And how do we use those to elevate and move into a future we want to see?
Journeys that we all take as individuals. It's the diversity in that thought process and that triggering initial thought process that brings about results.
The ladies not for turning.
100 years of women making their mark in Parliament and shaping our legal landscape.
We focus around policy.
We simply cannot have a conversation about shaping a better future for the world without placing women at the center of this conversation.
How do we tell the positive stories? And how do we use those to elevate and move into a future we want to see?
Journeys that we all take as individuals. It's the diversity in that thought process and that triggering initial thought process that brings about results.
The ladies not for turning.
100 years of women making their mark in Parliament and shaping our legal landscape.
We focus around policy.
We simply cannot have a conversation about shaping a better future for the world without placing women at the center of this conversation.
How do we tell the positive stories? And how do we use those to elevate and move into a future we want to see?
Journeys that we all take as individuals. It's the diversity in that thought process and that triggering initial thought process that brings about results.
The ladies not for turning.
100 years of women making their mark in Parliament and shaping our legal landscape.
We focus around policy.
We simply cannot have a conversation about shaping a better future for the world without placing women at the center of this conversation.
How do we tell the positive stories? And how do we use those to elevate and move into a future we want to see?
Journeys that we all take as individuals. It's the diversity in that thought process and that triggering initial thought process that brings about results.
The ladies not for turning.
100 years of women making their mark in Parliament and shaping our legal landscape.
We focus around policy.
We simply cannot have a conversation about shaping a better future for the world without placing women at the center of this conversation.
How do we tell the positive stories? And how do we use those to elevate and move into a future we want to see?
Journeys that we all take as individuals. It's the diversity in that thought process and that triggering initial thought process that brings about results.
The ladies not for turning.
100 years of women making their mark in Parliament and shaping our legal landscape.
We focus around policy.
We simply cannot have a conversation about shaping a better future for the world without placing women at the center of this conversation.
How do we tell the positive stories? And how do we use those to elevate and move into a future we want to see?
Journeys that we all take as individuals. It's the diversity in that thought process and that triggering initial thought process that brings about results.
The ladies not for turning.
100 years of women making their mark in Parliament and shaping our legal landscape.
We focus around policy.
We simply cannot have a conversation about shaping a better future for the world without placing women at the center of this conversation.
How do we tell the positive stories? And how do we use those to elevate and move into a future we want to see?
Journeys that we all take as individuals. It's the diversity in that thought process and that triggering initial thought process that brings about results.
The ladies not for turning.
100 years of women making their mark in Parliament and shaping our legal landscape.
We focus around policy.
We simply cannot have a conversation about shaping a better future for the world without placing women at the center of this conversation.
How do we tell the positive stories? And how do we use those to elevate and move into a future we want to see?
Journeys that we all take as individuals. It's the diversity in that thought process and that triggering initial thought process that brings about results.
The ladies not for turning.
100 years of women making their mark in Parliament and shaping our legal landscape.
We focus around policy.
We simply cannot have a conversation about shaping a better future for the world without placing women at the center of this conversation.
How do we tell the positive stories? And how do we use those to elevate and move into a future we want to see?
Journeys that we all take as individuals. It's the diversity in that thought process and that triggering initial thought process that brings about results.
The ladies not for turning.
100 years of women making their mark in Parliament and shaping our legal landscape.
We focus around policy.
We simply cannot have a conversation about shaping a better future for the world without placing women at the center of this conversation.
How do we tell the positive stories? And how do we use those to elevate and move into a future we want to see?
Journeys that we all take as individuals. It's the diversity in that thought process and that triggering initial thought process that brings about results.
The ladies not for turning.
100 years of women making their mark in Parliament and shaping our legal landscape.
We focus around policy.
We simply cannot have a conversation about shaping a better future for the world without placing women at the center of this conversation.
How do we tell the positive stories? And how do we use those to elevate and move into a future we want to see?
Journeys that we all take as individuals. It's the diversity in that thought process and that triggering initial thought process that brings about results.
The ladies not for turning.
100 years of women making their mark in Parliament and shaping our legal landscape.
We focus around policy.
We simply cannot have a conversation about shaping a better future for the world without placing women at the center of this conversation.
How do we tell the positive stories? And how do we use those to elevate and move into a future we want to see?
Journeys that we all take as individuals. It's the diversity in that thought process and that triggering initial thought process that brings about results.
The ladies not for turning.
100 years of women making their mark in Parliament and shaping our legal landscape.
We focus around policy.
We simply cannot have a conversation about shaping a better future for the world without placing women at the center of this conversation.
How do we tell the positive stories? And how do we use those to elevate and move into a future we want to see?
Journeys that we all take as individuals. It's the diversity in that thought process and that triggering initial thought process that brings about results.
The ladies not for turning.
100 years of women making their mark in Parliament and shaping our legal landscape.
We focus around policy.
We simply cannot have a conversation about shaping a better future for the world without placing women at the center of this conversation.
How do we tell the positive stories? And how do we use those to elevate and move into a future we want to see?
Journeys that we all take as individuals. It's the diversity in that thought process and that triggering initial thought process that brings about results.
The ladies not for turning.
100 years of women making their mark in Parliament and shaping our legal landscape.
We focus around policy.
We simply cannot have a conversation about shaping a better future for the world without placing women at the center of this conversation.
How do we tell the positive stories? And how do we use those to elevate and move into a future we want to see?
Journeys that we all take as individuals. It's the diversity in that thought process and that triggering initial thought process that brings about results.
The ladies not for turning.
100 years of women making their mark in Parliament and shaping our legal landscape.
We focus around policy.
We simply cannot have a conversation about shaping a better future for the world without placing women at the center of this conversation.
How do we tell the positive stories? And how do we use those to elevate and move into a future we want to see?
Journeys that we all take as individuals. It's the diversity in that thought process and that triggering initial thought process that brings about results.
The ladies not for turning.
100 years of women making their mark in Parliament and shaping our legal landscape.
We focus around policy.
We simply cannot have a conversation about shaping a better future for the world without placing women at the center of this conversation.
How do we tell the positive stories? And how do we use those to elevate and move into a future we want to see?
Journeys that we all take as individuals. It's the diversity in that thought process and that triggering initial thought process that brings about results.
The ladies not for turning.
100 years of women making their mark in Parliament and shaping our legal landscape.
We focus around policy.
We simply cannot have a conversation about shaping a better future for the world without placing women at the center of this conversation.
How do we tell the positive stories? And how do we use those to elevate and move into a future we want to see?
Journeys that we all take as individuals. It's the diversity in that thought process and that triggering initial thought process that brings about results.
The ladies not for turning.
100 years of women making their mark in Parliament and shaping our legal landscape.
We focus around policy.
We simply cannot have a conversation about shaping a better future for the world without placing women at the center of this conversation.
How do we tell the positive stories? And how do we use those to elevate and move into a future we want to see?
Journeys that we all take as individuals. It's the diversity in that thought process and that triggering initial thought process that brings about results.
The ladies not for turning.
100 years of women making their mark in Parliament and shaping our legal landscape.
We focus around policy.
We simply cannot have a conversation about shaping a better future for the world without placing women at the center of this conversation.
How do we tell the positive stories? And how do we use those to elevate and move into a future we want to see?
Journeys that we all take as individuals. It's the diversity in that thought process and that triggering initial thought process that brings about results.
The ladies not for turning.
100 years of women making their mark in Parliament and shaping our legal landscape.
We focus around policy.
We simply cannot have a conversation about shaping a better future for the world without placing women at the center of this conversation.
How do we tell the positive stories? And how do we use those to elevate and move into a future we want to see?
Journeys that we all take as individuals. It's the diversity in that thought process and that triggering initial thought process that brings about results.
The ladies not for turning.
100 years of women making their mark in Parliament and shaping our legal landscape.
We focus around policy.
We simply cannot have a conversation about shaping a better future for the world without placing women at the center of this conversation.
How do we tell the positive stories? And how do we use those to elevate and move into a future we want to see?
Journeys that we all take as individuals. It's the diversity in that thought process and that triggering initial thought process that brings about results.
The ladies not for turning.
100 years of women making their mark in Parliament and shaping our legal landscape.
We focus around policy.
We simply cannot have a conversation about shaping a better future for the world without placing women at the center of this conversation.
How do we tell the positive stories? And how do we use those to elevate and move into a future we want to see?
Journeys that we all take as individuals. It's the diversity in that thought process and that triggering initial thought process that brings about results.
The ladies not for turning.
100 years of women making their mark in Parliament and shaping our legal landscape.
We focus around policy.
We simply cannot have a conversation about shaping a better future for the world without placing women at the center of this conversation.
How do we tell the positive stories? And how do we use those to elevate and move into a future we want to see?
Journeys that we all take as individuals. It's the diversity in that thought process and that triggering initial thought process that brings about results.
The ladies not for turning.
100 years of women making their mark in Parliament and shaping our legal landscape.
We focus around policy.
We simply cannot have a conversation about shaping a better future for the world without placing women at the center of this conversation.
How do we tell the positive stories? And how do we use those to elevate and move into a future we want to see?
Journeys that we all take as individuals. It's the diversity in that thought process and that triggering initial thought process that brings about results.
The ladies not for turning.
100 years of women making their mark in Parliament and shaping our legal landscape.
We focus around policy.
We simply cannot have a conversation about shaping a better future for the world without placing women at the center of this conversation.
How do we tell the positive stories? And how do we use those to elevate and move into a future we want to see?
Journeys that we all take as individuals. It's the diversity in that thought process and that triggering initial thought process that brings about results.
The ladies not for turning.
100 years of women making their mark in Parliament and shaping our legal landscape.
We focus around policy.
We simply cannot have a conversation about shaping a better future for the world without placing women at the center of this conversation.
How do we tell the positive stories? And how do we use those to elevate and move into a future we want to see?
Journeys that we all take as individuals. It's the diversity in that thought process and that triggering initial thought process that brings about results.
The ladies not for turning.
100 years of women making their mark in Parliament and shaping our legal landscape.
We focus around policy.
We simply cannot have a conversation about shaping a better future for the world without placing women at the center of this conversation.
How do we tell the positive stories? And how do we use those to elevate and move into a future we want to see?
Journeys that we all take as individuals. It's the diversity in that thought process and that triggering initial thought process that brings about results.
The ladies not for turning.
100 years of women making their mark in Parliament and shaping our legal landscape.
We focus around policy.
We simply cannot have a conversation about shaping a better future for the world without placing women at the center of this conversation.
How do we tell the positive stories? And how do we use those to elevate and move into a future we want to see?
Journeys that we all take as individuals. It's the diversity in that thought process and that triggering initial thought process that brings about results.
The ladies not for turning.
100 years of women making their mark in Parliament and shaping our legal landscape.
We focus around policy.
We simply cannot have a conversation about shaping a better future for the world without placing women at the center of this conversation.
How do we tell the positive stories? And how do we use those to elevate and move into a future we want to see?
Journeys that we all take as individuals. It's the diversity in that thought process and that triggering initial thought process that brings about results.
The ladies not for turning.
100 years of women making their mark in Parliament and shaping our legal landscape.
We focus around policy.
We simply cannot have a conversation about shaping a better future for the world without placing women at the center of this conversation.
How do we tell the positive stories? And how do we use those to elevate and move into a future we want to see?
Journeys that we all take as individuals. It's the diversity in that thought process and that triggering initial thought process that brings about results.
The ladies not for turning.
100 years of women making their mark in Parliament and shaping our legal landscape.
There to be a focus around policy.
We simply cannot have a conversation about shaping a better future for the world without placing women at the center of this conversation.
How do we tell the positive stories? And how do we use those to elevate and move into a future we want to see?
Journeys that we all take as individuals. It's the diversity in that thought process and that triggering initial thought process that brings about results.
The ladies not for turning.
100 years of women making their mark in Parliament and shaping our legal landscape.
There to be a focus around policy.
We simply cannot have a conversation about shaping a better future for the world without placing women at the center of this conversation.
How do we tell the positive stories? And how do we use those to elevate and move into a future we want to see?
Journeys that we all take as individuals. It's the diversity in that thought process and that triggering initial thought process that brings about results.
The ladies not for turning.
100 years of women making their mark in Parliament and shaping our legal landscape.
There to be a focus around policy.
We simply cannot have a conversation about shaping a better future for the world without placing women at the center of this conversation.
How do we tell the positive stories? And how do we use those to elevate and move into a future we want to see?
Journeys that we all take as individuals. It's the diversity in that thought process and that triggering initial thought process that brings about results.
The ladies not for turning.
100 years of women making their mark in Parliament and shaping our legal landscape.
There to be a focus around policy.
We simply cannot have a conversation about shaping a better future for the world without placing women at the center of this conversation.
How do we tell the positive stories? And how do we use those to elevate and move into a future we want to see?
Journeys that we all take as individuals. It's the diversity in that thought process and that triggering initial thought process that brings about results.
The ladies not for turning.
100 years of women making their mark in Parliament.
معالي الدكتور محمد سليمان الجاسر رئيس مجموعة البنك الإسلامي للتنمية فليتفضل معاليه مشكورا.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming His Excellency Dr. Muhammad Sulaiman Al-Jasir, Chairman of the Islamic Development Bank Group.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أفضل الأنبياء والمرسلين سيدنا ونبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين ومن تبعهم بإحسان إلى يوم الدين. Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, distinguished participants, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It is a great honor and privilege to participate in this 8th World Government Summit at the invitation of His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum. I would like to congratulate His Highness and the UAE government on convening this exceptional global event, which coincides this year with another no less successful event, Expo 2020, in this metropolitan city. For the last 45 years, the Islamic Development Bank has had a solid track record of serving its 57 member countries, spanning 4 continents: Africa, Asia, Europe, and Latin America. We support the socio-economic development of our member countries and improve the quality of life for around 1.8 billion people worldwide, or 1 out of every 5 citizens of the world. All our member countries are developing countries, while about 21 of our 57 members are classified as least developed countries. Ladies and gentlemen, the 4th Industrial Revolution is reshaping our world. Digital technologies and new tools have opened new vistas for economic and social development. Because of its exponential contributions to productivity and efficiency, the world has experienced an accelerating transition towards a digital economy. Here, ICTs play an increasing role in producing, consuming, and exchanging goods and services. This has undoubtedly broadened the spectrum of opportunities and potential for human advancement by fostering ever higher productivity and innovation. Amid the challenges brought about by the ongoing global pandemic, our role as a development bank has become more crucial than ever. While the supply chain in transportation and trade was stalled in various parts of the world, reinventions of people's living never stopped. It was through the digital transformation that many people sustained in their social, professional lives in the middle of stringent lockdowns. Indeed, digital transformation was already underway even before the pandemic and the lockdowns that forced people to work remotely. The pandemic has underlined the crucial role of digital technologies in keeping economies and societies afloat. They greatly helped maintain business continuity, supported students in education, and provided access to certain health services through telehealth. This was not only present in private transactions, but also in public service delivery, allowing for the streamlining of e-government. Although the pandemic has challenged humanity in many ways, it has also paved the way for a digital transformation that serves the socioeconomic needs of the broad population. A favorable opportunity stemming from the challenges is that communications, trade, services, and many economic activities have increasingly moved online, thereby facilitating access. World governments can lead by accelerating the mainstreaming of technologies such as network sensors, artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, machine learning, data analytics, real-time decision-making, and transactive energy systems for efficient public service delivery. Ladies and gentlemen, since its inception in 1975, the Islamic Development Bank has supported digital transformation. It has been supporting the ICT sector through standalone ICT projects and as a supplement in other sectors such as education, health, and agriculture for various operations. The IDB has strategically positioned itself to serve its member countries for post-COVID-19 recovery, driving green economic growth, tackling poverty, and building resilience. Since digital transformation is considered an integral part of this new strategic orientation, we strive to leverage technology tools to build a future that promotes connectivity, competitiveness, and innovation in our member states. It goes without saying that we cannot do it alone. A coalition of the brave will have to be formed to bring about such transformation. Distinguished delegates, over 1 billion new internet users have been added globally during the last 5 years, yet close to half the world's population, over 3.7 billion, does not have access to the internet. While nearly 87% of people in developed countries use the internet, only 44% in developing countries have access, and the situation is even worse in the least developed countries. According to a study conducted by the International Telecommunications Union, the ITU, an estimated $428 billion is needed to connect the remaining offline population to the internet by 2030. The digital divide is also within countries. While a mobile broadband network covers virtually almost all urban areas globally, worrying gaps in connectivity and internet access persists in rural areas. Globally, 72% of households in urban areas have access to the internet at home, almost twice as much as in rural areas. However, with many essential services pushed online during the COVID-19 pandemic, a threat remains that those without broadband internet access could be left behind in terms of economic and social development.
Before we proceed with our panel discussion, transformational leadership. Scaling new heights for the future of humanity is at the core of inclusive and sustainable development, for humanity to reach unprecedented heights. So how do we move from base camp to the summit from here? Please welcome Ms. Marie-Elka Pangestu, Managing Director of Development Policy and Partnerships, World Bank, and former Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia, to deliver a brief remark on transformational leadership. Ms. Pangestu, thank you.
Thank you very much, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Pleasure for me to be with all of you today. I think the previous speakers have actually set up the scene very well. And we all know about the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, which is very much in line, obviously, with the World Bank Group's vision of eradicating poverty and shared prosperity in a sustainable manner. And, you know, we all know that the SDGs is really a blueprint for our common future. And it is really the future that we want to collectively build for generations to come. And many of us in this room, I can see Mahmoud, I can see many others in the room, we've actually been at this for a while. I started my journey with MDGs, review of the MDGs with Amina Mohammed and Jeffrey Sachs, and then the whole long process to get to SDG 17.
Cybersecurity problems. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude by being a bit audacious. I will claim that bridging the digital divide can help humanity reap the following benefits. First, creating quality jobs for youth and women. Second, expanding educational opportunities through e-education and e-learning. Third, allowing e-health to be provided to larger segments of the population without the need to travel and at a fraction of the cost. Fourth, enhancing the efficiency of world governments through e-government services, thus reducing trips to government offices. Fifth, strengthening e-commerce within and cross borders. Sixth, enabling micro and small and medium enterprises to expand their reach through the expansion of e-finance and fintech. Seventh, capitalizing on the demographic dividend of a large youthful population by creating a large ICT service industry. Eighth, narrowing the knowledge gap intranationally and internationally, thus reducing the income gap, which is stifling development in many of our member countries. I warned you, it is audacious, but with reflection, these benefits are within reach if we put our hearts and minds into them. So let us at least try. Ladies and gentlemen, I take this opportunity to reiterate my thanks and gratitude to His Highness and the esteemed government of the United Arab Emirates for their outstanding efforts to organize such an august forum, to exchange creative ideas and innovative solutions to meet the challenges facing governments in their quest to achieve inclusive and sustainable development. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Look at it is, for instance, I just take education as an example, SDG 4, which has a lot of sub-targets and targets and sub-targets. So I think Catherine Russell mentioned the learning poverty. So we focus on learning poverty as one indicator which governments can understand, which is the ability of a 10-year-old to read simple text. Right now, it's 63% of the world population. And then you can have different countries will have their measures using our human capital measures. So it gives you the entry point to the other targets, put it that way. But it's an easy way for you to interact with the government and then try to outline what are the policies that are needed. I think the second learning is that it has to be a concerted effort between governments, local and central governments, the business sector, academia, civil society, and the whole of society. So a citizen-based approach, which includes women, youth, and different parts of the society, it has to be inclusive, is really what it is about, to translate the development goals into strategic plans and operational activities. So you have to make it bottom up. You can't have it top down. I think this is something that we have been all understanding, and understand the differences between the people in your society. And really allowing citizens the chance to voice their opinion and get involved in the process will be much, much more effective than adopting a top-down approach. Leaders need to understand that their community, understand their communities, and allow for effective feedback loops, which will help to implement the SDGs. And I think listening is something that I've learned is, listening is listening, but listening and sensing and understanding what that community is feeling and is concerned about is something leaders really, actually, you have to work at it to really know what it is, the type of leadership that is inclusive, collaborative, and reflects a process that is deeply rooted in combining the local and global values and ethics to deliver what is needed. I'll give you a concrete example. As a Minister of Trade, one of my jobs was to revitalize the traditional markets. And prior to that, it was very much physical, rebuild, and it was rebuild it physically, cookie cutter approach. But the moment I started listening to the women in the markets, who are the majority of the traders in the market, you start understanding the needs, including how to outfit the bathrooms, child care centers, and developing their ability to access financial markets and to be able to become entrepreneurs. So we built that into the revitalization of the markets. Another element that is important is trust. Trust has always been important in determining development outcomes. During the pandemic, we just saw how important it is to create trust between government and the people. To achieve the SDGs, leadership at both national and organizational levels must adopt a leadership style that engenders a sense of trust through open and honest two-way communication. And I think this is hopefully all skills that leaders really can learn and learn to listen, really listen, and that ability to correct course. I think sometimes you think the policy should be like this. Once you implement it, you find that it's actually not right. Then you have to be able to correct course. And I think finally, strong leadership is about a coherent implementation plan and engagement of all stakeholders to be able to achieve the development goals at national and international levels. And really, this is, I think, the approach that is being championed in the UAE. And I really want to thank the organizers for putting together this really inclusive panel to embody the new transformational leadership that will be required to deliver the SDGs. Let me just close on kind of the earlier point I made about the interrelationship and interconnectedness of the SDG goals, which requires you as a leader, when you are implementing policy, to think in an integrated way. Because it's just so many targets and goals. So, and as we are facing, responding to the crisis, think of the policies that you implement should be implemented in an integrated way to achieve more than one goal. I'll give you an example of mangroves, just because it was mentioned just then. Restoration of mangroves in my country, Indonesia, and I think in a number of countries, has been one of the programs as a fiscal stimulus to create cash for work for the people living in that area. A lot of them are fishermen or villages that are at the coastal area. It's a triple win. You provide cash for work, which improves the livelihood of the people who have been hit by the pandemic and slower growth coming out of it. Second, you are replanting mangroves to improve the ecosystem for future livelihood, whether it's the aquaculture or tourism. And third, you are addressing the climate issue as well. So it's a triple win. So this is the way that innovative policy making needs to happen. And for that, leadership needs to be on the ground, listen, understand, and look for opportunities, creative opportunities to deliver win-win for the people. I thank you, and I hope we will have an exciting panel upcoming.
Thank you, Ms. Pangestu. Your speech did wonderful in highlighting all the innovation as well as flexibility in policy, and definitely does coincide with our theme of transformational leadership. Distinguished guests, please welcome our ministerial panelists onto the stage. His Excellency Suhail Al-Mazroui, Minister of Energy and Infrastructure of the United Arab Emirates. Her Excellency Rose-Marie Houare, Minister for Local Government and Community Affairs, the Republic of Seychelles. Dr. Mahmoud Muhyiddin, Executive Director of the IMF and UN Special Envoy on Financing SDGs. The moderator of the panel, Mr. Rodolphe Lomier, a partner at Kearney, where he leads Kearney's National Transformational Institute and the International Affairs platform of our government and economic development practice. Thank you.
There we go. I have a famously loud voice, so I couldn't really tell. It's really an honor to be sharing this circular stage with the three leaders that you see before you. It's also just an honor to be in this session today doing humanities work. I hope for all the young ones in this room that they've had the chance to experience what I know you have, each of you, and you now embody, which is truly transformational leadership. You know it when you feel it. In this country, we're privileged to have a great depth of it. It's a field of order, it's a field of direction, and it's a field of action. People know where they're going. They're motivated to go there. They're cared for, and they're focused on results. Even more rare in transformational leadership is a culture of leadership, where it's not just one great person, but it pervades everyone. And I think we can agree that to achieve the Agenda for Sustainable Development, we have the tools, we have the technologies. This world is blessed so richly in innovation and solutions. Then what's the gap? And I think the gap that we have to fill, that which we have to harness, is transformational leadership. And we're privileged to have three transformational leaders with us here today. Of course, Your Excellency, Suhaila Muzahi, a pleasure to have you with us today. Thank you so much. Mr. Mahmoud Mohideen, thank you so much for being here as well. And Her Excellency Rosemary Waho, it's a pleasure to have you. If I may, Your Excellency, I'd like to begin with a question for you. The UAE has made tremendous progress towards achieving the Agenda for Sustainable Development, and in particular, remarkable progress towards net zero by 2050. Tell us about that journey, and tell us about the kind of leadership that it has required and will require going forward.
Well, thank you very much, and it's great to be with these distinguished leaders. If I may start with a story, and because that, I think, sets how our government and how we are thinking. Back in the 1995, late His Highness Sheikh Zayed, the founder of the United Arab Emirates, was one day in the desert and he saw smoke. As you know, we're producing oil and gas, and flaring is part of what you do to clean up the well. And he instructed that we should have a plan to stop flaring. I don't want to see smoke. So from that initiative, that started the zero flaring initiative in our national oil company back in the 90s, when companies all over the world were burning natural gas just to get rid of it. We've been incentivized, and he said, I would like to save that gas. Don't burn the gas. And it was costly, and we had even struggled with our international oil companies to convince them we need to spend in zero flaring policy. That cascaded down to the different policies. And back in 2007, we started thinking about diversifying our energy mix away from natural gas, even though we have plenty of it. And we started our first, or the region's first, peaceful nuclear program. Today, we recently celebrated the putting on stream the second power plant. Each one of them is 1,400 megawatt, and they are going to transform the way we are consuming energy, because they come with zero flaring. And that's when we even started to put, driven by our leadership, we want a long-term strategy. No, everyone was talking 2025, 2030, and my ministry was chartered to put probably the world first long-term strategy looking at sustainability. Back in 2014 we started working, 2017 launched it, and we're targeting a reduction of 70% of CO2 by the year 2050, diversifying to 50% of our energy sources from renewable or green forms of energy. And that's led us to today where we are also influencing more than 40 countries, doing projects of sustainability in those countries. So it starts from the leadership, and yes, we follow because we believe it's within the DNA, I would say, of this nation.
Thank you so much for that. It certainly is. Having lived here for 8 years, even my children are aware of that. They go elsewhere and they say, why are things so slow when they go back home to their home countries? Here's where things happen first. It's just the truth. A follow-up question, if I may, just looking farther into the future. Before the pandemic, the UAE made some very bold decisions about its digital infrastructure, its medical systems, a whole host of investments that at the time were not obvious, but which paid huge dividends during the pandemic. What is the next frontier of transformational leadership in this country, in your view, looking out to the 2030 period?
We are just at the tip of the iceberg of using data, and we believe in data. And now we are putting in place data gathering. We're having simulations using artificial intelligence to use that data to react quickly, quicker than the human brain or the human beings. And we are using it in every form. We have an aspiration to reduce, we're talking about the SDGs, and we have an aspiration within the country to reduce the consumption per capita and change and transform the way we build our cities in the future to save up to 50%, 40 to 50% of the water and electricity. And we cannot do that if we are not using this enormous data. So what is coming is we will use more of that data, we will establish partnerships, and we are embarking on a journey of diversification of the lifestyle, I would say, not only diversification of energy. We need to change our behaviors. If we're serious about SDGs, we need to consume less. We need from food to energy to water. More population is coming, and if we just continue the way we are behaving as human beings, I don't think it's gonna be sustainable. It's good to dream of the SDGs, but the action is to reduce and reuse the circular economy, and that's what we are doing, and that's what's coming in the UAE.
Thank you so very much. If I may, Mr. Muhyiddin, turn to you, dear sir, and I thank you, Your Excellency, for those insights. In implementing the agenda for sustainable development, you have a front row seat. I should disclose to the entire audience that I'm a passionate fan of the IMF. I really am. I've had many friends who've worked there, and I think it's doing such incredibly important work. So you have a front row seat to the challenges facing countries in achieving them. What do you see as the most important challenges countries face in achieving it, and where are the opportunities for acceleration?
Right, thank you so much. It's great to see a fan of the IMF, which is not really very common in many places. But I'm representing a group of countries on the board, including having the honor of representing my home country, Egypt, the UAE, and others. And the IMF is very much, as you said, in the forefront of in dealing with major challenges, including with a major area of concern and disruption related to debt and debt management. Let me just get that in a context, because being here today in this gathering, being reminded with the excellent speeches earlier, including by the president of the UNICEF, telling us that the UAE is hosting us here since 2016 on the SDGs in action. I remember it like yesterday, just 1 year after launching the SDGs, saying what we should really be doing at the World Bank. I was at the World Bank at the time. So we talked about data, His Excellency just mentioned that, finance for investment in human capital, in infrastructure, and in resilience. That includes climate change, and how to master implementation in the field. Linking that to the excellent speeches, again, including by His Excellency, the President of Seychelles. It's great to see a president speak in the SDG language, SDG 5, SDG 17, 13, and the rest. And then in the room was the President of Colombia, and His Excellency here, the Prime Minister of Rwanda. So how can I connect all of that together and trying to answer your question? It's about the leadership here in dealing with major challenges, with partnerships with organizations and institutions like IMF, the World Bank, and others, that we can really deal with the challenges facing the SDGs. Rwanda, everybody knows, it went through major difficulties, but now it is being looked at as a country of hope, transformation. It finds solutions based on research and development, digital transformation, major investment in human capital. Then you go to Colombia, a country that had been suffering from civil war, disruption, using SDGs as benchmarks, linking its activities with the IMF and the World Bank, taking the OECD accession criteria, and now becoming a member of an OECD. That was not really thought of when we were here back in 2016 talking about which country will be leading the road forward in its region or globally. In Seychelles, I have been working hard with colleagues, trying to find solutions for dealing with investments and how to finance investments, especially that we are all facing debt challenges around the world. And that cannot really be blamed alone on COVID-19 and cannot be blamed alone on the recent hostilities in the Ukraine. It came actually through a report from the World Bank that in 2019 that the world is facing the fourth wave of debt challenges. And we know that the previous waves, each one of them ended with a crisis. So it's basically how to prevent a crisis, and this is the role of the IMF. Seychelles provided a very pioneering solution through one of the first debt-to-nature swaps. It's not very big in terms of size, but the model in how to protect the marine industry, how to protect the reefs, the nature, and basically bring the best minds from the country. It's really very much could be bold of me to speak in the presence of Excellency, the President and his ministers in the room. But we are taking the examples coming from Seychelles, from Belize, from Costa Rica, to tell many countries how they can really deal with the challenges financing the SDGs, how to deal with SDG 13. I've just been appointed a few weeks ago as a global champion for climate, representing COP27 leadership in Egypt. So we're trying to find solutions. It's not just, you can always spend time talking about problems and how to design solutions. Back to 2016 again, I was on the stage with the DSG of the United Nations, Her Excellency, the Minister of International Cooperation, and before going to the stage, I received a call from my daughter, and that's why I always tell the minister I cannot forget his name, because my daughter's name is Suhaila, and his name, of course, is Suhail. So she said, well, I decided that I'm dropping economics. I'm an economist. So I go, what went wrong? He said, well, economists are good in describing problems, as I'm trying to do now, perhaps. But I'm going to be an engineer. Okay, congratulations for that, because engineers are about providing solutions. She was 18 at the time. She provided this kind of a challenge. It's basically about how to design solutions to the world that is full of problems. We have data, so we use technology now. Mr. Abdallah Lutahir led a very important summit preparing us to understand better how we deal with the 17 goals, with their 169 targets, and more than 230 indicators. When he did this kind of work, the work on artificial intelligence and using big data systems was still in its infant days, but he led the world in this direction. On issues related to finance and design, we can brag about lack of finance for investments, that we are facing that crisis, but basically how to bring some of the solutions that went beyond the lab kind of experiments into implementation, like in Seychelles and Belize, in other countries, to deal with this big potential disruption. If we have widespread debt crisis, we'll be derailed. And that's why the IMF comes here nicely by providing solutions. Debt swaps is one of the areas that we're considering. But as you know, the IMF was part of the DSSI, the Debt Service Suspension Initiative. It worked hard as well in delaying or postponing some of the due installments for repayments. But we need to do more. And we need to do more while we see, unfortunately, this is not going to be politically correct what I'm going to say, that the G7 is very much preoccupied with the hostilities in the Ukraine. The G20, good luck with Indonesia in hosting it now, but again, great deal of disruptions. But what I'm going to go back to here, that there are some fundamental, strong institutions owned by the membership that is basically representing every country in the world, like the UN system, supported institutions, the IMF, the World Bank, that we need to use them for the better, to provide solutions, not just to describe the problem that we are trying to solve.
I can't thank you enough for that. I mean, every single thing you just said was solutions. So you were hard an economist, but thank you so much for that. A follow-up, if I may. By the way, amazing that you mentioned your daughter. I have 3, and one of mine, exactly the same choice. I think we're seeing in the new generation an obsession with making a real decisive difference in the world and not just talking about things, which is fantastic. A follow-up question, if I may. This is a challenging time in the global economy for many reasons. As you said, even preceding both of the crises with respect to inflation, but the ongoing need to drive growth at the sort of incomplete, certainly uneven recovery. So the financial landscape is challenging. What do you see as the key progress being made with respect to financing specifically in achieving the SDGs in that context?
Right. So talked about debt to be a challenge before COVID. The impact of the Ukraine crisis on food, fuel, and financial challenges are huge. I would add, coming from farming background as well, the impact on fertilizers. So you don't please, to be inclusive, talk about 4 Fs, not just 3. Fuel, food, finance, and fertilizer. And here is basically about the long-term, possible long-term impact of this kind of disruption on agriculture production, on food, and the whole ecosystem related to that. One thing I can really see on the role of leadership, especially coming from the non-state axis, from the business community, from the local community, and it's great to have the minister responsible for that, because we see a great deal of transformational changes coming through localization of the SDGs. Here in the Emirates, we had a couple of workshops on issues related to localization, not just at the federal level, but how each of the Emirates could really have its own edge and its own comparative advantage realized and provide solutions. So when we can really get these kind of changes in such disrupted world, it's inevitable really that we need really to have some sort of immediate short-term kind of solutions. We cannot wait until 2030 to get SDGs fulfilled for each country, especially with the challenge that we're talking about. Great that there are efforts towards the net zero in 2050, but again, many countries are not really achieving that kind of target if you see the continuation of the emissions, and we are deviating from the 2030 targets. But now to deal with the issues, I think here global solidarity, taking SDG 17 to its positive limits, that we need really to avoid a food crisis and famine challenges. The Horn of Africa is suffering from major problems, including 18 million people are facing hunger. So I think it could be really very much in our responsibility for those who can afford supporting the World Food Programme and the United Nations to deal with that, not to wait until some better farming crops are going to be with us. We need to deal, and there are great initiatives by the UAE in issues related to securing energy and supporting energy for those who need it. And then everybody, including with the IMF, and in a few weeks we'll be having the IMF and the World Bank spring meetings, we need to work together to prevent a debt crisis, because if we have a debt crisis of the magnitude that we saw before, all of what we're talking about today is going to be really redundant, because the business community with governments are going to be very much preoccupied by something else.
Thank you so much. I've just gotten a note, Your Excellency, that you may need to depart quite soon. No surprise in the world we're living in. So I wanted to, if I may, Your Excellency Wahho, I'm going to come back to you in one moment. I'd like to just give you the chance, sir. I believe you have to go. Am I right? Have you gotten the same message?
It's unfortunate to continue, but I'm grateful for everyone who is here focusing on the SDGs and helping us. We have learned a lot from this engagement, and we are adapting and changing our strategy, trying to tackle all of them. But I agree with what Mahmoud said. Food is becoming a security of either millions of people could die if the prices stays where they are. So we need now the priority is we need to think holistically, and all of the SDGs need to be tackled, but also we need to limit the crisis. We need to stop this crisis that is happening and incentivize the two parties to calm, because what's in stake is not only lives. What's in stake is raising the prices of everything that is going to derail us from achieving the SDG goals. And with that, I will leave you, and apologies again. I would love to stay, but I have to go for another commitment. Thank you very much.
The ladies not for turning.
100 years of women making their mark in Parliament and shaping our legal landscape.
There to be focused around policy.
Anyway, I just want to say that your role is particularly interesting, and as Mr. Muhuddin so articulately said, in so many ways, it's very easy to make policy pronouncements, but when it comes to actually making change, it is always, by almost definition, at the local level. That's where the change is ultimately needed, and that's where this transformational leadership that is required has to have its teeth, has to have its traction, and that's, of course, where you serve. And so I would just like to understand, how does the ministry actively contribute to the very hard work the Seychelles is doing on this? What is your role, the ministry's role within it, and the kind of leadership involved in that?
Thank you. As my president said earlier on, we, living on a small island, we are passionate about preserving our country, the environment. Because we are small, so it's in our DNA, and the way we've been brought up as well reflects that. How not to waste, how to keep places clean, how to be kind to the environment, etc. But when I became a minister 17 months ago, when I became a minister 17 months ago, I had to inspire the team that I had to work with, I am currently working with. I had to inspire the team. I had to empower them so that they would understand the plans of the new government in office, so that they would be on the same page as what we wanted to deliver. And once I had assessed the situation and I realized there was a willingness for this, I then also understood I needed to speak to my colleague ministers, because it was as important for them as well to understand the importance of the role of the Ministry of Local Government and Community Affairs, because we are the ones who have the resources and the vehicle to cascade any message that government wants known to the communities. So once I had established these two priorities, I then, of course, had to take charge of making sure that we undertook a change program, because it's pointless me as minister having my views. I had to get the team on board. I had to get their buy-in. And for that, you need to inspire, you need to empower, you need to train, you need to encourage, you need to keep an open line of communication. And when you do that, which is part of my leadership style, when you do that, you do get their buy-in, you do get their commitment. And because they themselves realize that if I'm better equipped, if I'm more motivated, if I'm committed, if there is a good change process, then they can deliver better at district level, because the Seychelles is small. I have 27 districts under my responsibility, scattered over 3 islands. So it takes a lot of effort and teamwork to keep everybody connected with the ministry. And the change was throughout, from the ministry to district level. And then once everybody is on the same page, then the work flows. And then when you earn the respect of your other colleague ministers and other agencies and departments, then everybody understands that this is the vehicle, this is the way that messages get through to communities and districts. So if I may give you a couple of examples. For example, the Ministry of Environment has always promoted protecting the environment, preserving the environment, etc. So when they came up with the idea of using a theme of using recycling material to decorate the districts for the Christmas period, we stepped in because they had the idea, but we had the resources, you see. So together, we worked very closely with the Ministry of Environment. We went out into the communities, we shared this idea, we galvanized people together, the young, the old, the middle-aged, everybody, artists came out to help, the youth, people with high-riser trucks came to put things up in the trees. But everything was recyclable. There was nothing bought new. It was basically making use of what was already in the environment. So that was one of the success stories. Sometimes as the Ministry for Local Government, we'd sit on both sides. For example, we work very closely with the Department of Risk Management, because we have the intelligence at local level that we can guide them with the potential dangers at district level, you know, be it a tree, be it a boulder, be it a fire hazard, etc., etc. So we sit on the committees for the preventing of this, of disasters and risk management. But on the other hand, when in the unfortunate event that a disaster does happen, we are the frontliners as well. We are there to offer the safety net. We are there on the ground, helping the victims, whilst the other agencies get on with their work. If it's a fire, it's a fire brigade. If it's a boulder or trees falling over, then the contractors come in and do their thing. But we are there as part of as one of the main frontliners, helping the victims, rehabilitating them, providing them with food, making sure they have shelter on the night, giving them, providing the psychological support that comes from going through such a trauma. So we are very much part of helping the community and getting things done at that level.
Thank you so very much. We need to conclude now in the next minute or so, but I don't want to do that without letting you have each of your final word, a quick one. You're surrounded, we sit in a circle, surrounded by a circle of leaders. What is one takeaway you would really like them to keep in mind as we think about achieving the SDGs through 2030? From a leadership perspective, what is one thing you'd like to leave them with? Please, each of you, and then we'll close the session. Please, Mr. Muhaddin.
Right, I'll be very quick, and again, thanking the UAE for this opportunity, not just to be here, but to represent a group of 15 leaders of knowledge, implementation, and leadership in their communities as well. They have been really doing great as leaders of SDG 1. This is the Sustainable Development Goal number 1. How I'm linking all of that to our work. I've been really asked to do something super fast, dealing with the 2 challenges of sustainability, climate change in particular, and the opportunities coming from digital transformation in order to provide solutions from now until COP27 that is going to be hosted in Egypt in November, and COP28 that is going to be hosted here in the UAE. And I'm happy that many of the ideas that we are trying to explore are coming really into issues of implementation, highlighting the importance of data solutions. How can we get the partnership between public and the private sector in the implementation? And as Her Excellency, the Minister just mentioned, how to deal with the challenges and opportunities as well in delivering in the last mile, as they say. So this is just a quick teaser of the more work coming, solutions-based, focused on ideas for implementation, and thanks to the excellent partnership that we have with the government of the UAE here. Thank you.
Shukran. Thank you so much, sir. Your Excellency Waro, your final thought for the audience before we close.
I can safely say the government of Seychelles is very committed on delivering on the SDGs. However, the government alone cannot do it. We need the support of the private sector. We need the support of non-government organizations, and obviously the goodwill of our people as well. But the government alone cannot do this. We will, however, carry on with the challenges that lay ahead and the successes. You know, we build on them. We share good practices. And so I believe the future is in all the stakeholders coming together to be able to deliver on what we've promised to the next generation.
Brilliant. Yep. There's indeed no other way. Please join me in thanking our esteemed panelists.
For turning.
100 years of women making their mark in Parliament and shaping our legal landscape.
We focus around policy.
We simply cannot have a conversation about shaping a better future for the world without placing women at the center of this conversation.
How do we tell the positive stories? And how do we use those to elevate and move into a future we want to see?
Journeys that we all take as individuals. It's the diversity in that thought process and that triggering initial thought process that brings about results.
The ladies not for turning.
100 years of women making their mark in Parliament and shaping our legal landscape.
We focus around policy.
In 2022, the Expo 2020 Dubai reunited the world and the Global Goals Thematic Week that highlighted the midway point for the SDG, shifting to a higher gear to accelerate the successful implementation of the SDGs. What do we require today, Your Excellency?
Distinguished delegates, dear colleagues, it is my pleasure to address this audience at the World Government Summit. I express my gratitude to the organizers of this annual event for the opportunity to discuss about the goals of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the role of transformational leadership. Economy in 2022 is operating in a complex, uncertain, and constantly changing context, from digital transformation to the impact of the pandemic and the urgency to deliver a more inclusive and resilient society, to the vital need to preserve limited resources and to protect the environment. Leaders must deliver sustainable solutions for near, medium, and long term. At this moment when the global economy faces strong headwinds, there is an opportunity for leaders to not only accelerate growth to the near term, but to lay the foundation for a more resilient and sustainable economy for the years, as in February, the President of the World Economic Forum Board, Brande, said. This is indeed a challenging economic context. It is the right moment when leaders can put into practice policies that will revitalize economies in the near, medium, and long term, and also is the right time to fuel trust among people and to build resilience, the two ingredients for a healthy global economy now in the future. But how can we do this? We must ensure global growth is more inclusive by delivering sustainable investment to underfinanced economies. Also, we must empower the digital transformation, and we need to foster affordable digital access to everyone by 2030. We also need to develop the green economy. This requires fundamentally transforming our economies and invest more in new zero-carbon solutions. And as we all know, a green transition can add millions of jobs and trillions of dollars to the global economy. Sustainable development is a shared goal on a global scale, and it requires joint efforts by all nations to achieve sustainable use of natural resources and prosperity for all. A competitive and sustainable industry plays a key role in accelerating economic growth, reducing poverty through productive activities, and achieving all the sustainable development goals set out in the Agenda of 2030. In this respect, it is necessary to support the strengthening of value chains and the implementation of best performing technologies, promoting the circular economy, competitiveness, encouraging industrial trade, and the development of the private sector. Today's approaches to leadership development are simply not delivering the leadership capabilities required for long-term economic success. An option is to rethink the leadership development strategies in order to meet the changing context. The governments and also the private sector need a new form of leadership development which will help us reframe our purpose and our strategies in order to achieve the 2030 Agenda goals. And I would challenge everybody to talk about transformational leadership, but also about renovation of the leadership culture in all sectors, both in private and in public, in order to preserve the good part of the leadership styles, what we have achieved so far, but also renovate in order to, let's say, bring the leadership style at the next level. We need to focus on promoting digital economy, strengthening scientific research, modernizing the technological capacities of industrial sectors, and most of all, encourage innovation in all sectors. We all know that digital transformation is revolutionizing our economies and our societies with rapid technological advances. By accelerating the digital transformation and fostering innovation, we can achieve progress towards every single of the sustainable developments from 2030 Agenda. Technology creates new jobs, enables resilient work and commerce, and stimulates wider social and economic development. Digital innovation framework helps countries, cities, and other communities and systems accelerate their digital transformation and stimulate innovative entrepreneurship. Digital technologies are suitable for producing widespread effects involving all aspects of sustainable development conditions, including global productivity, equality and inclusion, and environmental protection as well. As we all know, the digital transformation will not only depend on digital technologies, but also on principles and values as people at the center, solidarity and inclusion, freedom of choice, participation, safety and security, empowerment, and sustainability. The key to bringing the digital transformation to all nations, peoples, and communities is the development of public-private partnership. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for highlighting the need of definite development and partnerships. With 1 hour to go, I'd like to finally invite our distinguished guests, the panelists on stage. His Excellency Dr. Tariq Al-Gurg, Chief Executive Officer and Vice Chairman of Dubai Cares. Dr. Manal Al-Taryab, Chief Executive Officer of the Primary Healthcare Sector at Dubai Health Authority, and Chief Executive Officer and Board Member of Noor Dubai Foundation. Dr. Sonia bin Jafar, Chief Executive Officer of the Abdullah Al Ghareer Foundation for Education. And our moderator for this session, Ms. Elena Siegel, a partner at Kearney, where she works with companies and governments across a wide range of industries throughout the world to solve their most critical strategic issues, being mindful of time.
Thank you very much. Oh, sorry. It is a true pleasure to be here with all of you today, and we've already heard so much from the speakers before us on the importance of partnership and driving implementation through meaningful engagement across a range of different dimensions of society, whether it be the community, the government, nonprofits, and the private sector. And it is an honor to have the opportunity to speak with all of you with your great experience in actually driving successful implementation of programs that are making real substantive achievements against the SDGs. So thank you very much for your presence today. Your Excellency, if I may begin with you, Dubai Cares has had tremendous achievements since its inception in 2007. You've reached millions of children across 60 different countries, many of which have been challenged by both natural disasters, conflict, as well as those that are developing economies. This is an incredible achievement since the inception of Dubai Cares. I would like to ask you, many developing countries, girls are often left behind when it comes to education and opportunities. In your view, how does action around SDG 4, quality education, make a difference in helping to move forward also SDG 5 around gender equality?
Thank you, Elena. Thank you. I would probably start by telling you what's happening in the world right now, especially post-COVID. We have around 250 million children who are out of school. We have 750 million children and youth who are not able to read and write. And if we keep everything the same in terms of financing and in terms of keeping exactly the same existing education system around the world, we will end up having 20% of the youth and 30% of the adults in 2030 not knowing how to read. That's the problem that we have. What we're talking about, that we will eventually, by 2050, will have a problem with 1.8 billion people, and that's through literacy. The sector of education pre-COVID was not united. It was fragmented. Don't understand me wrong, I'm not saying no one is doing their jobs, but each one has a big mandate from the international organizations, whether those are UN or multilaterals, NGOs, or global mechanisms. What COVID did, it kind of united the sector right now. The problem with the sector still, there is no coordination and collaboration at the highest level. And if we think that we can sit and do pilots in some countries that succeeds and get some achievements done with a number of, or a cluster of children, fine. I mean, but I think it's enough for us to do research and experiment. This is education, what we're talking about. We're talking about the future of humanity. You asked me a question about girls. How can we get girls' education, girls having access to education, and getting solutions to girls, especially girls who are refugees, who are migrating from one country to another, who have their own problems, especially after puberty, whether they have the facilities and the tools to be dignified. We won't be able to solve all these issues if we're not united. Now, luckily, as I mentioned, COVID started uniting the sector a bit, and you have UN agencies with global mechanisms such as the World Bank and some others are uniting in terms of strategy. Is a lot have been done? I will tell you not. Are we willing to do it? Yes. But if we don't work according to what we all want, according to one alignment, one strategy, to coordinate together towards one path that will eliminate all these obstacles, whether it's access to education, quality education, we will have these issues. Now, luckily, I'm not being biased, by the way, we found a solution as Dubai Cares, and that's why we did the Rewired Summit back in December here at Expo, and we united the sector, well, to an extent, to our outreach. But what we need, so we got everyone from academia to youth, to NGOs, to UN, to teachers, private sector for the first time being involved with the education sector. The problem is, do we have the power to go and have global advocacy? Can we convince governments for policy change? I would tell you no, we're no one. So we need an entity that can do that, a powerful entity. And we were blessed that the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres announced the UN Summit on Transforming Education, and that's going to happen the next UN General Assembly in New York. Now that's a complementary role because they're going to work on advocacy, and we're supporting them, and we're working with them. The outcomes report that's going to come out of the Rewired Summit is a main building block to feed into that system. So now what we have Rewired taking the feedback of everyone. We have the outcomes report that's going to feed into the UN system. We have the UN Transformation Education Summit, and the special advisor is actually sitting over there, Leonardo from Costa Rica. He's the former Minister of Education. We also have Minister David Senge, who is co-chairing a couple of committees on the summit. Now we can talk, but what we need more engagement, we need financing, we need countries to adopt new education systems. Do we have an education system that can replace our current education system that has been implemented 120 years ago and was done to uplift humanity? At that time, it's not inclusive, there's no technology, there's no internet, it doesn't play a role with girls' education and gender equality. Can we create a system today that can replace it? Well, I would like to tell you that I want to take advantage of this session to tell you that Dubai Cares have been working on designing an education system for the past 5 years, and I am launching it on this panel. I have a board with me, but I don't think anyone can give me 40 minutes to show you, but we have created the system. I have all the UN agencies, the World Bank and the multilaterals approving it, and hopefully we will unveil it at the world. Thank you. We will unveil it at the UN General Assembly at the summit itself. So we are launching it. We're sending out a very big press release today.
Thank you, Your Excellency. That's it's very exciting to hear, and I'm thrilled that this is the panel where you're announcing the launch of this. This is very exciting to see the progress that's been made in bringing together on a global basis, thinking around new education systems to support the development of our youth across the world. So thank you for sharing that. Dr. Ben-Jafar, I would actually like to build on what His Excellency has just said in thinking about the new institutional models that we actually do need in a post-COVID world to engage with youth and bring together players from across the system in effective partnerships for implementation.
Thank you for that. Most certainly what we've seen, and it's almost hard to believe, but if we just rewind for a minute and look at March 2020, overnight 13 million students in the Arab world, university students, not even talking K through 12, lost the chance to go to campus. All of their dreams got shattered in a moment. And then something magical happened. Everybody in the educational system decided to just move forward. Things that were in the pipeline just got accelerated. Online learning, especially in this region, was not popular. It wasn't refined. It wasn't being promoted except for little pockets here and there. And suddenly everybody went into this emergency mode. What it did teach us, now that we're starting to return to what is seemingly, mixed bag of normal, old normal to this new normal, is that it is possible to change. We have, at the foundation, supported the American University of Beirut with our own cooperative hub, so the Abdullah Al-Hurair Hub for Digital Teaching and Learning at the university level, to be able to take their engineering programs and further programs online and actually spread that across and see how to make it more accessible to those who cannot even afford to go to campus. And looking at that and working with 9 universities here doing the same thing and seeing how we can move into this digital space without sacrificing the campus, but just making it mixed. Looking at how we're working with different actors like Udacity and Coursera and seeing how these combine. But I'll go further than that and say, even though we do have these models and these tools that are starting to work, it's patchwork. And I think that, His Excellency Tarek said it, and he'll say it again, but he said it a lot a few months ago. It's not just about using these new tools. It's about rewiring, rethinking, and actually coming up with a strategy that looks different than what we've had. And we haven't gotten there yet because we're still working in pockets here and there, and we don't have a strategy that's more global that we absolutely need in education.
Thank you, Dr. Benton-Jafar. Dr. Tariam, and I realize we are very short on time because things have run a bit long, but I would like to ask your perspective. You have many roles that you are responsible for, both within the Dubai Health Authority, where you've been championing much of the primary health care in the COVID-19 pandemic, but also through the Noor Foundation. And when we spoke a few days ago, you talked very passionately about the requirement for community engagement and effective partnership, and how that partnership looks different in different countries to actually ensure successful implementation. If you could just take a few minutes to speak about that, I would think the audience would find that valuable.
Yeah, thank you, Elena. Well, actually, when it comes to SDGs, we've heard a lot of strategies and plans and different approaches to different goals from governments and from NGOs, as well as decision makers. And it all seems like it's an easy task. But when it comes to implementation, it's a different story. Implementing strategies that are related to development and sustaining the development is not an easy task. And it's even more difficult when you're trying to have meaningful implementation with specific goals and specific indicators. My role in both the primary health care and the government of Dubai and Noor Dubai, which is an NGO that is specializing in preventing blindness, it is very important for us to in Dubai to maintain, and also in other countries to establish accessibility to good quality, affordable healthcare. Healthcare that does not discriminate, healthcare that does not look at an individual as a male or a female or of a different religion, or even the differences in the cultures. So as you've mentioned, partnership. Partnership to me is like the pillar that all the SDGs rotate around. Having clear partnership that is, again, having a clear goal, choosing your partners, choosing where to implement your program. I'll give you an example. When it comes to Noor Dubai, we have different programs in different countries. You might think, yes, because the needs are different, from Asia to Africa to Dubai. It's true, but it's also the diversity and the differences that we see in our partners and in the culture. Because we're an NGO, as an outsider, we look different, we talk different, and we do things in a different way. When we go to another country or in another continent, it's very important to get the buy-in of the government, to get the people of that country engaged. That's the only way that you're going to have meaningful implementation of your program. And it's the only way that your program will be sustainable after we leave and we head to another destination to help. So I think what helped us in reaching out to over 30 million beneficiaries since the start of Noor Dubai 10 years ago is actually understanding where we're working, understanding the needs, and understanding the culture and the people that we're trying to help or even partner with. It's like setting up a business here in Dubai. If you don't understand the market you're working in, you will never become successful. So I think having that integrated mixture of beneficiaries and stakeholders and commitments from different entities is the key to our success in implementing our programs.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tariam. I realize we are just about out of time, so if I may pose to all of you one final question and you can give your thoughts. I would like to leave the audience with something very tangible that they can take forward into their own thinking, their own programs. So Your Excellency and Dr. Tariam, Dr. Ben-Jafar, we have much still to accomplish by 2030 to achieve the SDGs. In your view, what is the most critical factor to drive implementation and accelerate our achievements for many programs? What is the piece you would leave our audience with today? Your Excellency.
I would focus on SDG 4, and I would focus on the existing out-of-school youth, the 15-year-olds, 16, 17, 18, 19. What are we going to do with those? We will find solutions for the children. I have no doubt that we will, and we will prevail, and we will change the education system, hopefully, inshallah. But what's going to happen with the current youth? They're out of the school system. They don't have any support, any lifeline. What we need to do, we need to get the private sector speaking to government, speaking to ministries of education, ministries of economy, and Ministry of Finance to tell them what are the future jobs that are awaiting and what kind of curricula and skills they require from now, so the Ministries of Education starts working on it, and the Ministry of Economy looks at a human being as an investment to the future. So it's collaboration between the private sector and government towards sustainable development.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Dr. Ben-Jafar?
I would say that I'd like to see us move from the opportunistic partnership models that have gotten us into the crisis mode that we're in, and I'd like to see us move into an ecosystem of partnerships that is purposefully built based on a shared set of values, which is sustainability and the SDGs. And to do that, that means that we need to really step out of our comfort zone and find those corporates or governments that we may not understand, but to find the shared value set and say, okay, how are we going to do something together that is beneficial for you and for me and for everyone? And it sounds a little bit up in the pie in the sky, but that is what we did at the Refugee Education Fund, and we were able to double our targets in 2 years, from 20,000 refugees to over 40,000 refugees because of our partnership model. So it really does work.
Thank you, Dr. Ben-Jafar. Dr. Tariam.
Well, I was very honored last year when I was invited to chair one of the global councils on SDG, and I was even more pleased when I found out that it's a nexus model. And the nexus model meaning that we develop programs that are still within the scope of preventing blindness, but we actually improve multiple goals, not just healthcare. And I think that's where we need to understand that no matter how specialized or how small the work you're doing is, you are actually influencing or impacting multiple goals, not just one. And that's where the beauty of partnership comes in. The other thing that's really important is that it's a learning journey. Everything that we do, you've mentioned COVID, and I think being blessed, being in the United Arab Emirates, I think we've had the best success story for controlling the spread of COVID and recovering from it. And one of the evidence is us being here without masks and during the government summit. And I think one of the key factors that drove this success is having a government that puts the people first, like at the top of its priority, the top of its agenda, and having the people who trust in the government. And I think the synergy between those two was the driving force. We did have strategies, yes. We did have disruption. We did have a total change in the way we implement things. But it wouldn't have happened without as I mentioned, the synergy between the government and the people. And I think if we learn from that, and we can implement something similar in different countries, not only are we ready for the next crisis, but we're ready to spread what we have learned internationally.
Thank you very much. If the audience would please join me in thanking our esteemed panelists for this lovely conversation.
Thank you, Your Excellencies, for the wonderful points that were addressed and were touched upon in light of humanity, and of course, nothing better than speaking about health and future of education. As inspired as we are, please welcome our next speaker to share a brief remark on change agents, weaving endless possibilities. Your Excellency, Ayman Tawfiq Al-Muayyid, the Minister of Youth and Sport Affairs of Bahrain, we look forward to be inspired by you.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, it's a pleasure being here. It's a pleasure addressing such an esteemed gathering. First of all, let me start by thanking the Emirates for everything that they've done for us, to be honest. It is an absolute pleasure to see so many familiar faces, and it's an absolute pleasure to learn from the sessions. I was asked to talk about change agents, and I was asked to talk about the SDGs and the implementation of the SDGs. And I wanted just to shed light on maybe 5 phrases that we use in Bahrain, and we do this constantly. And maybe you can take something away from this. Number 1, cross-pollination. Every Thursday in Bahrain, ministers communicate with counterparts internationally. We do this systematically, we do this religiously, and that's done every single Thursday. So every single Thursday, if anybody was to check my program or the program of our undersecretaries and so on, you would see that we'd have sessions throughout the day, sharing experiences and learning from experiences. So as far as I'm concerned, to be very honest, the vast majority of everything that we implemented in Bahrain came from these types of learnings. There's a lot to be said, I think, as far as cross-pollination. And so that's just something that we needed to share with you, that's a high priority for us. So that was point number 1. Point number 2 is localization. As far as the SDGs is concerned, so the SDGs brilliantly gave us not the North Stars, but the due north, the direction that we want to go to. We know that we want our future to be better than our present for our kids and future generations. And so we effectively know, we might not know the direction we're going to take, we might not know the exact steps that we're going to take, but we kind of know where our due north is. And so the second word that I wanted to share was localization. The SDGs tell us where we should be heading, but it doesn't tell us how the local community is going to sort of embody, embed, and adopt what we're doing. And so for us, it is extremely important to learn from all of you how you've localized your experiences, how you've localized these programs, so that we can share ours, and maybe we can take some of your programs as change agents and see how we can get the biggest ripple possible with the minimum amount of resistance. And that lack of resistance is what localization gives us. The third one is communication and awareness. So as far as communication and awareness is concerned, we're all, I think, beset with a conviction that what we're doing is right. But more importantly, I think we're all under the assumption that everybody knows what we're doing. Everybody knows the effort that we're investing. Everybody knows the meetings that we're having. Everybody knows the reports that we're reading, the orders, and so on and so forth. And sadly, this brings me to the next point. Sadly, when we go down to the grassroots, when we meet our beneficiaries, when we meet our constituencies, it tends to become very clear very, very quickly that that's not the case. They don't know what we're doing. They don't know the impact. They will not be able to see the impact right now, and they might feel it in a few years. I doubt that anybody will make the link between what they feel then and the actual steps that you took now. So communication for us is very, very important. So cross-pollination, localization, communication and awareness. Our next one is something that for us was a game changer, to be honest. And it's hope and faith. The two things that we try to do to minimize resistance and to understand resistance is hope and faith. And I'll try to explain it as best as I can. What we did a while back is that we wanted to figure out whether, yes, the constituency knows what we're doing, but more importantly, do they believe that the country is on an upward trajectory? When we looked at the studies, when we did the surveys, and we do surveys every single month almost, with constituencies of 10,000, what we ask to find, or try to find out, on a dashboard, is whether our kids feel safe, seen, supported, wanted, trusted, hopeful. This tells us whether our communication is correct. If our communication is correct, then they will feel safe, seen, supported, wanted, trusted, hopeful. If our communication is correct, they will feel that the country is on an upward trajectory. If our communication is correct, they will help us be the change agents that we need. We don't need to be the change agents. We need to start the catalyst effectively, and they need to be the ripple. And so for us to turn them into, or for us to generate, synthesize the buy-in that we require, we need to make sure that they feel hopeful, and we need to make sure that they feel the faith. And when we say faith, again, it's not religious faith. What we're talking about is we need our constituencies to have the faith that we're doing absolutely everything that's within our powers to execute the programs that we have to make sure that they can benefit from it both now and in the future. And so, just to recap, we talked about cross-pollination, because there's no point without cross-pollination as far as we're concerned. We talked about localization, and we talk about this all the time. We talk about communication. We talk about hope and faith. So yesterday, His Highness Sheikh Nasser gave as what we deem to be a landmark speech where he introduced the idea of hope and faith. And again, just to recalibrate everybody's language, or at least the perception of what I'm saying, what we're talking about is not faith in a religious faith. What we're talking about, very, very simply, is faith in leadership, faith in the community, faith in partnerships, faith in collaboration, and so on. And then finally, we just simply repeat this. So we go through cross-pollination, localization, communication, hope and faith, and then we repeat. And this is what we do day in and day out, day in and day out. And so with that, that is a quick take, my personal take, on change agents, on how you can expand the impact and the effect of the ripple that we're trying to make, we're all trying to make. And I look forward to opportunities to collaborate and cross-pollinate with everybody here. So thank you very much. Thank you particularly to the Emirates for making this happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency Ayman Tawfiq Al-Muayyid of Bahrain. You touched upon some very interesting ideas about change making. I'd now like to invite the Right Honourable Nigerente Edward, Prime Minister of the Republic of Rwanda, to deliver a special keynote address on the importance of the SDGs in Action 2022.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, the world is able to gather physically today after over 2 years of the global COVID-19 pandemic. This is an evidence of what can be achieved when countries cooperate toward a common goal. The lessons learned from COVID-19 pandemic should be a foundation for all of us as we pursue strategies toward scaling new heights for the future of humanity. The UN 2030 agenda provides a pathway to better livelihood. This agenda provides a universal goal and targets for all countries to deliver on a 3 dimension covering economy, social, as well as environment. Our country's long-term aspiration, characterized by high quality of life for citizens, also mirrors the ambitions of the Agenda 2030. The SDGs have been fully integrated in our national development agenda through the national long-term vision, the Vision 2050, the medium-term national strategy for transformation, and the related sector strategic plans. Excellencies, distinguished guests, this year's theme of scaling a new height for the future of humanity goes with the 2022 theme of high-level political forum on sustainable development, namely building back better from COVID-19 pandemic while advancing the full implementation of 2030 agenda for sustainable development. The recovery process must deliver greener, healthier, more inclusive, and more resilient economies and societies that put the 2030 agenda for sustainable development and the goals of Paris Agreement within reach by leaving no one behind. On the recovery front, allow me to share with you key aspects of Rwanda's economic recovery efforts due to COVID-19 negative effects. The government of Rwanda's economic response was driven by the economic recovery plan, comprising sizable fiscal and monetary policy support, economic recovery funds, and a program called Manufacture and Build to Recover, and also a prompt vaccine rollout. And I can tell you that so far, over 60% of our population above 18 is now fully vaccinated. Today, the government of Rwanda is optimistic as recovery initiatives are delivering tangible results. Rwanda is showing promising signs of recovery, whereby it grew by 10.9% in 2021, and it's projected to grow at a rate of 7.2% in 2022. Excellencies, this session on SDGs in action is an appropriate moment for us as a global leaders, both in the public and the business community, to reflect and devise strategies to reinforce our commitment and maintain the momentum for the decade for action, 2021-2030. The 2030 agenda was ambitious and required substantial financial resources which weren't available, especially due to most developing countries. This has been worsened following possible reversals and strain that COVID-19 inflicted on most countries that often led to relocation of most financial resources toward confronting the pandemic. Furthermore, the impact of human-induced challenges toward the delivery of sustainable development, such as impact of climate change and more recently the geopolitical tensions on global commodity prices, reaffirms the need to refocus on the critical elements of the 2030 agenda, which are people, prosperity, peace, planet, and partnerships, also known as the 5 pieces. This is in addition to the need for enhancing resource mobilization capacities, including tapping into innovative finance, promoting investment in human capital development, championing technology and innovation, and inclusion and equality, as well as mutual beneficial partnerships. The lack of adequate investment in SDGs to date has made many countries vulnerable to economic fallout from COVID-19 crisis. Sustained recovery requires solid foundations, including global cooperation and effective integration of SDGs into national recovery plans of both developed and developing economies. Recovery must also be underpinned by multilateralism and the collaboration between governments, international organizations, international financial institutions, civil society, and the private sector, and draw on international research and innovation to get our shared goal back on track. Excellencies, distinguished guests, as Rwanda, we are committed to working this transformation journey toward achieving the 2030 agenda domesticated in our national strategy for transformation, as well as collaborate with other countries, especially on African continent. In relation to SDGs reporting, Rwanda has committed to undertake voluntary country reports that are part of the follow-up and review of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. These provide opportunities for sharing experiences, including successes, challenges, and lessons learned with a view of accelerating the implementation of the 2030 Agenda. The presentation of the voluntary country report at the UN High-Level Political Forum on Sustainable Development started in Rwanda in 2016. And at that time, our government presented its first VNR in July 2019. In this regard, since 2016, we are hosting the SDGs Center for Africa, an entity that aims at building capacities for all African countries to monitor and ensure they are on track in implementing SDGs. Rwanda is also actively promoting South-South cooperation and peer learning through the Rwanda Cooperation Initiative. In the same spirit, we are glad to host this year's 8th Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development in early March 2022 under the theme Building Forward Better, a Green, Inclusive, and Resilient Africa. The key messages in the outcome document, the Kigali Declaration, is a call for accelerated implementation of 2030 Agenda. Rwanda expresses gratitude for all the distinguished speakers of today for their forward-looking ideas. We also thank government and the people of the United Arab Emirates for the organization of this summit and for their warm hospitality. I thank you so much.
Thank you, Your Right Honourable Nijirente Edward, Prime Minister of the Republic of Rwanda, for shedding light and sharing with us the experiences of Rwanda for the SDG goals. After the brief remarks shared by our Excellency Ayman Tawfiq Al-Muayyid, which has set the course for the change agents weaving endless possibilities, I'd like to welcome the distinguished guests for the Global Councils on SDGs, which have been inaugurated during the 28th edition of the SDGs in Action at the World Government Summit. The councils are a composition of global leaders from multiple sectors around the world to address the SDGs through innovative partnerships and impact-driven projects. Please welcome our next panelists to stage, Dr. Mohammed Ali Pat, Julio Frank Professor of the Practice of Public Health Leadership, Harvard, Ms. Mariami Bari, Head of Impact-Based Finance at Societe Generale Corporate and Investment Banking, Mr. Ibrahim Az-Zu'bi, Chief Sustainability Officer at the Majid Al Futtaim Holding, and Her Excellency Ms. Khawla Al-Meheri, Executive Vice President of Strategy and Government Communications, Dubai Water and Electricity Authority. The moderator of the panel, Ms. Aisha Valiani Robertson, who is the Senior Specialist Advisor to the UAE Gender Balance Council in the UAE government. She has over 10 years of experience researching and advising on issues of gender and minority rights and law and policy in the academic, international organization and governmental spaces. I'll leave it to you, Aisha. Please be mindful of time.
Thank you. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, distinguished panelists, good morning. According to the UN Global Compact in the UAE, sustainable partnerships ought to be categorized into 3 categories. The first is philanthropic, the second is transactional, and the third is integrative. And I think, especially after this morning, it's safe to say that to deliver on the SDGs, we must have meaningful partnerships. But, according to the Global Sustainability Database, currently only 24% of cross-sector partnerships actually match these expectations. And all of your focus areas, climate, financing, public health, and policy solutions, demand collaboration to ensure effective problem solving. Essentially, all of you, as members of global councils, have to connect in order to innovate, in order to solve. And so I start with you, Ms. Buri. Thank you for joining us today. Your global council, the Finance Advisory Board, has perhaps the greatest responsibility to actually support SDG implementation in the realm of the global councils. What do you believe the global councils should take into consideration when connecting into the finance ecosystem to fund their projects?
So I'm going to be a bit disruptive.
Please.
And you know, when we think about connecting to the finance ecosystem, we think about financing solutions, you know, sustainability-linked bonds or loans or, you know, financial products, sustainable finance products. And in fact, my advice to the other councils would be not to think about the financing solution first, but to focus on impact first, and to be able to make an impact case about this initiative or project that they want to pursue as part of their council, because where you can demonstrate positive impacts, you can demonstrate value, and if you can demonstrate value, then you have a case to raise finance, because each time financing is made, whether it's you know, a grant or a loan, whether it's public or private, the question is, how do I get my money back? I'm making an investment. How do you convince me that I'll get my money back either in cash to repay the loan or in kind because it's public investment and I want to make sure that I'm bringing value for the people. So I think to be stronger and more efficient in order to raise funding for those initiatives that the various councils are putting together, my first advice would be really to take enough time to identify as many impacts as possible that can be derived from the initiatives that are going to be launched, so have a multi-impact approach, you know, this nexus approach that many of the previous speakers referred to. See how you can also reduce the costs, so make this investment the most efficient possibly, and this can be done by mutualizing solutions, by you know, building on existing initiatives rather than inventing another one. that we do, more or less the same as the previous one, but a bit differently. Why not build on what's done already and augment it with some new ideas, some new resources, and demonstrate what is the value that is created? Because with this type of material, we are much better equipped to then identify who are the stakeholders, the interested parties that will recognize that value and are ready to invest so that you can, deliver this value, deliver this impact. And with this basis, really, we are better armed to open up networks, because the Finance Advisory Board is really a group of experts from philanthropy, investing, and financing community here to support the other councils, and will be more efficient at doing that if you can make the impact case of your initiatives, so we can mobilize the financing and other resources we have access to.
Thank you for that. Continuing on with the thread of financing for impact, Mr. Al-Zubi, I turn to you. Majid Al-Futtaim and your Council on SDG 13 have a series of climate action programs. So I ask you, how do you maintain momentum and action in the private sector, not just to prioritize sustainability, but also to weave it into your overall business interests?
Thank you very much, Your Excellency Sheikh Lubna Al-Qasimi, Excellencies, everybody, colleagues. First of all, I would like to acknowledge being in the most, so far, diversified panel. Not only gender, but I think this is well diversified. This is what SDGs stands for. We've been listening since morning about the action and the call for action, and I think one of the things that we managed to identify, be it in the private sector or even within the United Arab Emirates in the public sector, and when it comes to sustainable development, is to acknowledge the success and forthcoming. And this is what we managed to do, keeping the momentum. One, we knew that we succeeded when it comes to my SDG, SDG 13, climate action. We managed to get the attention on the issue and the problem, which means the world, most of the world identified that there is an issue and there is a risk on the business, be it on the private sector and the resources when it comes to the climate issue. So we looked at it from a normalizing the problem and normalizing the solution. So we looked thinking straight of the solution and getting ready for the next step, forecasting both the impact and try to monetize it and try to unify the language we need to use, be it in the private sector and the public sector. So what we've done in the private sector is we looked at the opportunity and the solution and how we can embed this solution because the whole world identified the problem. We did not waste time looking at the issue itself. We knew the issue, but we looked at how we can embed and manage such risk as being part of the business and business model, and look how we can even do well by doing good, how we can increase revenues. And the rest will come by default, because if you look at the solutions and acknowledge that this can be an impact of the business and look at it as pure business model, and this is where the momentum will come by default.
Thank you for that. Now, continuing on with the point on momentum, Dr. Pate, you chair the Global Council on SDG 3, and the Health in Your Hands initiative has actually made knowledge accessible to communities and practitioners around the world, which in many ways is a real manifestation of partnership. Could you tell us in brief about the initiative, but specifically also how you engage diverse stakeholders to come together to increase access to healthcare?
Thank you. Health in Your Hands initiative is a legacy initiative in the first term of our Global Council, which we're building on now in the second term of the Council. The Council itself is an amazing multidisciplinary, multi-sector group of professionals, practitioners, academicians who've come together to really see how to catalyze momentum around SDG 3, but also linked to all the other SDGs. As we've seen with COVID, health is linked to all the SDGs, in fact. And how do we come together and think, organize, and catalyze impact? There are 4 domains that we would measure in terms of our success. The value add of this multi-stakeholder collaboration. What is it that we are uniquely positioned to contribute in this arena? Innovations, organizing them, harnessing them, and driving impact at the country level is one that we feel that this council can contribute in that direction. Secondly, the impact itself on at the country level, because I think Mary Amy mentioned that what is it that the global partnerships exist, but they're only meaningful if they touch lives at the country level, at the local level. How do we reorient those innovations? The 50 that were harnessed in the previous term, and then the 10 that were selected as sort of the most impactful, and how do we advance them so that they touch the lives of people? Third, how do we leverage the resources and the capabilities existing between members of the council and the institutions that we represent so that we drive this agenda? Because at the end of the day, it's resources, and how do we leverage those resources for much bigger impact? Not only financial resources, but the time of people, the intellectual capabilities that exist. And then finally, in terms of the duration of it, impact takes time. Partnerships, SDGs, whatever partnership takes time. And so we're building on what was developed in the first term of the Global Council 3 to accelerate progress out of the SDGs. The 10 innovations that we are focusing on in this Health in Your Hands platform really goes beyond maternal and child health and basic health services to other things like food and nutrition, empowering frontline health workers, using technology and innovation, digitization, gender. Those are all embedded in those core sub-select innovations. And there could be more, but at least it's a good start to see how we can move forward with them, not only in connecting them with the Financial Advisory Board for financing, but also in learning what are the structural constraints to innovators. There are many pilots out there. Every corner you'll find a pilot of an innovation, but what are the constraints to scale? The policy constraints, regulatory constraints, and the financing constraints. How do we learn from that, and how do we share that learning among ourselves and with others in developed countries, but also in developing countries? That's the approach that we're taking in our council.
Thank you, Dr. Pate. I think it's interesting what you've mentioned because it speaks a lot to the kind of activity on the ground and as we mentioned, kind of spreading knowledge and resources. But you also highlighted the importance of the policy environment and how that should be conducive to action. So I turn to you, Your Excellency, Kaula Al-Mehri, and I ask you, you're here today representing Dr. Tatiana Teplova, who is chairperson of Global Council 17. And as I understand it, the vision of your council is to strengthen implementation of the SDGs, specifically to enhance policy coherence for sustainable development. But in order to do that, you have to support policymakers in diverse governments, in diverse countries, not just at the federal or national level, but even at kind of local levels, to understand the SDGs and to embed them across their policy priorities. So how are you using digital technology to make this happen?
First of all, good morning, everyone, esteemed guests, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here today with us. First of all, Aisha, basically I would like to state a very important fact. When it comes to successful partnerships, everybody has their own criteria and definition for successful partnerships, but I do believe that the Global Council is a great example of collaborative partnerships as we convene here, the capabilities, as Dr. Mohammed stated, along with resources, as well as consensus on multilateral challenges in order to pull our effort together to basically scale up the achievement of the SDGs. Marrying the multidisciplinary and interconnected nature of the SDGs, I do believe that the councils have a great potential to develop integrated policy solutions and enhance policy coherence for sustainable development, which is referred to as PCSD by SDG target 17.14. And policy coherence is very critical in order to ensure that today's actions taken by all stakeholders, whether it being governments, private sector, even the civil society, and more importantly, our councils, do not undermine the prospects of future generations.
And as far as successful partnerships are concerned, as stated by other panelists and today dignitaries and guests, they must be meaningful and tangible with great potential to create value. So successful partnerships from the SDGs point of view are built on whole of government and whole of society commitment to policy coherence for sustainable development with solid planning, time-bound targets, and basically to ensure that alignment is there between the short-term and long-term priorities and the good management of the tools and the technologies in hand to basically help decision makers to make impactful decisions that would show you basically the progress towards these SDGs and their relevant targets. Monitoring progress is quite important. I believe most of the panelists today talked also about the importance of having flexibility within the system itself or the institutional system that you have in place to basically adjust and adapt to change and deliver expected values and expected value and results. We've seen basically, Aisha, during the pandemic when it hit the world, many multilateral systems being basically criticized for not being ready to deal with the pandemic, and as a result of that, many lives were lost. Poverty eradication was impossible. SDGs were basically were put on hold, and what we need is a better world, a better UN, a better collaborative partnerships to be able to move forward and make sure that people do have access to education, do have access to their basic rights according to the Agenda 2030, as well as having access to sustainable financing, which also is one of the key challenges as we move into the future.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for that. You said two things that stuck with me, and I'll use them to jump into the final question. You mentioned measuring, the importance of actually measuring success and monitoring, rather, and you mentioned the need for some freshness, some new ideas to how we address global challenges which are being faced by all of us. So in brief, I'll ask each of you to speak to how you will measure success for each of your global councils. Dr. Pate, please.
I think to the extent that we are able to identify pathways for taking innovations to scale and share that knowledge broadly with countries and make that happen in partnership with the countries, that will be success. To the extent that we're able to work with Financial Advisory Council to help those innovators get the resources, that will be success. I think those two metrics, and to the extent that we have fun while doing that as a group, that also will be success, I think.
Thank you, Dr. Pate. Ms. Buri.
Yes, so I second on the fun thing. I think it's important to have passionate and motivated people and develop trust between those different groups that we are representing here. So success is really having motivated groups working together, and eventually success will be measured by the impact we'll have. So not so much, talking at conferences, but concrete actions that result in impacts that we can track, and having as efficient as possible investments where we achieve multiple impacts and make the best out of the financing and the funding we'll be mobilizing. So we are definitely intending to set ourselves some measurable targets, and we're currently reaching out to the other councils to see what are the projects to be accompanied, and hopefully will be of some help.
I think I'll give a very practical measurement that it's been in use, and if you would like to go and call for action, we have ESG, the ESG rating, environment, social, and governance. And this is here, for example, in my group, where we did in the last 2 years a transaction around $2.7 billion based on ESG, other than we have now TCFDs, KPIs, Science-Based Targets Initiative. We've been talking about it in the Climate Week, and it's endorsed and approved by the Competitiveness Council, by United Nations. So from a private sector perspective, back to your question about the momentum. The momentum is there. We need to scale it up. How we scale it up? We have a measurement tool that we must use. What is the measurement tool? It's an ESG. So technically, I'm talking about a manual, for example, now for climate action that public sector and even CEOs can take, which is the solution is there. We succeeded in identifying the issues. And now we have the platform, which is the SDGs. We just need to succeed in scaling up the solution. How we scale up the solution, looking at measurements, which is off the shelf, it's already there. We have financial institutions ready. We started to see asset managers globally to shift into SDG or sustainability-related or linked financing platforms. The governments, we are in the World Government Summit. We are talking about SDGs and the presence of we've been presented by ministers, which means the governments are there approving, endorsing. We just need to scale up, and we need to start scaling up the solutions and action instead of talking about the main issue. We have solutions there. Just let's scale it up. Let's work together. And this is, I think, what we succeeded. The SDG counts as the best example you can give globally for any solution. We work a lot together. We have a meeting after this, the two councils, for example, on how we can work together on sustainable finance, the partnerships. So there is a great model to be maximized. And you talked about the UN, Khawla, and I think the United Nations, if you look for a good example now, if they want to reinvent for post-COVID-19 era, I think what the United Arab Emirates did in the SDG councils is a great example that can be taught and can be put in a manual for international multilateral organizations. So that's I think, for me, the measurement now is how many impacts we can see from other the WGS of the world. If we can see a cloning of what we do here in the United Arab Emirates from a government level and from private sector level.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
Thank you. Well, I do believe that we can mirror the example set by the UAE here in many countries, and we've seen efforts made by some countries also to institutionalize the SDGs within an integrated system using basically a whole of government and a whole of society approach to implementing policy coherence for sustainable development. The key criteria for success, I would say, from the perspective of the SDGs, is having a clear vision, and the UAE is already has put together the global councils with the intention to integrate that within its system, and we've seen efforts being made by both public as well as private sectors in different aspects of their businesses, where SDGs are being really deeply rooted in their organizational cultures. What we need is basically the more awareness about what we're doing in order to engage basically with the civil society and make sure that it's a truly two-way communication for that.
For turning.
100 years of women making their mark in Parliament and shaping our legal landscape.
There to be a focus around policy.
We simply cannot have a conversation about shaping a better future for the world without placing women at the center of this conversation.
How do we tell the positive stories? And how do we use those to elevate and move into a future we want to see?
Journeys that we all take as individuals. It's the diversity in that thought process and that triggering initial thought process that brings about results.
The ladies not for turning.
100 years of women making their mark in Parliament and shaping our legal landscape.
There to be a focus around policy.
everyone. Dear Excellencies, distinguished speakers and participants, first of all, I would like to thank you for your presence today. I have to say that the Women's Forum is honored to co-host the upcoming sessions during this 8th edition of the World Government Summit. So it is the first edition with the participation of the Women's Forum. And in the face of a gender gap that will now take 135 years to close. So how is that for our timing? I'd say we'd better roll up our sleeves and get to work. As I see since the beginning of this forum, so many inspiring people here at the WGS, my feeling is that together, men and women, we are a force. The subject of gender inequality is now no longer a side subject. It's mainstream, it's political, it's commercial, it's in the boardrooms, in the war rooms, in the schoolrooms. Now more than ever has it become more interesting to everyone, men and women alike, to address the collective toolbox that women and men together, side by side, can achieve. So talking to you about numbers, obviously during these opening remarks, was tempting and easy. But the truth is, I think we all know them by heart by now. And I also don't want to lose your attention so quickly. So let's focus only on that one takeaway. Women account today in 2022 for 70% of people living under $1 a day. $1 a day. And they represent 80% of the climate refugees. So yes, it's great, it's good. We have seen in the last century or in the last century and a half a serious opportunity for women, a strong pathway. But what's not good is that it's still too narrow. Too much at the top without giving ordinary women, I would say, the power of choice. The ability to say yes and to say no is probably the strongest gift that we can give to any human being, and yet too many women and too many girls are not being given that power. So this is something that must engage us to act, and to act fast. So our discussions today are therefore essential to ensure that women won't be forgotten when building our future. And our two sessions will participate in providing solutions to foster equality, diversity, and inclusion in two major areas where inequalities are prevalent: economy and scientific fields. The persistence of gender inequality in the workplace is an immense, immense waste of talent. So today we'll try to answer that simple question. What are we waiting for before giving women a place in the economy and promoting female leadership as a driving force of change? So the cost of gender bias is now qualified and quantified. While the rate of women's participation in the paid economy has been stagnating around 50% since the 90s, and legal discrimination against women continue in 155 countries, reducing inequality would lead to a global GDP increase of several billion of dollars. So it's a win-win. The Women's Forum was created in 2005 in France with a major and simple ambition: to raise women's voices and empowering them to become tomorrow's leader. So I'd like us today to learn from the speakers who are coming on stage just now and unite around their stories. Unite, I would say, around collective wisdom. In the last decade, the Women's Forum has also become the leading international platform for action. Our community now gathers more than 30,000 men and women across the globe to ensure that girls and women have the same opportunities as men globally. Our means of action to spread this essential message are diverse. We create data and reports to highlight the prevalence of gender inequalities and the urgency to reduce them. We also gather international leaders during our international forums to discuss the most pressing issues of our times and highlight women's voices on a variety of topics. We call leaders from the public and private sectors to commit and to act, to foster gender equality and women's empowerment. Last year, we've published our annual barometer, comparing reality and perception on gender inequalities, which resulted in a striking way. Although 84% of the G20 population believe that closing the gender gap is one of the most important issues of our time, 1 in 2 people only think that the gender equality will never be achieved globally. So you see the challenge we have. As much as our mission is to give them hope, at the current rate, no country will achieve gender equality this decade. So to accelerate the pace, we need to sit women at the decision table, at the heart of policies, at the heart of programs, at the heart of pandemic recoveries. And we can't do that without boys and without men. I'd finish by reminding ourselves that gender equality is, as everyone knows and recognize, a key factor to overcome crises and to stabilize states and governments that are weakened by conflict. So no, today we won't spend our time talking about women as victims, but rather as warriors and active change makers. So we'll not talk about how to strengthen women. They are already very strong, but we'll talk about their strengths. To do so, I will now give the floor to our amazing moderator, Isabel Neiva, who is, amongst many other great things, a partner at Kearney. So on behalf of the Women's Forum, I wish you a fruitful day at the World Government Summit.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks. Well, you can hear me well. Fantastic. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for being here today. Our session right now is about empowering societies with the future skills. And for that, I would start to welcome to the session Her Excellency Sara Al-Amari, UAE Minister of State for the Advanced Technology and Chairwoman of the UAE Space Agency. I would also like to welcome Azhar Damam, scientist and entrepreneur with a PhD in electrical and computer engineering, also founder of Ureva, a startup that is basically addressing the food shortages and the food shortages of the households. So, Azhar, thank you. To put things a little bit into context, when we talk about future skills, we talk immediately about STEM. Science, technology, engineering, mathematics, and we think immediately if there is an equal gender representation or not. We can look at the glass half full. We have 2 fantastic examples and role models here today that we will have a very good conversation with. And it's true that more than ever before, we see women pursuing STEM-related education and careers. But we also need to look at the other side. And in the G20 economies, today, only 15% of women, or only 50% of the graduates are women. In the workforce, 15% in engineering, and 11% in cloud computing. That tells us that we also need to see the glass half full. Today is not about statistics, it's not about, as was said before, talking about the weaknesses or how women can change, but it is about talking about experiences, about how we as a society can be stronger and can ensure that there is an equal representation across all the future skills, and specifically in STEM. So, Your Excellency, maybe you could start by sharing a little bit of your path, of your journey till today.
So, Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon at this point to everyone here. Thank you for joining us during this forum, and thank you to the Women's Forum for bringing this important topic into the World Government Summit. The path towards STEM, I would actually start it from the foundations of the Emirates that was built on equal opportunity for education. And more than anything, I benefited on a group of trailblazers from the vision of our founding father that allowed for both women and men to find what they aspire to do, and sometimes even in fields that they never dreamed would be possible. And that was the culmination of my journey of going from a computer engineer into working as a computer engineer in the space sector and eventually working in government and policy making for science and technology. And this path of development for the Emirates, this path of creation of new opportunities is a lesson learned not only for women in STEM, but a lesson learned on creating opportunities for youth in STEM, empowering them at various levels, especially at the levels of development of new industries and creating new opportunities of development of new industries. And as we continue moving forward throughout the institutions, both at the Ministry of Industry and Advanced Technology, as well as the UAE Space Agency, our focus in creating new industries is in development of capabilities and know-how. And that's the first step towards opening a window of opportunity. That's what I've benefited from, gaining that knowledge, gaining that know-how, being able to interact with leaders in fields across the world at such a young age that has allowed us to have not only a space sector in the Emirates, and not only an advent now into new sectors, and one sector that you're talking about is food security, but also allowed us to create a large impact and utilize all of society. And when we talk about empowerment at large, we need to think of it from a macro lens. What are the various areas within a society that needs to be tackled? How do you tackle it, and how do you ensure that empowerment is comprehensive? And empowerment is not just a word, but it's about value creation, it's about opportunity creation.
Fantastic. And as you said, there is lots of playing parts that need to come together in order for empowerment at large to happen. Azra, maybe you can talk us a little bit about your journey to date and how you founded and are now the CEO of Uvira.
Hello, everyone. Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon. My journey in STEM actually started very early during high school.
Okay.
And during high school, I was selected for a Gifted Students Program, National Gifted Student Program in Saudi Arabia, where I got an intensive mentorship in science and technology. And I fall in love with physics and with mathematics. And that's what led me to choose electrical engineering for my bachelor's, my master's, and my PhD as well. I want to emphasize on that program, the program that I had in high school back in 2009, and how it shaped my future decisions, and how the government was also supporting. It's a governmental program, and how the government is creating opportunities for women to be more active in science and technology. My research was focused on the fabrication of silicon electronics for heart assistive devices. And that was my master research. But after that, I started shifting a little bit into the sustainability and the consumer products because I noticed a huge gap between research and businesses. And I wanted to fill in that gap. So I took 1 year off from the PhD in 2019, and I flew to California, to Silicon Valley, to study entrepreneurship. And there I started my company, Uvira, to tackle the challenge of having food waste by 50% by the year 2030. This is the Sustainable Development Goal 12.3. And it focuses on reducing food waste at the households level and at the retailers level as well. And I wouldn't get this opportunity if, again, it wasn't supported by the community, because the entrepreneurial program that I attended in California was fully sponsored by MISC Foundation. And that's what enabled me to go to explore, to learn, and then coming back from California in 2020 and shifting my PhD to solely focus on the Internet of Food. And that's my new focus now. And that's how I see myself contributing to the economical development and also to sustainability through my research.
Fantastic. Well, I can see some common themes there. The importance of education, obviously, the importance of empower the young generation when you are already in high school, opening doors. And I think my original question was going to be around the challenges that you have faced throughout the journey. I leave it open because with such a positive, I would say, experience, would you like to highlight how have you been empowered and what are a few of the challenges that you face in your leadership journey as anyone else's faces as well?
So if we go back to discussing the aspect of skills, discussing the aspect of how do you marry that with creation of opportunities and how do you marry that with, I wouldn't call it empowerment, but I'll call it leveling the playing field for opportunities where skills and competitiveness is based on who does something better and who creates the maximum impact and who capitalizes on an opportunity the most.
Yep.
From that perspective, the development aspect then comes, and I'll take it from the development of new sectors in the economy. And how do you go about developing something that doesn't exist? If it's a new sector in the economy, it means the skills and the know-how and the capabilities to do it don't exist in a nation or in an economy or in a region or in an ecosystem. So the first aspect about developing any industry or any ecosystem or entering into any field that doesn't exist in any one nation or any one sector or any one area is the development of capabilities. And that is highly evolved around, especially if you're talking about industry, and is highly evolved around capturing know-how. And therefore building the right programs to be able to for people to gain experience from those that are experienced that don't particularly live in that country. So that's the first step in terms of the creation of opportunity. The second, if you're entering in a new field, there's massive risk associated with it, just due to lack of experience and due to the fact that you haven't done things right and haven't done things wrong. So it's a blank slate. And therefore providing a field by which you alleviate, so the necessary policies by which the risk is not carried by somebody who's in the experience development journey, but the risk is carried by institutions, associations, governments, as you're moving along. So that's the second aspect with regards to how to enable skill development in a particular society or in a sector. The third is creating then opportunities. So you've got the skilled workforce at that point. You're able to have the necessary mechanisms to alleviate risks. You need to identify what direction creates the necessary opportunities. So where do you play in that playing field? And how could you be competitive in it? And that's a journey, if I take it back to the space sector, that's a journey we've been taking in the space sector. And today we're at the level of how do we go about empowering those individuals and organizations to function in a global space sector and a global space industry. What areas within the space sector provide a competitive edge for them to enter into? Same thing for industry. With the adoption of technology and with the support of existing industrial players within the country, you're elevating the requirement of technology, therefore creating more opportunities for STEM. And it's these active measures that need to be put into place to be able to safely empower societies to establish new sectors and to develop existing sectors.
So from what I hear is a comprehensive framework with the policymakers, the private sector, but also the civil society that needs to, in a way, incentivize as well the pursuit of the new skills, of the new capabilities, and the risk-taking.
Absolutely, and that, if we take that as a foundational element, at least for our nation, so if the first 5 decades was about building hard infrastructure, so everything you can visually see, the next few decades is about building the intangible infrastructure, which is the necessary ecosystems and the drivers behind it. Not only the local level ecosystems, but the global ecosystem. As the economy of this nation will continue to grow, as the competitiveness grows, as it becomes more and more attractive to skilled workforce to come and create and co-create here with the dynamics that we're moving towards in the areas and sectors that we are focusing on, it becomes then foundational, what is our role from the global perspective? Across sectors, but also as individuals and as a nation that has a positive impact on the growth not only of the region but of the world.
Fantastic. And shifting exactly to the individual, Azra, maybe you can tell us a little bit more about how you felt empowered, or what's a few of the challenges that you also felt in your journey to be an entrepreneur and the CEO of Uvira? Because I'm sure it was not an easy ride.
For me personally, I feel so privileged to be born in an era of women empowerment, or to be specific, that I'm living my 20s in this era of women empowerment in Saudi Arabia. Yes, and I remember the change. I remember that there was a huge change in the employment of women in Saudi Arabia exactly in 2013. And that was led by King Abdullah. And now it's continued by King Salman and the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. And so for me personally, I was empowered. As I mentioned earlier, I got a full scholarship to go to California to study entrepreneurship. And my master's and PhD are also scholarships from the Ministry of Education. My bachelor is also a scholarship. So there is huge support for women education. And I think the education is the essence of the development of a community. Because when you think about it, the essence of a household is the mother. And if the mothers are educated or are well educated, then that will influence the entire community. So talking about the obstacles, I feel empowered. I don't feel that I faced a lot of obstacles, but I noticed that in other communities or in other countries, there are still obstacles that would prevent women from doing their best.
And I guess it is a journey, right? Because worldwide, at least in the G20 countries, you still see that 15% of the graduates in STEMs are women. So there is a little bit of a journey that we need to go to have an equal gender representation. What would be your call for action to have more women in the scientific fields?
Remove the preperception and biases that we as individuals have. By acknowledging that we do have these biases. Second, it was easier, so the UAE has reached roughly graduates every year gender parity in STEM in terms of graduates. And to be able to get to that point, or the fact that we've been able to get to that point, is due to the fact of not having legacy institutions that were either male only or institutions that had deeply entrenched biases in them. So from a global perspective, and this is not a perspective that would be implementable in the Emirates just by the nature of the diversity in terms of the workforce that exists here, but from a global perspective, removing these biases within institutions and creating the necessary frameworks to create opportunities and leveraging on not having these biases pass through, which is very similar to what the Emirates did, in the creation of new industries and new sectors. And that usually comes by commitment from the leadership all the way up top. Societal change is challenging to do from the get-go, but it's even more challenging to do if it's not supported all the way from top. So we've been blessed by having our founding father, who is, I think, deaf and to hearing that women couldn't be active parts of society. And it's through that just choice that was made, it changed society's perspective, cultural norms, and provided us with the right playing field for us to be where we are today.
Fantastic, thank you. Azra, what would be your call for action?
Before the call for action, I just remembered one obstacle, a very important obstacle, and that's the credibility gap. Women are still suffering from a credibility gap. When I say a piece of information and a man comes say the same piece of information, people would believe him more than they would believe me. And although I'm highly educated, a PhD in electrical engineering, but I still saw this in some situation. But I believe that my education helped me overcome this credibility gap. And my call for action is that I would emphasize on women to invest in their education, for themselves, for their children, and for the community. And also, my call for action for the government is to raise the awareness level on the importance of women education. Because as I mentioned earlier, that would affect the entire community.
100%. Well, thank you both very much. I think that if I just do the highlights of my key takeaways at least, and it's very difficult with such two great role models, is that when thinking about empowering societies with future skills, we need to really have a comprehensive framework from schoolroom to boardroom, because we need to create the opportunities from an education perspective that follow through and create value in the economy and the societies. But we also need the active play of everyone involved. And when I say everyone, it's policymakers, it's the private sector, it's the civil society, and it's having more fantastic role models as we have Your Excellency and Azra here today. Well, thank you so much. Please join me in thanking.
Thank you.
Thank you. And now we'll, oh, sorry.
Organization, His Excellency, Dr. Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus.
Excellencies, dear colleagues and friends, thank you for the opportunity of joining you today, albeit virtually. COVID-19 has demonstrated that a pandemic is so much more than a health crisis, with lives and livelihoods destroyed and societies and economies upended. More than 6 million people have died. Health systems have been disrupted. And for the first time this century, we have seen a rise in the number of people living in absolute poverty. While epidemics and pandemics are a fact of nature, they are exacerbated by urbanization, encroachment on habitats, the climate crisis, and insecurity. It's certain that COVID-19 won't be the last pandemic, but how likely is it to occur, and how much damage it causes when it does? Those are areas over which we have influence. We must learn the lessons of this pandemic. Let me offer three. First, it's essential to strengthen local production of vaccines, particularly in low and middle-income countries, to increase their independence and foster autonomy. In many countries, vaccines have helped to turn the tide on the pandemic, saving lives and protecting health systems. But as we speak, more than 80% of the population of Africa is yet to receive a single dose of vaccine, and the gap in access to tests is even worse. It has become obvious that equity cannot be left to market forces, or the goodwill of donors, or shifting geopolitical currents. Expanding local production of vaccines and other health products is a high priority for WHO. Recently, we have established the WHO mRNA Technology Transfer Hub in South Africa, which has now developed its own vaccine candidate. So far, 13 low and middle-income countries are set to receive technology from the hub to produce their own mRNA vaccines. The second lesson is that a resilient health system is not the same thing as an advanced medical care system. Health systems have been badly disrupted, including services for reproductive, maternal, and newborn health services, as well as routine immunizations and care for non-communicable diseases. For too long, too many countries have invested heavily in sophisticated medical care, but too little in public health. As a result, their health systems were overwhelmed. The backbone of public health is robust primary health care for detecting outbreaks at the earliest possible stage, as well as for preventing disease and promoting health at the community level. The third lesson is that the world needs an enhanced global architecture for pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response. In the face of a global crisis, no single country, organization, or agency can go it alone. The pandemic has once again illustrated the value of multilateralism. Instead of confusion and incoherence, we need cooperation in the face of common threats, along with sufficient resources for strengthening global health security. And we need an empowered and sustainably financed WHO at its core, playing the coordinating and normative role on which so many countries and partners depend. WHO's member states are now negotiating an international accord towards a more harmonized global response to future pandemics and epidemics, including the equitable sharing of countermeasures. We're also working with our member states to put in place new systems and tools to prevent, detect, and respond rapidly to epidemics and pandemics. New initiatives include the WHO Hub for Epidemic and Pandemic Intelligence in Berlin, the WHO BioHub system for sharing pathogens in Switzerland, and the Global Economics Genomics Surveillance Strategy. Above all, the pandemic has taught us that health is not simply an outcome of development, but the foundation of social, economic, and political stability. It's not a cost, but an investment. It's not a luxury for the few, but a fundamental human right for all. The World Government Summit is an opportunity to work together for shared solutions to shared threats and a healthier, safer, and fairer future for all. I thank you. Shukran jazilan.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is a main address by His Excellency Matthias Cormann, Secretary General of the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development.
Thank you for inviting me to speak at the World Government Summit. The OECD has supported this important forum since its inception. It is an honor to address you today. We're meeting at a very challenging time. As the world was starting to consolidate its recovery and after 2 difficult years marked by the COVID-19 pandemic was starting to get back to a new normal, we have been shocked and devastated by the pain and suffering caused by Russia's war against the people of Ukraine. It is a clear violation of international law and a serious threat to the rules-based international order. OECD member governments have condemned Russia's large-scale aggression against Ukraine in the strongest possible terms. The war in Ukraine is also self-evidently having a very negative impact on the global economic outlook. Growing energy insecurity, high energy prices give us even more incentives to succeed in the green energy transition. Climate change is accelerating and impacts are being felt now, already pushing natural and human systems beyond their ability to adapt. Nearly half of the world's population are highly vulnerable to climate change. By 2100, 50 to 75% of the global population could be exposed to periods of life-threatening climate conditions. The countries of the Middle East and North Africa are already being impacted with worsening water stress and reduced agricultural productivity. The COVID-19 pandemic has increased the share of people acutely affected by food insecurity from 6% of the region's population in 2019 to 20% in 2021, and climate change is expected to worsen this trend further. Recent climate commitments by many countries from around the world are very encouraging. Some 65 countries, covering 83% of global carbon emissions, have set net zero targets for the coming decades. These commitments now have to be translated into real actions and real outcomes, though. Urgent global action, urgent global outcomes are needed to reach net zero emissions by 2050, and we need to accelerate the necessary socio-economic and technological transformations. Reaching these objectives will require implementing the right policies and building effective governance mechanisms. This is at the center of OECD action, and I take this opportunity to invite all of you, policymakers, private sector leaders, experts and civil society actors, to join in this effort. Our work on building climate and economic resilience in the transition to a net zero low-carbon economy provides a common framework for understanding and enhancing country-specific net zero transition strategies. The OECD is also working to measure, report and compare the climate action efforts pursued by countries through our International Programme on Action on Climate, IPAC. IPAC helps participating countries strengthen and better coordinate their climate action, complementing and supporting the UNFCCC and Paris Agreement monitoring frameworks. The historic joint OECD G20 process that paved the way for a landmark international tax agreement in 2021 underpins a new OECD proposal to develop an inclusive framework on carbon pricing to help facilitate a more ambitious, multilaterally agreed, globally more coherent and better coordinated approach to climate action. The net zero transition is challenging for all countries, and even more so for countries such as Gulf Cooperation Council countries that are dependent on fossil fuels for energy, income and employment. Economies that are fossil fuel exporters are likely to face some 51% reduction in oil and gas export-related government revenues to 2040, with annual per capita income from oil and gas falling by around 75% by the 2030s. These countries need to manage such risks and prepare for the transition while seizing the opportunities that renewable energy and clean technologies can offer. The strategic vision of the United Arab Emirates in this transformation is absolutely inspirational, and the OECD stands ready to deepen our engagement with you to help achieve this vision. Collective efforts at global level are more necessary than ever, which is why initiatives such as the World Government Summit are so critical. Shaping a better future for humanity is our motivation, and being part of the collective global action for climate is the condition to succeed. Thank you.
الحضور الكريم، سنستأنف الجلسة التالية بعد قليل.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will resume our next session shortly.
أصحاب السمو، أيها الحضور الكريم، نستمع الآن لكلمة رئيسية يلقيها سمو الشيخ صباح الخالد الحمد الصباح، رئيس مجلس الوزراء لدولة الكويت، فليتفضل سموه مشكورا.
Your Highnesses, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming His Highness Sheikh Sabah Al-Khalid Al-Hamad Al-Sabah, Prime Minister of Kuwait.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن راشد آل مكتوم، نائب رئيس دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة الشقيقة، رئيس مجلس الوزراء، حاكم إمارة دبي، أصحاب السمو والمعالي والسعادة، السيدات والسادة، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. نجتمع اليوم في ظل عالم مليء بالتناقضات ما بين أزمات وصراعات وتحولات تسير بوتيرة متسارعة تقودها ابتكارات وإبداعات، ونمو مضطرد للاستخدام التكنولوجي والحلول الرقمية والشبكات المتطورة القادرة على نقل البيانات والمعلومات بسرعة غير مسبوقة على نحو طور من أنماط حياة المجتمعات وأعمال المؤسسات بطرق استثنائية، لتشكل عالماً جديداً لا يشبه شيئاً مما مضى من حيث السرعة والتفاعل والترابط، الأمر الذي وضع حكومات العالم أمام خط المواجهة من واقع معرفي ورقمي يفوق خيالنا وتصور إدراكنا، وهي مواجهة تحمل في كنفها فرصاً وتحديات بين آفاق تساعد على استشراف المستقبل بأمل واعد للبشرية، ومخاوف من مزاحمة العقل الآلي للعقل البشري ضمن أسواق العمل وبيئة الأعمال التجارية، مما يستدعي فهماً أعمق وتدبراً أوسع لشكل وطبيعة دور الحكومات في الألفية الثالثة. أصحاب السمو والمعالي والسعادة، الحضور الكريم، إن أبرز ما تعاني منه أجندة العديد من حكومات العالم سبل معالجة تحديات القرن ال21 كالتغير المناخي وندرة المياه والصراعات الجيوسياسية والتحولات الديموغرافية والفقر والأزمات الصحية والاختلالات الاقتصادية والأزمات المالية، مما يتطلب استجابة دولية سريعة وتضافر جهود الحكومات للحد من آثارها والعمل على تحويلها إلى فرص واعدة تحسن من جودة الحياة للشعوب عبر التمكين التكنولوجي والترابط الاقتصادي العالمي والتوسع في بناء شبكة المدن المستدامة واستخدامات الطاقة النظيفة. ورغم كل التحديات والتحذيرات العالمية بخطورة الوضع البيئي على مستقبل اقتصاديات العالم، إلا أن ما زال العديد من الدول بذات الوتيرة الاستنزافية المفرطة للموارد المتاحة، الأمر الذي يدعو إلى تبصر في سبل المحافظة على مقدرات الشعوب والأجيال المستقبلية لضمان حياة آمنة ومستقرة. وفي شأن التغير المناخي تبذل دولة الكويت عناية شديدة لتطبيق بنود اتفاق باريس للمناخ عبر المساهمة بحزمة من المشاريع التنموية الصديقة للبيئة وإقرار خطط وبرامج التنمية المستدامة على المستوى الوطني نظام اقتصادي منخفض الانبعاثات من الكربون المكافئ بناء على توقعات انبعاثاتها المستقبلية ضمن أنماط العمل المعتادة للفترة ما بين 2015 إلى 2035. كما خطت جهود الدولة بتنويع مصادر الطاقة عبر تبني حلول الطاقات المتجددة واستبدال الوقود الأحفوري بالغاز المسال، وبناء وتطوير مصافي تكرير النفط لإنتاج الوقود البيئي النظيف لضمان استدامة إمدادات الطاقة للأجيال القادمة. علاوة على سعي الدولة إلى تبني استراتيجية وطنية خفيضة الكربون حتى عام 2050 مبنية على مبادئ الاقتصاد الدائري للكربون، وذلك ضمن سياق استيفاء المتطلبات والالتزامات البيئية العالمية. أصحاب السمو والمعالي والسعادة، حضور الكريم، لقد شكلت هذه التحديات نواة القلق الإيجابي بشأن مستقبل شعوب العالم في القرن 21، وهو قلق يدفع الحكومات نحو المزيد من التطور وتبني الأفكار الإبداعية ووضع الخطط الاستباقية التي تساعد على استيعاب توجهات ومتطلبات القرن 21 وإدراك أدواته التنافسية القائمة على الاستخدام الكثيف للمعرفة والابتكار والتكنولوجيات المتطورة ضمن إطار من الشراكة الدولية وتحمل المسؤولية تجاه تنمية المجتمعات وتحسين جودة الحياة بما يحقق الرخاء والاستقرار في العالم. أصحاب السمو والمعالي والسعادة، حضور الكريم، في ظل مبادئ وتوجهات الألفية الثالثة بات للحكومات أدوار معاصرة تتعلق بمهام التمكين والتعزيز أكثر من التشغيل والإدارة، وهي أدوار تتسق ومرئيات العديد من دول العالم، ومبادئ وأهداف التنمية المستدامة 2030 التي تعول على استخدام الحلول الرقمية والتكنولوجيات المتطورة لتعزيز وتطوير بيئات الأعمال والهياكل الاقتصادية والاجتماعية والبيئية. وهذا يتطلب رؤية مشتركة للحكومات حول إعداد الخطط الاستراتيجية والتشريعات والسياسات وسبل تسخير التكنولوجيا المتقدمة لتحقيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة 2030. إن من مهام الحكومات المعاصرة السعي لبناء وتطوير نظام الاقتصاد المعرفي والاقتصاد الرقمي والبنى الابتكارية وشبكة مراكز البحث العلمي لتوظيف الإنتاج المعرفي الذي بات نفط القرن 21 في بناء رأس مال بشري وتمكينه تعليمياً وتأهيلياً وتدريبياً ليكون قادراً على مواكبة الاحتياجات المستقبلية. فالتعليم والتنمية صنوان متلازمان ووسيلة الدول للتحول نحو مجتمع المعرفة، وهو استثمار أصيل يشكل الدعامة الأساسية للبنى الاقتصادية والاجتماعية والتكنولوجية، وركيزة محورية للنهوض بمستوى حياة الفرد وتطوير المجتمع. أصحاب السمو والمعالي والسعادة، الحضور الكريم، ساهمت الثورة الرقمية والمعلومات في تشكيل تفضيلات شعوب الألفية الثالثة التي تتطلع إلى نماذج حكومية معاصرة قادرة على مواجهة التحديات وتلبية متطلبات الألفية الثالثة وتحسين جودة الحياة على نحو يعزز من ثقة الشعوب بالحكومات، وهي نماذج قائمة على مبادئ تعزيز كفاءة الخدمات العامة لتلبية احتياجات أفراد المجتمع وتعزيز ونشر قيمة النزاهة والحريات ضمن أطر القوانين المنظمة لها. وفي هذا الشأن أولت دولة الكويت اهتماماً كبيراً ضمن برنامج عمل الحكومة في رسم خارطة طريق لإعادة هيكلة الجهاز الحكومي ليكون أكثر اتساقاً مع متطلبات تعزيز النزاهة والتحول الرقمي. إن النماذج الحكومية كالإلكترونية والرقمية والذكية ما هي إلا تعبير عن درجة التطور الفكري والإداري والتشغيلي السائد في الدولة، ومؤشر لقياس سرعة الاستجابة والمواءمة مع المتغيرات العالمية، وإشارة إلى مستوى التطور والنمو والازدهار ضمن منظومات الخدمات الحكومية التي شهدت تحولات بارزة خلال العقدين الماضيين. ولعل من المناسب في هذا التجمع العالمي للحكومات طرح أفكار جديدة بشأن مستقبل الحكومات في القرن 21، ومنها نموذج الحكومات المعرفية الذي يشير في جوهره إلى شكل الإدارة المستقبلية التي تجسد معاني التغيير العميق ضمن جوانبها القيادية والإدارية والتشغيلية، على نحو تكون المعرفة فيه إنتاجاً واستغلالاً مقصدها الاستراتيجي لتحقيق رؤيتها المستقبلية وتحسين جودة حياة شعوبها. أصحاب السمو والمعالي والسعادة، الحضور الكريم، لقد وضعت دولة الكويت أولى لبنات نحو بناء الحكومة المعرفية من خلال إطلاق المركز الوطني للاقتصاد المعرفي الذي يطلع بالعديد من المهام التأسيسية لبناء الاقتصاد المعرفي وفق رؤية دولة الكويت 2035، بالإضافة إلى بناء المؤشر المعرفي للمؤسسات العامة وتطبيقه في دولة الكويت بهدف قياس فجوات المؤسسات العامة بين الأداء والنتائج بالتعاون مع البنك الدولي. وإذ يسعدني أن نطرح هذه المؤشر كمبادرة كويتية ومسؤولية معرفية نتشارك فيها مع الدول بخبراتها وقدراتها لتعزيز وتحسين أداء الحكومات وأجهزتها ومؤسساتها بما يتسق ومتطلبات الألفية الثالثة وأهداف التنمية المستدامة 2030 وتلبية لطموحات الشعوب. وفي الختام لا يسعني إلا أن أجدد الشكر والتقدير على هذه الدعوة وعلى الجهود الجبارة المبذولة لإنجاح هذا التجمع العالمي للحكومات. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
نشكر سمو الشيخ صباح الخالد الحمد الصباح على هذه الكلمة الرئيسية.
Thank you, Your Highness, for this main address.
أصحاب السمو، أيها الحضور الكريم، الجلسة التالية بعنوان بناء مدن المستقبل دبي حاضنة عالمية للإبداع. نستضيف سمو الشيخة لطيفة بنت محمد بن راشد آل مكتوم، رئيسة هيئة الثقافة والفنون في دبي، فلتتفضل سموها مشكورة.
Your Highnesses, ladies and gentlemen, our next session is titled Building Cities of the Future, Dubai's Ambition for a Global Creative Metropolis. We are pleased to welcome Her Highness Sheikha Latifa bint Muhammad bin Rashid Al Maktoum, Chairperson of the Dubai Culture and Arts Authority.
Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, Assalamu alaikum. I'm proud to address you all today in what could be the biggest cultural gathering in the world, Expo 2020 Dubai, about the role of creativity and culture, and Dubai's ambition to create a global creative metropolis. 50 years ago, this gathering could have happened in my grandfather's majlis, or possibly in a large tent in the heart of the desert. We would invite you to sit on carpets rolled out on the sand. Make yourself comfortable on handmade cushions. We would welcome you with Arabic coffee and dates. We would celebrate our culture and tradition through songs and poetry. We would tell stories of the desert and the tribes that roamed its dunes. And although you're all seated indoors today, with everything that technology and innovation has to offer, we welcome you the same way we always have and always will, with open arms, generosity, and the warmth of the Arabian hospitality. I remember attending majlises as a child in my family home. A majlis is a forum where people gather to socialize, exchange knowledge and ideas, share stories and current events, and greet guests. People from all walks of life are welcome in a majlis, and from all over the world. They're a very important part of our Bedouin heritage and Emirati culture. I'm very proud to address you today in one of the world's biggest majlises, the World Government Summit. As the chairperson of the Dubai Culture and Arts Authority, I've been entrusted with the vision to transform Dubai into a global creative metropolis. And I've learned through my work in the industry that the fastest way to do this is through open collaboration, teamwork, and enabling and supporting the sector. Today, I'm going to take you all on the journey that we're on and where we stand to date. I've been working at the Dubai Culture and Arts Authority since before its launch in 2008. In 2014, I was appointed vice chairman of the board of directors. And in one afternoon, in September of 2019, I received a notification on my phone. It was a tweet by my father, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum. In his tweet, he appointed me chairwoman of the Dubai Culture and Arts Authority. He said he wanted Dubai to become a global cultural center, just like it is a global business center. He wished me and my team the best of luck, and he said he wanted to see the new direction of the authority within a month. Now, there are two things that happened in that moment. One, I was appointed chairwoman through a tweet, and two, I knew I had to hit the ground running. Now, I don't think that this happens anywhere else in the world. If this isn't a sign of a forward-thinking, progressive, flexible government, I don't know what is. So the next day, I buckled down with my team at the office. It was a weekend, so it wasn't the great first impression. And we started working on the new direction of the authority. 2 weeks later, we presented it to my father, and he gave us the blessing to commence. 6 months after I was appointed, COVID hit, and the entire world went into lockdown. Talk about a challenge. I had to make sure we supported the industry. These were unprecedented times we were all going through. It was a time for collaboration and coming together. During the lockdown, we held a series of online workshops just to understand what the industry is going through and what they needed to survive the lockdown. Once the lockdown ended, we conducted a series of majlises with many creatives within the sector. I sat with the artists, the designers, the writers, filmmakers, animators, and even game developers. This was a new reality we were all navigating together. I wanted to have an open and honest discussion with them and know what their concerns are and what the challenges they're facing are, and know what they need, not only to get through the pandemic, but to survive and thrive after it. For me, this was a chance to apply foresight and proactivity, just as my father taught us. It was a time to take advantage of the circumstances and look at it as an opportunity to innovate, and not as a predicament we had to overcome. It was a time to rewrite what was possible for the industry and lay the foundation for it to progress to the next level. In July 2021, we launched the Dubai Culture and Arts 6-year strategy. Now, the first thing I told my team was that they no longer work for the Dubai Culture and Arts Authority. They now worked for the creative and cultural industry in Dubai. And this created a mind shift within the team. We now started looking at sectorial progress and goals as opposed to organizational goals. And this was our first sectorial strategy that measured the progress of the sector. One tweet set the vision for an entire industry. And the feedback from our majlises were crucial in forming all our strategies. Now we had to ask ourselves, how did Dubai become a global center for business? And the answer was very clear. The government of Dubai, led by my father, made it very easy for entrepreneurs and businesses to operate in Dubai. They did this through economic zones, incentives, and easier regulations. They made it very easy for people to locate to Dubai, ensuring a great quality of life for them. Now, this was already a successful model that we had to replicate and adapt for our industry. Fortunately, during the past 2 decades, the government of Dubai worked on systematically strengthening different sectors within Dubai, starting with the e-government to the mobile government, strengthening healthcare and education, creating economic zones, creating industry clusters, and synergies between sectors in finance, hospitality, technology, media, entertainment, among others. We now already had the right infrastructure for a creative industry to flourish. We needed to create the right ecosystem for it to thrive. Now, as we all have seen, the pandemic has proved to us, beyond its huge economic impact, culture and creativity is what makes us human. It is what we need in the face of adversity. A creative city is a resilient one. So we now have a very ambitious vision for Dubai. How do we expect to achieve it? Through our work and through our conversations with the sector, we've identified 5 targets. The first is supporting talent. The second is making culture and creativity accessible to everyone and everywhere. The third is focusing on Dubai's creative economy. The fourth is enhancing cultural experiences to reach a global audience. And the final target is ensuring our national heritage is preserved, passed on, and globally recognized. One of the most important commitments the government of the UAE has made towards the creative sector is creating the world's first 10-year cultural visa. And I'm happy to say today that 5,000 creatives in Dubai hold that visa. Now, as I mentioned earlier, the outcomes of the majlises were crucial in informing all our strategies. They were also integral in putting together the Dubai Creative Economy Strategy that my father launched in April 2021. The first part of this strategy is establishing a creative zone in the heart of Dubai's industrial area, Al Goz. Now, this is an area that grew organically into a creative community, so it made sense that it had a lot of potential to grow into a creative zone with the right support. For this project to succeed, we had to work with so many partners from the public and private sector. And in the spirit of teamwork and collaboration, we formed the higher committee of the Algoz Creative Zone. Now, having all the heads of entities working on these projects on one table made it very clear that all these leaders in the Dubai government are now invested in the success of this project. They are now invested in the success of the creative sector. We've been able to move very fast with implementing changes within the cultural industry, within these initiatives, thanks to Dubai's very flexible government system. It's a government system that listens, takes our recommendations on board, and is quick to make the changes that we need. Those changes are crucial to support the sector in growing and to ease operations for them. This allowed us to look at the legal framework in the industry and amend and improve what we needed. Another lesson I learned from my father: laws are in place to make people's lives easier. If they don't, we change them. Some of these things, some of the initiatives we were able to create with this flexible government system was that we worked on creating a one-stop shop for creatives on the Invest in Dubai website. Creatives can now go online, apply for all the necessary approvals, and obtain a creative license in 7 minutes. We worked on flexible freelancing licenses. We worked on changing the land use within the Algoz area to allow for mixed-use buildings to emerge. And we're now working on many more changes. The reason we're able to work on such huge, ambitious projects that span sectors is because everyone in the government of Dubai is led by one altruistic vision. This vision has been instilled in us by our government, and it is that everything we do and everything we work on has to lead to the happiness of the people of Dubai. Now you can ask yourself, why is the creative sector important, especially in these volatile times? While it's hard to argue against the value of culture and creativity, it's also hard to quantify. But because this is Dubai, let's talk business. Today we have around 14,700 cultural institutions and businesses established in Dubai, employing over 100,000 creative talents. The creative sector in Dubai contributes 4% to the GDP. And I have to mention, this is 1 point higher than the global statistic. Before the pandemic, the creative industry contributed annual global revenues of $2,250 billion. That's 3% of the global GDP. This sector also employs more young people than any other sector. Now, turning Dubai into the next global creative metropolis is not a dream. Dubai already cemented itself as a leader in the region, and is now growing steadily into an international cultural platform. We have Art Dubai, the biggest art fair in the region, and a global cornerstone in the art calendar. We have Dubai Art Season and Dubai Design Week, which are two of the most prominent creative festivals in the region. We have Downtown Design, the region's largest design fair. And we have Emirates Airlines Festival of Literature, which is a favorite among writers worldwide. At a time when defiance against globalization and migration is rising, Dubai keeps building bridges between cultures. Freedom of entrepreneurship is very important in our culture. We will make Dubai the easiest place for creatives to set up and operate. Putting people and communities at the heart of our decision-making means welcoming international talent with open arms. We're in a very unique position, having more than 190 nationalities living, coexisting, working with each other in respect and tolerance and celebrating each other's cultures. Diversity can only make our cultural scene more vibrant. We often hear that culture is soft power. I have to disagree. Culture is power, full stop. Economic and social power. Thank you so much for your time.
نشكر سمو الشيخة لطيفة بنت محمد بن راشد آل مكتوم على هذه الكلمة الملهمة.
Thank you, Your Highness.
Doubt that humans are heating up the oceans, land and sea by burning fossil fuels.
The world has to overcome not only the damage done to our economies and our societies by COVID-19, it also has to confront the repercussions.
سرعة التغيير القادمة أكبر بكثير مما نتوقع.
I see a future where the internet is available for free for everyone, and that means the location of power is going to shift. Decentralization of power structures everywhere may be the beginning of that shift in finance, in political power.
We have to uphold our responsibility, which we have towards the next generation.
There's no longer any doubt that humans are heating up the oceans, land and sea by burning fossil fuels.
The world has to overcome not only the damage done to our economies and our societies by COVID-19, it also has to confront the repercussions.
سرعة التغيير القادمة أكبر بكثير مما نتوقع.
I see a future where the internet is available for free for everyone, and that means the location of power is going to shift. Decentralization of power structures everywhere may be the beginning of that shift in finance, in political power.
We have to uphold our responsibility, which we have towards the next generation.
There's no longer any doubt that humans are heating up the oceans, land and sea by burning fossil fuels.
The world has to overcome not only the damage done to our economies and our societies by COVID-19, it also has to confront the repercussions.
سرعة التغيير القادمة أكبر بكثير مما نتوقع.
I see a future where the internet is available for free for everyone, and that means the location of power is going to shift. Decentralization of power structures everywhere may be the beginning of that shift in finance, in political power.
We have to uphold our responsibility, which we have towards the next generation.
There's no longer any doubt that humans are heating up the oceans, land, and sea by burning fossil fuels.
The world has to overcome not only the damage done to our economies and our societies by COVID-19, it also has to confront the repercussions.
سرعة التغيير القادمة أكبر بكثير مما نتوقع.
I see a future where the internet is available for free for everyone, and that means the location of power is going to shift. Decentralization of power structures everywhere may be the beginning of that shift in finance, in political power.
We have to uphold our responsibility, which we have towards the next generation.
There's no longer any doubt that humans are heating up the oceans, land, and sea by burning fossil fuels.
The world has to overcome not only the damage done to our economies and our societies by COVID-19, it also has to confront the repercussions.
سرعة التغيير القادمة أكبر بكثير مما نتوقع.
I see a future where the internet is available for free for everyone, and that means the location of power is going to shift. Decentralization of power structures everywhere may be the beginning of that shift in finance, in political power.
We have to uphold our responsibility, which we have towards the next generation.
There's no longer any doubt that humans are heating up the oceans, land, and sea by burning fossil fuels.
The world has to overcome not only the damage done to our economies and our societies by COVID-19, it also has to confront the repercussions.
سرعة التغيير القادمة أكبر بكثير مما نتوقع.
I see a future where the internet is available for free for everyone, and that means the location of power is going to shift. Decentralization of power structures everywhere may be the beginning of that shift in finance, in political power.
We have to uphold our responsibility, which we have towards the next generation.
There's no longer any doubt that humans are heating up the oceans, land, and sea by burning fossil fuels.
The world has to overcome not only the damage done to our economies and our societies by COVID-19, it also has to confront the repercussions.
سرعة التغيير القادمة أكبر بكثير مما نتوقع.
I see a future where the internet is available for free for everyone, and that means the location of power is going to shift. Decentralization of power structures everywhere may be the beginning of that shift in finance, in political power.
We have to uphold our responsibility, which we have towards the next generation.
There's no longer any doubt that humans are heating up the oceans, land, and sea by burning fossil fuels.
The world has to overcome not only the damage done to our economies and our societies by COVID-19, it also has to confront the repercussions.
سرعة التغيير القادمة أكبر بكثير مما نتوقع.
I see a future where the internet is available for free for everyone, and that means the location of power is going to shift. Decentralization of power structures everywhere may be the beginning of that shift in finance, in political power.
We have to uphold our responsibility, which we have towards the next generation.
There's no longer any doubt that humans are heating up the oceans, land, and sea by burning fossil fuels.
The world has to overcome not only the damage done to our economies and our societies by COVID-19, it also has to confront the repercussions.
سرعة التغيير القادمة أكبر بكثير مما نتوقع.
I see a future where the internet is available for free for everyone, and that means the location of power is going to shift. Decentralization of power structures everywhere may be the beginning of that shift in finance, in political power.
We have to uphold our responsibility, which we have towards the next generation.
There's no longer any doubt that humans are heating up the oceans, land, and sea by burning fossil fuels.
The world has to overcome not only the damage done to our economies and our societies by COVID-19, it also has to confront the repercussions.
سرعة التغيير القادمة أكبر بكثير مما نتوقع.
I see a future where the internet is available for free for everyone, and that means the location of power is going to shift. Decentralization of power structures everywhere may be the beginning of that shift in finance, in political power.
We have to uphold our responsibility, which we have towards the next generation.
There's no longer any doubt that humans are heating up the oceans, land, and sea by burning fossil fuels.
The world has to overcome not only the damage done to our economies and our societies by COVID-19, it also has to confront the repercussions.
سرعة التغيير القادمة أكبر بكثير مما نتوقع.
I see a future where the internet is available for free for everyone, and that means the location of power is going to shift. Decentralization of power structures everywhere may be the beginning of that shift in finance, in political power.
We have to uphold our responsibility, which we have towards the next generation.
There's no longer any doubt that humans are heating up the oceans, land, and sea by burning fossil fuels.
The world has to overcome not only the damage done to our economies and our societies by COVID-19, it also has to confront the repercussions.
سرعة التغيير القادمة أكبر بكثير مما نتوقع.
I see a future where the internet is available for free for everyone, and that means the location of power is going to shift. Decentralization of power structures everywhere may be the beginning of that shift in finance, in political power.
We have to uphold our responsibility, which we have towards the next generation.
There's no longer any doubt that humans are heating up the oceans, land, and sea by burning fossil fuels.
The world has to overcome not only the damage done to our economies and our societies by COVID-19, it also has to confront the repercussions.
سرعة التغيير القادمة أكبر بكثير مما نتوقع.
I see a future where the internet is available for free for everyone, and that means the location of power is going to shift. Decentralization of power structures everywhere may be the beginning of that shift in finance, in political power.
We have to uphold our responsibility, which we have towards the next generation.
There's no longer any doubt that humans are heating up the oceans, land, and sea by burning fossil fuels.
The world has to overcome not only the damage done to our economies and our societies by COVID-19, it also has to confront the repercussions.
سرعة التغيير القادمة أكبر بكثير مما نتوقع.
I see a future where the internet is available for free for everyone, and that means the location of power is going to shift. Decentralization of power structures everywhere may be the beginning of that shift in finance, in political power.
We have to uphold our responsibility, which we have towards the next generation.
There's no longer any doubt that humans are heating up the oceans, land, and sea by burning fossil fuels.
The world has to overcome not only the damage done to our economies and our societies by COVID-19, it also has to confront the repercussions.
سرعة التغيير القادمة أكبر بكثير مما نتوقع.
I see a future where the internet is available for free for everyone, and that means the location of power is going to shift. Decentralization of power structures everywhere may be the beginning of that shift in finance, in political power.
We have to uphold our responsibility, which we have towards the next generation.
There's no longer any doubt that humans are heating up the oceans, land, and sea by burning fossil fuels.
The world has to overcome not only the damage done to our economies and our societies by COVID-19, it also has to confront the repercussions.
سرعة التغيير القادمة أكبر بكثير مما نتوقع.
I see a future where the internet is available for free for everyone, and that means the location of power is going to shift. Decentralization of power structures everywhere may be the beginning of that shift in finance, in political power.
We have to uphold our responsibility, which we have towards the next generation.
There's no longer any doubt that humans are heating up the oceans, land, and sea by burning fossil fuels.
The world has to overcome not only the damage done to our economies and our societies by COVID-19, it also has to confront the repercussions.
سرعة التغيير القادمة أكبر بكثير مما نتوقع.
I see a future where the internet is available for free for everyone, and that means the location of power is going to shift. Decentralization of power structures everywhere may be the beginning of that shift in finance, in political power.
We have to uphold our responsibility, which we have towards the next generation.
There's no longer any doubt that humans are heating up the oceans, land, and sea by burning fossil fuels.
The world has to overcome not only the damage done to our economies and our societies by COVID-19, it also has to confront the repercussions.
التغيير القادمة أكبر بكثير مما نتوقع.
I see a future where the internet is available for free for everyone, and that means the location of power is going to shift. Decentralization of power structures everywhere may be the beginning of that shift in finance, in political power.
We have to uphold our responsibility, which we have towards the next generation.
There's no longer any doubt that humans are heating up the oceans, land, and sea by burning fossil fuels.
The world has to overcome not only the damage done to our economies and our societies by COVID-19, it also has to confront the repercussions.
سرعة التغيير القادمة أكبر بكثير مما نتوقع.
I see a future where the internet is available for free for everyone, and that means the location of power is going to shift. Decentralization of power structures everywhere may be the beginning of that shift in finance, in political power.
We have to uphold our responsibility, which we have towards the next generation.
There's no longer any doubt that humans are heating up the oceans, land, and sea by burning fossil fuels.
The world has to overcome not only the damage done to our economies and our societies by COVID-19, it also has to confront the repercussions.
سرعة التغيير القادمة أكبر بكثير مما نتوقع.
I see a future where the internet is available for free for everyone, and that means the location of power is going to shift. Decentralization of power structures everywhere may be the beginning of that shift in finance, in political power.
We have to uphold our responsibility, which we have towards the next generation.
There's no longer any doubt that humans are heating up the oceans, land, and sea by burning fossil fuels.
The world has to overcome not only the damage done to our economies and our societies by COVID-19, it also has to confront the repercussions.
سرعة التغيير القادمة أكبر بكثير مما نتوقع.
I see a future where the internet is available for free for everyone, and that means the location of power is going to shift. Decentralization of power structures everywhere may be the beginning of that shift in finance, in political power.
We have to uphold our responsibility, which we have towards the next generation.
There's no longer any doubt that humans are heating up the oceans, land, and sea by burning fossil fuels.
The world has to overcome not only the damage done to our economies and our societies by COVID-19, it also has to confront the repercussions.
التغيير القادمة أكبر بكثير مما نتوقع.
I see a future where the internet is available for free for everyone, and that means the location of power is going to shift. Decentralization of power structures everywhere may be the beginning of that shift in finance, in political power.
We have to uphold our responsibility, which we have towards the next generation.
There's no longer any doubt that humans are heating up the oceans, land, and sea by burning fossil fuels.
The world has to overcome not only the damage done to our economies and our societies by COVID-19, it also has to confront the repercussions.
سرعة التغيير القادمة أكبر بكثير مما نتوقع.
I see a future where the internet is available for free for everyone, and that means the location of power is going to shift. Decentralization of power structures everywhere may be the beginning of that shift in finance, in political power.
We have to uphold our responsibility, which we have towards the next generation.
There's no longer any doubt that humans are heating up the oceans, land, and sea by burning fossil fuels.
The world has to overcome not only the damage done to our economies and our societies by COVID-19, it also has to confront the repercussions.
سرعة التغيير القادمة أكبر بكثير مما نتوقع.
I see a future where the internet is available for free for everyone, and that means the location of power is going to shift. Decentralization of power structures everywhere may be the beginning of that shift in finance, in political power.
We have to uphold our responsibility, which we have towards the next generation.
There's no longer any doubt that humans are heating up the oceans, land, and sea by burning fossil fuels.
The world has to overcome not only the damage done to our economies and our societies by COVID-19, it also has to confront the repercussions.
سرعة التغيير القادمة أكبر بكثير مما نتوقع.
I see a future where the internet is available for free for everyone, and that means the location of power is going to shift. Decentralization of power structures everywhere may be the beginning of that shift in finance, in political power.
We have to uphold our responsibility, which we have towards the next generation.
There's no longer any doubt that humans are heating up the oceans, land, and sea by burning fossil fuels.
The world has to overcome not only the damage done to our economies and our societies by COVID-19, it also has to confront the repercussions.
سرعة التغيير القادمة أكبر بكثير مما نتوقع.
I see a future where the internet is available for free for everyone, and that means the location of power is going to shift. Decentralization of power structures everywhere may be the beginning of that shift in finance, in political power.
We have to uphold our responsibility, which we have towards the next generation.
There's no longer any doubt that humans are heating up the oceans, land, and sea by burning fossil fuels.
The world has to overcome not only the damage done to our economies and our societies by COVID-19, it also has to confront the repercussions.
سرعة التغيير القادمة أكبر بكثير مما نتوقع.
I see a future where the internet is available for free for everyone, and that means the location of power is going to shift. Decentralization of power structures everywhere may be the beginning of that shift in finance, in political power.
We have to uphold our responsibility, which we have towards the next generation.
There's no longer any doubt that humans are heating up the oceans, land, and sea by burning fossil fuels.
The world has to overcome not only the damage done to our economies and our societies by COVID-19, it also has to confront the repercussions.
سرعة التغيير القادمة أكبر بكثير مما نتوقع.
I see a future where the internet is available for free for everyone, and that means the location of power is going to shift. Decentralization of power structures everywhere may be the beginning of that shift in finance, in political power.
We have to uphold our responsibility, which we have towards the next generation.
There's no longer any doubt that humans are heating up the oceans, land, and sea by burning fossil fuels.
The world has to overcome not only the damage done to our economies and our societies by COVID-19, it also has to confront the repercussions.
سرعة التغيير القادمة أكبر بكثير مما نتوقع.
I see a future where the internet is available for free for everyone, and that means the location of power is going to shift. Decentralization of power structures everywhere may be the beginning of that shift in finance, in political power.
We have to uphold our responsibility, which we have towards the next generation.
There's no longer any doubt that humans are heating up the oceans, land, and sea by burning fossil fuels.
The world has to overcome not only the damage done to our economies and our societies by COVID-19, it also has to confront the repercussions.
التغيير القادمة أكبر بكثير مما نتوقع.
I see a future where the internet is available for free for everyone, and that means the location of power is going to shift. Decentralization of power structures everywhere may be the beginning of that shift in finance, in political power.
We have to uphold our responsibility, which we have towards the next generation.
There's no longer any doubt that humans are heating up the oceans, land, and sea by burning fossil fuels.
The world has to overcome not only the damage done to our economies and our societies by COVID-19, it also has to confront the repercussions.
For example, and all of you in front of us in the physical world. I must confess, I'm not an expert in the metaverse. I think I'm a person who's passionate about it. I want to understand it, but we all want to understand what is the importance of the metaverse for our jobs as government leaders, for our lives as people who are using and leveraging technology, and as well for the future and the opportunities that it creates. The UAE government does not believe in waiting for the future to happen and then react to it. What we believe is our job is to shape the future with the brightest minds and the people who are creating that future for us. It is my pleasure to say that this forum is brought in collaboration with Meta, formerly Facebook, who today is paving the way to the future of the metaverse. What does the metaverse mean for me? For me specifically, it means a world where we have scale, where we can offer services beyond geographic boundaries. It means a world where we're able to really enter into the virtual world and consume its knowledge and consume as well the opportunities that it brings with it. And finally, it means unleashing a new form of creativity, being able to not just design physical goods and services, but design a whole new set of worlds, a whole new set of governance protocols, and a whole new set of experiences for people from all over the world. If anything, the metaverse to me means a new form of expression. I'm very happy to be with all of you here today, and do hope that this is the first cornerstone that we put as the UAE government and the World Government Summit for governments everywhere to build the future world that we're going to live in the next decade. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And now for the next segment of our forum, we have Brent Harris, Vice President of Governance at Meta, to discuss the metaverse, but also governance. Please, Brent, welcome.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much for having us here.
It's great to have you here. And I have to say, my apologies to those who my back is to. Dhuruni, I'm sorry. I always feel awkward sitting with my back to people. So here we go. Brent, I want to ask you first, what is the metaverse?
It's such a good question. We often hear it now because the word is on everybody's lips, on everybody's tongues. We've been hearing it throughout our time, even just in this forum, in this summit. And the metaverse is going to be the next wave of the internet. It's the next wave of social technology. And it's going to have properties that we just don't see today with the technologies that we have. And so right now, when you experience applications, when you experience the internet, it's very much a 2D type of experience. The metaverse is going to be three-dimensional, and that's going to create a profound and different type of effect and different experience. It is going to be interoperable, and beyond that, it's going to create this sense of presence. And so what you lack today when you interact, whether it's on something like Zoom, when you go and you pull up Google or a website, what you lack is that sense of feeling presence, and presence in a space, presence with other people. And that's what the metaverse is about, is actually bringing that feeling to social technology and to the internet. And I'll give you an example on it, if you'll let me.
I was just going to say, give us an example.
So I often think back as an example on it to my own family and my own upbringing. And when I was growing up in rural America, my mom, my mother, struggled to find a job. And she struggled because what she was trained to do in the small town where we lived was a job that was only on the second or third floor of this one employer on this building. And she was someone who was disabled. She was someone who was in a wheelchair. And even though she was qualified, even though they said they wanted to hire her, she wasn't actually able to do the work. And what is so powerful about actually bringing a sense of presence is that it will break down physical barriers that exist today. And so what I'm hopeful on, part of the reason that I do this work, is I think about people like my mother and the ability for them to actually access and be with colleagues and have employment and jobs that they can't have now. And if you can experience that, you're going to find that barriers break down. If you're a programmer in Dubai, you'll be able to work alongside people wherever they are. If you're a small business in Dubai, you'll have the opportunity to actually access markets that simply aren't there today.
I want to come back to the point about accessing markets and also the economies behind the metaverse. But first, I want to pull on this idea of the presence, because for a lot of people, when they hear about the metaverse or they're trying to learn about it, it feels much more about experiences like entertainment experiences we've heard about. There's gaming. So you see it as wider, as more greater elements of life, including work and education and living.
It's so much more than gaming. And so today, the technologies are really used very much for entertainment and for gaming. That's a pathway we've seen before with other technologies. Right. The internet in the beginning was very much more about gaming, more about entertainment experiences. The same thing was true of mobile. We saw that that was driven more by gaming. And those are pathways that then enable broader usage, and they develop the technologies. And even now with our own products, we are beginning to see that the dominant use case is social. And so when you begin to bring people together, they want to connect and they want to actually have social applications for it. And what we anticipate on this is that a lot of the ultimate use cases will be social ones, and they will be business and workplace-based ones.
And this brings us to the business conversation, because we've seen numbers in the billions of how much investment is going in, including Meta's grand investments into the metaverse, but also that advertisers are beginning to talk about hundreds of billions worth of opportunity in terms of both advertising and the market size metaverse. So if we could talk about how this will impact economies, but also bring overall value, more than what we have in the physical world.
Yeah, so the metaverse opens the prospects of a new economy. And that new economy is going to have property rights. And we're beginning to see, I think, a real intersection of Web3 and crypto with the metaverse. And I don't think we've fully processed, actually, that protocols like Ethereum actually offer the ability to have property and do contracts in a way that today, much of the internet is owned by large corporations. And that is not what the metaverse is going to be about. It's actually going to give small businesses, individuals, the ability to be paid, the ability to own things, bring those things with them into different kind of parts of the metaverse and different ecosystems. And the world is also in a different place than it was when the internet first went to scale. Right. And so I'm hopeful that it will also be much more global first than the development we've seen to date.
So of course there are skeptics and there are people concerned about the metaverse, and your VP of governance for governance. So that's an important point, the governance element. And also, how can we trust that Meta will build the metaverse in a way that's positive for society? So how do you respond to the skeptics?
Yeah, so it's a great question. And it's one where Meta is not the only player building the metaverse. So we are building it alongside other players in industry. You're seeing that we are building with Microsoft, we're building with, and we're going to start to see what Apple is going to do in the metaverse. You're seeing the wide array of activity in Web3 that's going to come into the metaverse. And so Meta is one part of the metaverse that's going to be built. And through that, from a governance side, we're building with industry partners. We're setting standards. We founded an XR association to begin to figure out what the standard should be across multiple platforms. So what I think you're going to find is this isn't like a single application. This is much more like a new era of telecommunications that will be built with multiple partners together.
So could you give us an example of, you're saying, as you said, I mean, this is still being built and there are considerations to be had when it comes to governance. Could you give us an example of some of the things you're thinking about?
Tell me more. Sorry, I'm not.
So more of what you said about building with partners and how you'll, the governance side of the metaverse. What are some of the questions that come into your mind when you think about, okay, this is what we should be thinking about. This is what should we be thinking about at the design phase, so to speak.
Yeah. So there are great questions in how to build the metaverse. So some of them have to do with questions about privacy and safety. How do we guarantee people's safety? How do we ensure that privacy is front and center in how the metaverse is built? There are questions about expression and communication. There are questions about access. And so there are trade-offs relative to premium services versus allowing as many people as possible to participate. For Meta, we have always held that our products should be as broadly accessible as possible. We have sought to make our services free. We have sought to build with our Reality Labs products that are much more affordable than what other similar products might be. And those are some of the questions I think that are going to be at the core of how you govern the metaverse, how you build it. And I'm really excited also for decentralized governance. And so for opportunities to hand power over to a wider array of people and to enable more localized forms of governance than some of the more centralized types of governance we've seen so far.
Okay, so that takes me to the point about what policies do you think should be adopted to make sure that the metaverse can be a net positive for society?
Yeah, so one that's broader is really about access. And so it is vital that people have the ability to access the internet, access these types of services, and be in a position where they can participate. So that's a crucial part of what the policy should be and enabling people to be on a pathway into the metaverse. Others have to do with the way that the services themselves operate and ensuring, again, that safety is front and center, that privacy is front and center, and that people are in a position where when they join and they're a part of it, they feel comfortable doing so. So those are some of the things we're focused on. And I'll also add that as we've built, one of the things I think we've learned from our apps as they've gone to scale is thinking through how do we build in a way that collaboration is front and center so that there's partnerships and we build with others and that there are no surprises. And so a core value that we have been putting into the work as we build the metaverse is that we don't want people to be surprised. It's part of the reason now that we have actually talked about this front and center in advance of some of the technologies being more widely available, because we'd like to hear from more people. We'd like to set expectations about them. We'd like to hear from the types of people who are around this room on what needs to get right before these applications, before these products are at scale.
I mean, the education part is so important because I think, again, and this is why I started my first question to you about what is the metaverse, because I think that change and a realm that people are not familiar with can be scary, and that's why the education part. So, how should people educate themselves about this? What should they know about it? If you have children and you don't know if they're going to the metaverse, what's happening there, what would your advice be?
Yeah. So one of the best ways to learn about it is actually to experience it. And so today there are different ways that you can take part in the metaverse through our products, through other people's products. But I'd really encourage trying out immersive experiences because they are different than the types of experiences you can see today. And we're also beginning to make investments as a company. So we have committed $150 million to immersive learning. We've committed $50 million to an education fund. And our hope on this is that that begins to provide resources through NGOs, through governments, and through other partners that will enable people to learn about this, educate parents, so that people are in a position to really participate in this.
And then, some people get concerned that inequalities that already exist in the physical world will get compounded or exacerbated in the metaverse. How can you work towards trying to reduce those inequalities? Especially, again, the big companies that are the early movers in here will be able to determine a lot of how this is going to turn out. For those who come in later, smaller companies, or just ordinary people, they might feel that they're being left behind.
Yeah, so this is one where I'm really excited about some of the foundational elements of the metaverse, in part because there will be different types of property rights. There will be ways for creators and individuals to be rewarded. Small businesses will be able to participate in ways that I think are actually harder in today's existing products. And so I think we'll actually see the opportunity for a more level playing field in how people can participate, how people can gain the economic benefit and the advantage of the metaverse. And I'm really hopeful that the Middle East, with its youth and its vibrant small business economy, is going to be in a position to actually really lead the way and build out worlds, whether that's in Horizon, whether that's in different aspects and different parts of the metaverse that get built.
Well, we had the announcement yesterday from Dubai saying that they were going quite big on the metaverse and working towards having, parts of Dubai recreated there. So that would be exciting for, I think, a lot of people to try to get their heads around, but also to experience. I have a final question for you as we're wrapping up. The role of governments. So, governments are thinking about this and seeing how they would be involved. What would be we're at the World Government Summit, so what's the advice to governments who, perhaps not like the government of Dubai or the UAE, who are getting quite involved in here, what would be the advice to governments, how they should be approaching this?
So it's really important now, I think, to take some of the types of steps that we have seen today, which is actually beginning to meet with and partner with the different companies to understand the technologies, to begin to think through what the policy side should be and what is in the best interest of particular different countries and different societies in order to participate. Right. And vitally, I really do think a big part of it is going to be empowering creators, empowering businesses to start to participate, because the more inclusive we can be and who is a part of building these different worlds and building the metaverse, the more likely it's actually going to bend in the best directions for any given part of the world.
So I had said that was the last question. I'm going to cheat and do one more very quickly, because your answers are nice and brief. So one more question for you. On a personal level, what do you most enjoy about the metaverse? On a personal level, this is a personal question.
Yeah. Well, one of the things that I actually love right now is, and it's kind of the beginning days, I think, of the metaverse, is actually fitness. And so you can try apps like Supernatural, and you can do boxing, you can do meditation, and so as I shared, I'm from a rural part of America. You can actually go and you can meditate in beautiful places that are wholly inaccessible from your home, and that's something that I think is just going to be incredibly powerful.
Well, thank you very much for your time, and thank you for your answers. And
perfect.
We will, I'm sure, hear much more about this and much more about what Meta is doing in the metaverse. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks. Thank you. So, a look at where Meta is going with the metaverse, and also the idea that it will be interoperable and working with other companies, possibly, and partners and governments. But there's also opportunities for neither just the large companies nor governments, but creative people, small companies, as Brent was saying. And that is where real opportunity exists for the metaverse to scale. We're going to have a conversation now about the opportunities at hand with our next speaker, who is here. This circular room stuff, I have to tell you, is really tricky for moderators. So bear with me when I'm pacing. I'm really excited about where the conversation will go to next, because we are going to talk about how technology can provide opportunity, not only for creatives and young people, but also those who can wear several hats. And the speaker who I'm going to introduce is definitely somebody who's been able to wear different hats and bring in both philanthropy, beautiful music, business, and technology to the fore. will.i.am, founder and CEO of FYI. Please come up on the stage. Hi, nice to see you. You're here.
Yo, yo, yo.
Okay, so you can keep it on because I'm going to not interfere with you with my mic. Okay, so I wanted to ask you first about how you were an early adopter with Masters of the Sun about 4 or 5 years ago. You did something which we hadn't seen before, which is really engage with the audience in a way that's different using technology. So I wanted to ask you, one, why you did that, and what you've learned from that experience, and how technology, the metaverse, is changing entertainment as we know it.
So yeah, in 2007, actually, we came across the ability, actually no, before that. So in 2010, Black Eyed Peas launched a song called The Time, which is also called Dirty Bit. And in this video, we showed that you could use the phone, aim it at a QR code, and out comes a digital character. And that album, if you look at the album cover of the beginning in 2010, the whole album was based on avatars and 8-bit characters, which kind of look like NFTs today.
Right.
But in 2010, they were not called NFTs. And we used 8-bit characters because it was the digital world that was impacting the world as we knew it. And in the video of Dirty Bit, people became digitized, and QR codes and using the lens of storytelling and the digitization of everything is what Dirty Bit is about.
Right.
And the chorus went on. I had the time of my life, and I never felt this way before, and I swear it's true, and I owe it all to you, and that you are developers, right. That you are the technicians, the engineers. Because when we get up on stage and we hold that Grammy, you're really holding a gramophone. And our music industry and our television industry is all based on engineers.
Right.
It's just that we never thank the engineers when we hold that Grammy. We never thank Edison's, we never thank, General Electrics or RCA or Victrola. We don't thank the tech. Mm-hmm. NTSA, PAL, that's all tech to broadcast and transfer. And so that album that came before the beginning was the end. I Got a Feeling and all these records, because it depicted a time where it was no longer about physical cells.
Right.
It was about the digitization of everything. And it truly was the end. But with the end is also the energy never dies. And so we like to play on titles and words, and we were doing NFTs and AR. At the time with devices, there were very few of them had those capabilities back in 2010. So in 2018, when things started to crystallize and Oculus Quest gave you parallax where you could look under and up and down things, we told a story in what is now called the metaverse, which I don't really like that name.
Do you have an alternative?
Huh?
Do you have an alternative? We can all start adopting.
You could do like Ultraverse or Omniverse. I just don't think one company should own the name Meta, because now people think that it's like their company stuff. They own everything else. Why are they going to own everything else?
Well, I think Brent was trying to get away from owning the metaverse.
No, you know what I mean? Like, Roblox is awesome.
Yeah.
Disney's great. And they work great with children and children's privacy. So we really have to be careful in what we call this thing as it's growing, and business practices that undermine people's civil liberties and privacy, especially children.
Yeah. I mean, the point about children, young people, and their exposure in different ways, especially in a time when perhaps their parents, their educators might be not as in tune to the changes that are happening that are quite rapid. So what advice would you give? I mean, what for policymakers who are here with us in the room, what advice would you give to policymakers, to educators, to try to get ahead of this and, one, understand it, but two, also make sure that children and young people are protected?
That's a heavy question. I'm not a politician. I'm just a guy with a big, huge imagination that at my core job, what I did making music was to spread joy and bring people together. And so that comes with a different lens, right? Where you're thinking about people's well-being and people having a good time and being safe at the same time. And music is about harmonizing. It's about, bringing order to noise. And if policymakers could practice the same practices we practice in music, and that is bringing order to noise, being harmonious, and getting along. As soon as I come into a room and I'm at a different key or tune, I'm no longer making music. I'm no longer gelling, and business practices are not musical. They're not harmonious. And so we need to govern for people, especially with these new technologies that understand us better than any religion, better than any parent, better than any. These companies understand and can predict what a child will be and follow a child forever. And we've never been here before.
Right.
This is brand new. So without thinking about how people can be in the crossfire, mental health, judging every single conversation, swipe, eye, dilation of pupil, eyebrow, facial expression, muscles, moving. We've never been here. So you gotta think about the person. You have to think about the communities of folks. You can't aggregate all this information and sell it to foreign threats for profit. That's like, what? We're gonna look back at these times and deem these companies and their business practices inhumane. Right? Remember, when you watch these Wild Wild West movies and you go to some Western town and everybody whips out guns and they shoot people on the street? Yeah. Be like, wow, that was Wild Wild West. Turns out the WWW is not only World Wide Web. That's the Wild Wild West because there were no laws.
And the governance part of it is going to be hugely important. You definitely have support from the audience. The governance part is really important, but so is also the accessibility part. So for young artists who are looking at these changes and thinking, I need to get in there, like you said, NFTs, they weren't called NFTs before, and now they are, and people are competing because they're scared they're going to get left behind, so to speak. So for a young artist or a young person who's going into the creative space, what skills do you recommend they pick up? What knowledge should they have, and how can they equip themselves for this new era?
So say, for example, you're a musician. You play a piano. You don't play the drums. So you need a drummer. And now you have a pianist and a drummer. And then someone says, hey, you probably need a bass player. So you go look for a bass player. Now you got a cool little band. You got a 3-piece. Then someone says, hey, you need to get a guitarist. Then you find that guitarist, like, hey, cool, great. We got a quartet. And I got a lead singer. Then someone says, hey, yeah, but your clothes are kind of whack. You should probably get that stylist. Somebody comes and dresses you nice, you look the part. Now, somebody says you need to bring a developer in. You need to bring a data scientist in. You need to bring somebody that understands spatial computing. You need to bring somebody that understands machine learning. Now you have a network. Now you have a band that can connect folks in ways that traditional networks don't. So you want to entertain and inspire musicians to not only look at musicians to be in the fold.
Right.
Because a musician and a song is totally different when you have someone building on an Unreal Engine or in Unity. You've taken a video that can be experienced differently every time you experience it. It's no longer two-dimensional, 3-minute piece of content, when you expand your world.
And can I ask, that's a really good point about saying you need to bring developers in, you need to rely on other resources, but there's also a concern that you almost lose control in a way, not knowing how it will develop beyond your capabilities. I mean, how do you, as an artist, but also give advice to artists who are up and coming to make sure that they don't lose control?
Well, the cat's out of the bag. We've all lost control. You got 20 million followers on platforms. You don't control the conversations with those 20 million people. You don't have access to every single one of those 20 million people. You got 20 million people that follow you. Those 20 million people are not seeing all your content. You got to pay for that. And if you have to pay for folks that want to see you, you don't have control. Right. So we've lost control at the core of what we all strive for, and that is to communicate and have connection with folks. So you want to gain control back by having developers in your fold. You want to gain control back by understanding the construct of how these platforms that we live on every day are built. You want to gain control by understanding your value and data is currency. You want to gain control by understanding that 8-year-olds to 18-year-olds are not invested in to compete with the world that's coming. You want to go out, if you have the ability, to go and adopt a high school and prepare these young kids for this autonomous tomorrow, for this very highly technological, robotic tomorrow. Because if you look at the investment for tech versus the investment to make people intelligent, it's lopsided. So when it comes to control, who's in control? If I can't compete with a machine, if I'm 13 years old and I'm forced to take things in class that aren't really going to benefit me in 2040, 2050. So it's important to really understand where we are in the conversation of control and what we do as individuals and collective to prepare this youth for this tomorrow.
I was at a talk here yesterday where a great futurist was saying that humans at the moment keep thinking they have to become more and more efficient, but machines are always going to be more efficient than us. So rather than trying to compete with the machine on efficiency, what we need to think about is creativity, logic, empathy, emotional intelligence. And you're supporting a California state initiative to help bring arts and music back into schools. And that's part of the thinking, that how do you equip somebody young now to compete in that future economy? Here in the UAE, a lot is being done about the creative economy and making sure that you grow a creative economy. So my closing question to you is that bringing in the strands of education, and similar to the work that you're doing at California State, but also bringing in the creative economy and strengthening it at a time when the global economy is changing so quickly. What's your approach to that? What's your thinking on that?
Creativity is therapy. And you don't have to be Leonardo da Vinci. You just have to be encouraged to let out what's inside of you. If there's a lot of folks that want to express themselves but don't know how to, they feel like they don't have the currency. They don't realize that creativity is currency. out of whatever predicament you're in, whether that predicament is finance or that predicament is depression or that predicament is no opportunity. If someone encourages you to express yourself and celebrates your execution of that expression, it's enlightening. And the arts in school is a path to that. It allows you to know who you are and how you communicate, how you inspire other people. We live in a society where, especially in America, there's a football field in every single high school. But my sister's not going to play professional football. In every single high school and elementary, there's a basketball court. But my sister's not going to play for the NBA. Yes, there's a female version of that, but they're not making the kind of money that the NBA basketball players make. But in every high school, there's not a computer science program, there's not a robotics program, there's not an autonomy program. And if you think about, creativity, there's not a music program, there's not a financial literacy program for inner city kids to get out of poverty. There's a lot of things that we're behind on when it comes to the basic things that people need to survive emotionally, financially, and support their families and ignite that light to inspire other people. And empathy is not practiced in schools, So, and I think the arts, music is a beautiful, we undervalue the power of music. Music is the only realm at which somebody that's in music can be in any sector of the world and you're like, okay. For example, if you were to see somebody from music at a political event, you're like, okay, who are you going to help get elected? If you see somebody in music at an event after a natural disaster, you're like, oh wow, thank you so much for bringing awareness to what's going on. You bring somebody to music at a sporting event, you're like, wow, you really made it. You're here at the sporting event. You bring somebody to music at an event like this, you're like, wow, you must be doing some philanthropic work. You see somebody at music at a strip club, you're like, oh wow, you living that life. No matter where you go, music is there. And it's accepted that they're there. You say the same thing for a politician. They can't go everywhere.
Right.
A corporation, they can't go everywhere. Music is a very dynamic, very elastic tentacle in every single corner of the world. And we need to celebrate that, and more importantly, have that in all schools, that music is stripped away from ghettos. Music is stripped away from, the core method to allow you to appreciate other cultures. If you're playing jazz, you want to understand what's happening in India. You want to understand their scale.
Right.
And if you're playing any type of music, you want to collaborate and improvise across different cultural scales because it's all influential, it's all inspirational. Music is powerful.
Thank you. And with those very powerful words, I'm afraid I'm going to have to close our session. But thank you so much for your time and for your insights. Will.i.am. Thanks so much.
Doubt that humans are heating up the oceans, land and sea by burning fossil fuels.
The world has to overcome not only the damage done to our economies and our societies by COVID-19, it also has to confront the repercussions.
سرعة التغيير القادمة أكبر بكثير مما نتوقع.
I see a future where the internet is available for free for everyone, and that means the location of power is going to shift. Decentralization of power structures everywhere may be the beginning of that shift in finance, in political power.
We have to uphold our responsibility, which we have towards the next generation.
There's no longer any doubt that humans are heating up the oceans, land, and sea by burning fossil fuels.
The world has to overcome not only the damage done to our economies and our societies by COVID-19, it also has to confront the repercussions.
سرعة التغيير القادمة أكبر بكثير مما نتوقع.
I see a future where the internet is available for free for everyone, and that means the location of power is going to shift. Decentralization of power structures everywhere may be the beginning of that shift in finance, in political power.
We have to uphold our responsibility, which we have towards the next generation.
There's no longer any doubt that humans are heating up the oceans, land, and sea by burning fossil fuels.
The world has to overcome not only the damage done to our economies and our societies by COVID-19, it also has to confront the repercussions.
سرعة التغيير القادمة أكبر بكثير مما نتوقع.
I see a future where the internet is available for free for everyone, and that means the location of power is going to shift. Decentralization of power structures everywhere may be the beginning of that shift in finance, in political power.
We have to uphold our responsibility, which we have towards the next generation.
There's no longer any doubt that humans are heating up the oceans, land, and sea by burning fossil fuels.
The world has to overcome not only the damage done to our economies and our societies by COVID-19, it also has to confront the repercussions.
سرعة التغيير القادمة أكبر بكثير مما نتوقع.
I see a future where the internet is available for free for everyone, and that means the location of power is going to shift. Decentralization of power structures everywhere may be the beginning of that shift in finance, in political power.
We have to uphold our responsibility, which we have towards the next generation.
There's no longer any doubt that humans are heating up the oceans, land, and sea by burning fossil fuels.
The world has to overcome not only the damage done to our economies and our societies by COVID-19, it also has to confront the repercussions.
سرعة التغيير القادمة أكبر بكثير مما نتوقع.
I see a future where the internet is available for free for everyone, and that means the location of power is going to shift. Decentralization of power structures everywhere may be the beginning of that shift in finance, in political power.
We have to uphold our responsibility, which we have towards the next generation.
There's no longer any doubt that humans are heating up the oceans, land and sea by burning fossil fuels.
The world has to overcome not only the damage done to our economies and our societies by COVID-19, it also has to confront the repercussions.
سرعة التغيير القادمة أكبر بكثير مما نتوقع.
I see a future where the internet is available for free for everyone, and that means the location of power is going to shift. Decentralization of power structures everywhere may be the beginning of that shift in finance, in political power.
We have to uphold our responsibility, which we have towards the next generation.
There's no longer any doubt that humans are heating up the oceans, land and sea by burning fossil fuels.
The world has to overcome not only the damage done to our economies and our societies by COVID-19, it also has to confront the repercussions.
سرعة التغيير القادمة أكبر بكثير مما نتوقع.
I see a future where the internet is available for free for everyone, and that means the location of power is going to shift. Decentralization of power structures everywhere may be the beginning of that shift in finance, in political power.
We have to uphold our responsibility, which we have towards the next generation.
There's no longer any doubt that humans are heating up the oceans, land and sea by burning fossil fuels.
The world has to overcome not only the damage done to our economies and our societies by COVID-19.
Lost in the whole debate. So let me make this really clear. The internet and VR are mutually exclusive. You cannot have the internet, you cannot have the metaverse without VR, and you cannot have VR without the metaverse in any substantial way. So yes, it's going to be cross-platform. Sure, you'll be able to get somewhere on the metaverse with a PC or a mobile phone, but you won't be present there. You won't be inside of it without spatial computing. And that is just a fact. Were it not for Meta, were it not for its acquisition of Oculus and its introduction of the Meta Quest, we would not be here. I would not be talking to you. So, the metaverse, what's it made of and what's valuable? What do we really want to see created and what do we want to own? What's important to us? Well, of course, there's this meta layer, right? The HTML and hyperlinks hold the internet together. That's how we navigate, but we don't have the equivalent for spatial computing for us to teleport from one place to the next. And the meta layer, which some people call Web 3, we'll get to that in a minute, which some people call Web 3, will supposedly sit on top of the internet. So the internet's not going away, right? It's part of the metaverse. So, for example, when I'm in my fully embodied avatar, engaged in an activity inside of VR, I want my wallet, I want my costumes, and I want my smartphone to go with me. So the presence of the internet is persistent and never excluded from the concept of the metaverse. One other thing that I like talking about, just because nobody is bringing it up, is the spawn point. This is an important concept in video games. The spawn point is the place where you materialize and become present in the video game. So Meta has given this a lot of thought, and they have very rightly arrived at this idea of your home in the metaverse. So when you put on the Quest headset, the first place you materialize is a place that gives you a menu of what you can do. But it is a spatial place. You can't really move around in it yet, but Meta has plans to put a home office in there and let you bring in your NFTs and decorate it with JPEGs and I don't know, whatever else. But the really exciting part of the metaverse is, of course, the thing that it inspires to be, and the thing that everybody wants a part of, right? This idea of invisible, wearable, ubiquitous computing that is all around us, that takes education and makes it experiential, that allows a worldwide workforce to be trained, that enables e-commerce all over the world, and is also a place for sports and entertainment and live music. And who else is working on the metaverse? Is it just Meta? Well, it seems that way at times. Apple has not yet played its hand, and that could have a very significant influence. And of course, the biggest companies in the world are in there slugging away at their little piece, at their little view of the metaverse. But we have yet to bring them together as a whole. Another final thought on how the metaverse might yet emerge. Video games. Fortnite, 350 million players. Call of Duty, 200 million players. They're doing social things in Fortnite. You've got Travis Scott performing a concert attended by 47 million people. If they had all paid 10 cents when they walked in the door, they would have made $4.7 million in 10 minutes. That is the metaverse. So the problem is, of course, having a big M metaverse where everything is connected together is hard. It's really, really, really hard. And so for lots of reasons, I'll hit them in the next slide, we're going to live for the next dozen years or so inside of a lot of tiny m, small m, metaverses, plural. One will belong to Facebook. There are others that are already maturing that I included on that slide. And why is it going to take so long? Well, for one thing, some of the parts of it aren't invented yet. And the infrastructure that you'd need to host millions of people in a simultaneous simulation doesn't exist yet. The iOS and Android operating systems are not compatible in many significant ways. There are international borders. Let's get real. The internet that we look at from North America is very different than the internet that people see in China. So 2/3 of the world is looking at an internet that I have never seen. And then, of course, there are the unintended consequences that follow us whenever we enter a new technology. And certainly the fact that Meta is leading this charge is concerning because they have been particularly heedless of unintended consequences. They introduced, for example, fantastic AI that allowed me to find clothing and shop really easily because it knew me and it knew what I wanted. And I don't think Facebook realized, and certainly most people in the public didn't realize, that what could sell you t-shirts could also sell you insane conspiracy theories. So there are many, many unintended consequences that could be potentially unleashed by the metaverse. Now, everybody wants a piece of the metaverse, right? I mean, it's the hot new thing. You want to get press. You want to pop your stock. It's the metaverse. I've got a pay-to-play crypto game, the metaverse. I've got cryptocurrency. It's the metaverse. I bought virtual land. I'm in the metaverse. So none of those things is true. And by the way, Web3 is a made-up word. Let's talk about 2030. I'm winding things up now, and I'm getting to the so what? Why do you care? 2030, 300 million VR devices in the world. That means 300 million devices not just accessing the metaverse, but giving you presence, a fully embodied presence in that metaverse. And you'll have plenty of choices. There will be thousands of small m metaverses. And meanwhile, all around us in the physical world, things are about to change, right? We're moving from fossil fuels to renewable fuels. Because of the metaverse, or really the internet, education is becoming more accessible and free. Work distributed and international. Big tech companies today, like Meta and Google and Apple, have teams distributed in every country in the world. And those people are collaborating together virtually and being virtually present with one another, even though they'll never meet in the real world. And then, of course, we will have, and future generations will have fewer possessions. They'll have less stuff, and they will replace that stuff with digital stuff and with experiences. Movies will no longer be shown in movie theaters. They will be worlds that we explore. And this is part of a general trend of the physical world turning into the digital world. So how do we prepare for the future? Well, one thing I've discovered as an educator is the thing that matters to employers is skills, not degrees. I hope my professors, I hope my supervisors, Chapman, never see this, but really, somebody who learns a game engine in Dubai is going head-to-head with one of my Chapman students who's learning Unity under me, and they're going to go head-to-head, and the only thing the employer cares about is how far they got in the Unity education system and how many badges they've earned. I throw out a challenge to my students at the beginning of the semester. If you work on a game engine like Unity or Unreal Engine, 5 hours a week for 30 weeks, I will get you an $80,000 a year job. So out of 100 students, 3 have taken me up on it, and I'm happy to say all 3 of them got hired by the first company I told them to call. Oh, is that the end? I thought I had one more. All right. Well, thank you very much for listening to me, everybody.
Hello. My name is Anastasia Kalinina. I'm a co-founder and CEO of Free State Foundation.
My name is Alexandra Seaman, and I'm head of partnerships at the Free State Foundation.
And we'd like to introduce the next session that's called The New Epoch for Governance of Digital Commons Across the Metaverse. We at Free State work to reimagine the future of governance and make it more human-centric, participatory, more engaging, more open, transparent, and enabled by technology.
We at Free State Foundation believe that it's collaboration, not competition, that may save our humanity. Our fragile world faces so many threats today that it's no longer sustainable to continue dividing the society into us versus them. It's just us, humans on this planet, our shared home. We believe that helping new technologies, finding new perspectives will help us to solve global challenges now and in future.
The evolution of technology powered by Web3 presents a unique opportunity right now to reimagine governance as conceived and developed through global collaboration. During this session, we would like to explore how Web3 and metaverses can become new test beds for the future of society. Learning from the fallacies of previous generations of internet layers, Web 1 and Web 2, how do we make sure that the new systems are properly decentralized and open, interoperable, and inclusive? We would like to soon welcome on stage the 3 members of the Visionary Board of Free State Foundation, who are developing and testing and researching the new governance models for the future. They will share some considerations that they have for ethical and moral frameworks that have to evolve alongside the technological foundations of Web3.
And we invite you to strategize towards a different world and steward new collaborative futures. This is the first of many conversations that we're planning to have in future. But before that, and before we hand it back to our beautiful, wonderful moderator, let's watch the video to introduce the session. And thank you and enjoy.
The human race has been dependent on technology for its survival throughout its entire history. Web 1 and Web 2 have caused the largest paradigm shift to date. The idea of stopping or slowing down is simply not a possibility. So here comes Web 3, which is likely to change us even more profoundly. Web 1 was the static web, Web 2 the social web, Web 3 will be the decentralized web. But will it really be decentralized? Web3 protagonists commit to digital freedom through technology. This is not the first such promise. Web 1 promised a new horizon of digital space, open, transparent, co-created, and interoperable. Web 2 promised to democratize the internet through personal websites and distributed network effects. But neither of them have fully lived up to their pledge. So who will be co-creating Web 3? Will it be driven by the same qualities in us that gave birth to this, and this? Old ways will only create the futures that we were hoping to leave in the past. This is true for both offline and online worlds. The digital ecosystem remains one of the most unequal and dysfunctional aspects of our collective lives. And for now, Web3 only continues that trend. The top 9% of accounts hold 80% of the $41 billion market value of NFTs on the Ethereum blockchain. The top 2% of accounts own 95% of the $800 billion supply of Bitcoin. If it were a country, Bitcoin would have the greatest inequality in the world. Metaverses also may create monopolies of digital space, usurping what was once collective. The path we're on today can only be sustained at the cost of even greater inequality, erosion of trust and truth, compromised self-identity and values, and further division within societies. If the structures and incentives underlying our digital ecosystem do not evolve alongside its technological foundations, we will arrive at the same results as we had before, but worse. Collaboration, not competition, can save humanity. Together, we can dream and co-create new governance systems for true digital commons driven by community solidarity, group ownership, and an open commons. We need to focus on the parts of the Web3 vision that aren't about easy riches. We need to solve hard problems concerning trust, identity, and decentralized finance. And above all, we need to build an interface between Web3 and the real world people live in. Let's play the long game for meaningful evolution and build a digital ecosystem that ensures broadly shared participation and prosperity. Let's make technologies more accessible so that everyone can engage without prejudice accorded by gender, race, ability, class, nation, or status. Let's shape the new world of global collaboration as united humans. In this world, you will not be able to divide and conquer. This is governance reimagined, restated.
Okay, so many questions, ideas have come up during this Metaverse Forum, and we've had the video here to set up the conversation that we're about to have. Just as the stage gets ready, I will say that for this part of the conversation, we will have a very brief discussion with my panelists, but then we're going to open the floor to your questions. So please be prepared. If you have questions, raise your hand. We will have a roaming microphone that goes around. I'm sure there will be many questions, but where our biggest challenge now is going to be time. So once we are ready, which I believe we are, I would like to ask our three panelists to please join us on stage as I introduce them. So we have with us Dr. Glenn Weil, who is political economist and social technologist at Microsoft. So Dr. Glenn, please join us. Ivo Heining, who's creative executive producer, AI, VR and XR strategist, but also is co-chair of the Open Metaverse Interoperability Community and CEO of Playable, and Joel Dietz, who is founder and CEO of Metaverse. Please join us. So, quite an interesting conversation we've had so far, or at least ideas coming out, and also lots of questions. So, one of the things that we heard from Brent from Meta is that there will be, other companies in, the same point that Charlie made now, that we still don't know how the metaverse is actually going to play out and be designed. But interoperability seems to be something that's key. Now, you have companies like Apple that really haven't played along with interoperability much, that will have to get used to it. So I want to ask you about open source technologies. Is there going to be interoperability? How does that actually help to level the playing field?
Sure. Hello. So thank you for having us, number one. I sit as a co-chair at Open Metaverse Interoperability, which is a W3C community group. But for the last 20 years, we've been organizing communities for open R&D. And much of the work of interoperability has continually been happening behind closed doors. That includes asset interoperability, but also whole scenes, changing the way the internet is addressed over time, because we are moving from a 2D web to a 3D web. Right. And that changes, for example, things like spawn points and addressability across the board. Programmability and portability are also vital. Programmability takes the 3D asset, for example, a model of something you're trying to send to the space station, right, and makes those aspects as explicit as possible while making it as portable as possible across worlds, so that a single, let's say, design element or a project doesn't have to be stuck in one platform or one small m metaverse. So interoperability is vital when it comes to not just collaboration, but realizing the ideas in this space. And I want to open up the conversation about the metaverse to talk a little bit more about the real world, because there is the immersive web, which all of our amazing speakers have spoken about, but it is also the connection to the spatial web. That is the physical world. That is IoT, things like digital twins. And that is where, in America we would say, the rubber meets the road. That is where things are going to get done in climate emergencies, in disaster response, in conflict resolution. That's where interoperability matters, because if we can come together, design things together, and then implement effectively, we can address any challenge together.
But that requires also a mindset where you can, this idea of win-win solutions, that we should all collaborate. But, there's money at stake, there's interests at stake. There are major companies. I mean, we just heard Meta is investing $10 billion a year in the metaverse indefinitely. And so then, how much is there going to be an openness to collaborate and kind of think about the greater good and so forth?
The open metaverse needs to include not just open source technologies, code, right? But also open space technologies, how we invite interaction and participation, and an open commons. And that is about our public partnerships, not just private companies, but how the public chooses to create spaces where people can come together to form that level playing field. Right now, that does not exist, except on the web, and most of those spaces are also run by a single company. Yes. We know that that does not help us thrive. So if it's owned by a single company, it can be shut down at any time. And that keeps us from realizing the best innovations that we are capable of. So at the end of the day, if we come together in the open commons, right, that is something more than just standards and specifications.
Glenn, can I ask you to follow up on that? Because this idea of being pluralistic, open source, working together, I mean, do you see that is the direction we're moving in? But also, how can we almost provide the guarantees to go in that direction and not have it monopolized by one particular company?
I think there's...
We might need a mic, please. Okay, they're running with the handheld. Thank you.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I think we're actually seeing right now the beginnings of a technological revolution that will affect geopolitics as much as anything since the Industrial Revolution. But it's not exactly the things that we hear people talking about.
Right.
It's not so much AI, which is all about replacing people. It's not exactly crypto, which is to a large extent about replacing institutions, governments, etc. Instead, it's something that I want to call plurality, which is technologies that actually foster connections across individuals into institutions that strengthen the relationships among institutions and people. And I actually think this is going to turn out to be much more important than either replacing people or replacing institutions. And I think we see the evidence of that more than anything in actually a country that has leveraged these emerging technologies more effectively than anywhere else. It draws upon tools that have come out of AI and out of crypto, but it builds them in a different way that's much more consistent with the principles that Ivo was so eloquently highlighting. This is Taiwan. So there, the digital minister, Audrey Tong, has built a platform for civic participation in government policies, connecting people across social differences, that has been absolutely transformative, that has allowed them to address almost all the big problems that we're facing today more effectively than any other country in the world, whether it be environmental problems, misinformation, dealing with the COVID pandemic. On all of these fronts, the digital participation tools that they have built have been incredibly powerful in bringing civil society to address all these problems. And let me just give you a few examples of those technologies. So one is they have a way of harnessing the sort of statistical techniques that are usually called AI, but not for just letting machines run away and do things, but rather for allowing communities not just to broadcast their views, but to listen broadly to all the views that are being expressed, and basically with thousands or even millions of people have basically a town hall-like atmosphere where you can come to common understanding and common purposes. There are new tools that are central in a lot of what's called Web3 to making the Ethereum ecosystem so vibrant, that are new ways of funding public goods and of making collective decisions together. There are ways of harnessing virtual worlds. I like that term better than metaverse for some of the reasons that Will was getting at earlier, but harness virtual worlds to build empathy and connection across people. And sorry, go ahead.
No, but I wanted to just pick up on that point, because your point about Taiwan and what they're doing, and this kind of embracing technology to improve our lives, which is ultimately what most people who work in this field want to work towards. But how is that distinguished or different from the metaverse? Or am I getting confused by thinking, no, those are two distinct things? Or are they all plugging into ultimately?
Well, I think virtual worlds are a very powerful way for us to build those connections to each other and to see things from someone else's perspective. But virtual worlds can also be used just as an escapism route. So the real question is, what's the intentionality with which we build technology? AI wants to build these technologies to have AGI, to surpass human capabilities. A lot of crypto, it's about liberating the individual from all social institutions. There's another conception, which is about how do we actually use these technologies as ways to allow us to collaborate as we've never been able to do before.
Thank you. Joel, I want to bring you into it because, of course, one of the themes that we've touched upon today is governance. And what does governance look like? How much are private companies responsible for governance in these virtual worlds? How much are, be it, Sony or be it Meta or smaller companies, Metaverse, how do you go about it? So what should be done when it comes to governance, and how is governance actually implemented in these virtual worlds?
Well, I thought Brent said it extremely well earlier, and that at least from an ownership paradigm, the future seems to belong to Web3. I was a sort of very early adopter of Web3, sort of the day the Ethereum white paper came out. And pretty much immediately, people were thinking about, platforms that were effectively owned by the participants. And the same thing applied to a virtual world, one where the virtual world would also be owned and governed by the participants in that world, which is a kind of interesting concept in the beginning, but people have built a lot of different types of organizations, often called DAOs, that exist entirely in a blockchain or Web3 context, are entirely governed by their members, and have their own intrinsic monetization techniques that allow them to be very prosperous, without necessarily connecting into the brick and mortar world. Although increasingly they're starting to. And there's even an optimism among many people that they may solve some of the problems that have been neglected in international governance. There's a lot of people working on climate change with respect to DAOs, a lot of these standardization, platform standardization. I'm actually on the board of a different Metaverse Alliance DAO that is looking at interoperable standards for Metaverse technology. So I would say, it's still early, but there's a lot of optimism, and it's fundamentally different building blocks that are being used.
So I'm going to open the floor to questions because I'm worried that we run out of time. So please indicate if you have a question, and we will bring you in. There's a gentleman here, if we can please get the mic. And if your question is to a specific speaker, please let us know. Otherwise, I'll ask you to take them.
Yeah. I have a question just for the general panel. How many hours do you stay at Metaverse? And if you have kids, will you allow them?
Do you want to take it? Well, I do not have children, but I have been in Metaverse Technologies work for about 20 years. Sometimes full-time, sometimes 5 or 10 hours a week. During the pandemic, I produced about 500 hours of virtual conferences, so that was closer to full-time. Of that, very little was in VR. I can do very little VR because I get headaches from it. So I choose most of my interactions primarily on a computer screen, and then I only use VR when necessary.
Okay, we have a question here. Kindly bring the mic.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your talk. My name is Carlos Fonzibader, and I'm belonging to the Technological Institute, Innovation Institute in Abu Dhabi, working in the sector of telecommunication. So I understand well from what you say that you have cleared the ideas how to build the Web3, okay? But my question is, how dependent is all this idea for the evolution of the infrastructures? Next, we say 5G or 6G, because in our domain, to just build an holographic with all the sense of the people that we'd like to transmit, we need a kind of 4.2 or 4.3 terabits per second. And this is something that actually we couldn't achieve it, and we are working on that. So my question is, how dependent is all this brilliant idea of interaction with the evolution of the infrastructure? And the second question that I have is ethical. So with Web3, we will build a kind of new kind of democracy somehow, learning from what happened nowadays with the 2D democracy, how we can prevent all the, let's say, modifications or alterations of what we are looking nowadays in this 2D democracy for the 3D web. Thank you so much.
Sure. So currently, there are many WebXR spaces, for example, where you can go to the metaverse today just on your phone, even using Mozilla Hubs, for example. The challenge is you can have 25 people in that room maximum. There are certain bandwidth challenges, as you've mentioned, and there are firewall issues, there are border issues, there are access issues across the board. Will we get there before 6G? It's baby steps. And that's why Charlie was saying we're a decade plus away to being able to massively collaborate, to have a deliberative gathering like this in a single space where we can all hear each other effectively is still challenging. And that is where the bandwidth matters.
To the second part of the question, I think the fundamental problem has been that we have not accelerated the design of our social institutions to keep up with our technologies. I think what I was trying to highlight is that there's been some real advances in that. And I think we need to invest very heavily in that area if we want to preserve and extend the role of governance. We can't let that just fall behind the technology and invest so much in the technology and not in the institutions we build on top of it.
Okay, a question here, please.
Hello,
I'm Bruna Santos from Brazil, Vice President and Innovation Director at ENAP, the National School of Public Administration. And my question is a little bit related to this idea of creating the 21st century governance. And it means, what do you think, what the panel thinks are the best strategies, the best tactics as well to build, to make all these concepts more mainstream among public officials, among public leaders, and especially the decision makers?
Joel, can I ask you to answer that, please?
Yeah, I think it's partially just awareness, and from our standpoint, we're a platform that provides metaverses to many different people, and we're often asked, what should we do in our metaverse? What's going to make it interesting? And I always say, that metaverse is, first and foremost, it needs to be fun. It needs to be engaging. It needs to be interactive. It needs to provide an experience that people haven't seen. Simply having tea in the metaverse is not that interesting necessarily. So really trying to find and including, for example, game designers or people who have that experience building fully interactive experiences that people come back to because they're interesting. First, and then layering in some ways the utility function almost as a secondary feature. That's my typical advice.
Thank you. Gentleman there.
Hello, I'm the Executive Director of We Protect Global Alliance, which is the largest global alliance focused on ending child sexual abuse online. We're looking at this particular crime type. Just looking at the current internet, law enforcement is totally overwhelmed. We just had a session this morning looking at how AI can help to handle that. How is law enforcement, how is government, how are tech companies going to handle this new era and ensure that children in particular are safe and able to use it in the best way possible?
I'm happy to recommend the work of colleagues at XRSI. Kavya Perlman in particular has produced not just a report, but a framework to be able to focus on ethics, safety, and cybersecurity. And I think we need to be adopting some of the recommendations in that report from XRSI particularly.
Okay. There was a question here.
Thank you. I'm the president of the Innovation Agency of the Government of Colombia. We have been building a GovTech ecosystem to bring entrepreneurs and innovators closer to the challenges of governance and the relationship between governments and citizens. And I'm wondering how these emerging technologies that we're discussing in this session might accelerate the GovTech ecosystem and how we can enhance the role of entrepreneurs and innovators in participating in creating this new institutional fabric that we are discussing. Thank you for a wonderful conversation.
I had such a pleasure working on an innovation sprint in Medellin, Colombia, mostly from the US, using AR to think about what multimodal transit could mean, especially for young people using wearables, for example. That type of global collaboration using AR on the ground and around the world at the same time wouldn't have been possible 15 years ago. But because forward-thinking people in Colombia invited us into a process for a city innovation sprint, a coordinated effort, public and private, with investors together, that was able to be successful. So I think you're already on the path, inviting that global participation in your innovation frameworks, and I think augmented reality is the #1 tool we have. Our mobile phones right now already give us these tools in front of us.
I would just say there's as I mentioned, a huge revolution going on in terms of what's possible with civic participation, with technology, and I hope Colombia can be a leader there. I'm going to be in Bogota most of the summer, so look forward to seeing you then.
There's a question here.
Hi, good afternoon. A really interesting conversation here. I'm Simone Filippini, Leadership for Sdgs. I'm part also of one of the global councils here. Of course, there's super many positive things to say about a metaverse, but also maybe some risks. And what I was wondering, and not only I, but also some others, are we kind of moving towards a new human being there was a session on alpha kids, the alpha generation, which is being brought up online, super savvy, basically replacing physical contacts by online contacts. This is also a totally online reality creation. So are we moving towards a kind of new human being? And doesn't that then also increase the divide between the haves and have-nots of this world and the inequality that there is, and how to manage that also from a governmental perspective?
Okay, so don't address the governmental stuff because that's what we want to close with. But Joel, I want to start with you about this idea of living on the virtual world and the impact on children.
Yeah, we have some educational initiatives that are well underway, both at a university level and at a lower level. And particularly, we launched this sort of Mars metaverse with some students, and it is being built right by NASA scientists and whatever else to actually simulate life on Mars and give people the skills, which is both very engaging for children, but also, you know, teaching them things that can actually put them in this mindset of a kind of space age civilization. And I think part of our goal as a platform, including the protocol things, is to make it at a continual level of accessibility. So it is not something that is, you know, restrictive by design, but that every kid across the world can have the opportunity to experience.
I think technology could absolutely take us in dystopian directions, but I think it's important to recognize as well the possibilities that are opened up for making us more human and more open to other people's experiences. So let me just give you two examples. One thing that Jaron Lanier, one of my collaborators, talks about often is that language is a very limited bandwidth. Like when we talk, we reduce our experience. But if you just go to a child, they imagine all kinds of things. They have all kinds of experiences they can't express through words. Maybe these technologies can eventually get us to the point where we can embed others into that richness of experience that we have, and actually make that humanity that we have actually more shareable than it's ever been, even since the inception, you know, of human language. So that's an exciting possibility that it might open up. Another one is that, yes, inequality is very possible, but also empathy is possible. We can use these technologies to make us experience in a richer way than we ever have everything from suffering to joy to just different cultural realities that people live in. And that may give us the chance to bridge those divides. So yes, there are dystopian possibilities, but if we actively pursue those forms of connection, those forms of richer human experience, I think it can be a benefit along those dimensions.
And to answer the other piece of your question, we are becoming more than we have ever been before, collectively and individually. And what we see with young people is an embrace of plurality, for example, not having a single identity, but having many identities, embracing the right to anonymity as a creator. That is something that has changed fundamentally with Web3 that people have not fully gotten their head around yet. But also, I've been meditating in virtual worlds for about 17 years. It changes the way you synchronize with people. So if you can get in sync with people through music or activity, interaction, you can then collaborate more effectively. At the end of the day, synchronizing, listening. And you said something interesting yesterday about broad listening that I am very interested in exploring with you more. We know about broadcasting, but broad listening, being able to receive all of the words in this room and then parsing that and making sense of it. We have extraordinary potential as we learn to listen better.
Question here.
Thank you very much. Abdullah Al-Majid from Ministry of Justice. It's an open question. I think it's always raised with any new technologies coming to the market. We always try to hold it, understand it very well, and then try to regulate it and to push the policymakers to legalize it and bring it to the market. The question that I know that there is certain rules and regulations which is coming to the metaverse. The question, how we can accelerate that, how we can send a clear message to the decision makers or maybe to the policy makers to accelerate legalizing and trying to regulate the metaverse technology for the good, for the digital well-being environment. Thank you very much.
I think will.i.am is a great example of an accelerator. Many of the people who bring us into the metaverse for the first time are fashion brands, celebrities, the people that we are already magnetized to want to spend time with. But then where we land matters. So if will.i.am brings you to a place where you can redesign the public commons with people all over the world, that's exciting, that's magnetic. So absolutely, we already have these luminaries. They are visionaries from all different fields. If we invite people to participate with them, that is exciting. And then how you choose to govern that, that will be iterative along the way.
Okay, so we have one last question here, and then we need to wrap up. Just at the very end, please. The very end, lady's been waiting patiently, and then we will wrap up. Thank you for your answers to our audience.
So hi, I'm a professor of innovation management. I teach at the Mohammed bin Rashid School of Government. The question I have is really, maybe I'll start with an observation. When we started with virtual worlds and we looked at self-governance, we found it didn't work because people came from different societies, different values, and came together, and the root was escapism, right? So my worry is right now in this metaverse, which is accelerating at an incredible speed of adoption, you're talking Pokemon Go reaching 50 million people in 19 days.
Yeah.
We're not talking about years or decades. What kind of governance can be put in? And I know they've tried using code and protocols. That hasn't worked because the bugs come out very quickly with these new releases and they go out. We've seen that with the, the pandemic that was in, I think, the War of Worlds and things like that. So really, what are you doing to put a pause so we can get the data, especially on young minds, and realize where the barriers could be? Thanks.
I'm also a research fellow at MIT, and we're doing some research stuff at LSE as well. And part of the official research agenda is to figure out how to prioritize from a platform standpoint, not just profit, which is obviously one kind of line item, but also the amount of fun and learning that people have on the platform, and be able to kind of quantify and optimize for those things. So at some level, there's lots of ways to go wrong, pitfalls or people doing repetitive things over and over again. But there's also this huge positive potential, and figuring out how to steer things there is a very active research subject for us at the moment.
Glenn, anything on that?
Well, I would just say that I think it's not just about hitting pause, it's also about engineering the incentive structure in the right way. Both advertising and subscription models are individualistic models, and we're governing social spaces. We're like, if we want to engineer a social graph that's functional, we should be selling that to someone who cares about that, which are often governments or churches, community groups that care about that social structure. So we need more collective funding, and this gets back to the Minister's question before as well, which is, I think governments need active engagement in the space, not just regulation. They need to actually become customers that help shape the space. So.
Okay, Glenn, I'm going to stay with you for the final question, which we have to wrap up with, which is, we're here at the World Government Summit. What would be your advice to government, to civil servants, and how they approach virtual worlds?
Yeah, this really builds on what I just said, and what Minister Al-Olama said at the beginning, but we need the government to act more the way that it did in Web 1 than the way it has acted since then. The government built the internet. I mean, with universities, with, et cetera, but governments were leaders in shaping and creating the space. We need governments to play that role, not letting the private sector take the lead and then coming in and either reactively shutting things down, which is not very productive, or doing nothing and allowing private profit to dominate.
Thank you.
I would add to that, most of the research in our industry over the last 20 years outside of what's happened in universities happens inside corporations and is not available to the public. That means that we don't get the benefit of learning from each other. So to your question, there is fantastic research that's been happening in human factors for 20 years, but we have to make sure that that research happens in the public commons and can be shared in an open way.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with what Glenn said more, and there's a lot of open areas for that. So how is the metaverse going to shape learning? There's some very clear areas where virtual reality technology is accelerating learning, probably other areas where it may be distracting to it, and kind of pioneering those things, as well as the kind of research that shows kind of how to shape the interests is a vital interest to societies.
Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you to my panelists for a really engaging conversation and for taking so many questions. Please thank our panel. So for our very final segment in this Metaverse Forum, we will be hearing from Professor Marwan Debba, who is Chief Researcher of Digital Science Research Center and AI Cross-Center Unit at TII. He will be giving us brief remarks before we close the forum, so please listen in.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm extremely happy to be at the World Government Summit. My name is Marwan Debba. I'm Chief Researcher at the Technology Innovation Institute. My talk is going to be about the future, about what's going to happen around 2030, and especially one of the key technologies in wireless called 6G. Which enables basically the transition from a world where we connect things to a world where we connect intelligence. I think you've been all familiar with what we call the G waves, what we call generations, and especially one of the key technologies called 2G, which was a mass success in terms of wireless, and for which the aim was to provide mobile for voice, meaning the ability to have a seamless connectivity with calls around the world. By 2000, we started deploying another technology which provided data at each part of the world, which is called 3G. By 2010, we started deploying another technology called 4G, for which the focus was mobile for internet, meaning having the same kind of experience that you have at home in wireless ADSL, but at any point with mobility. Within the realm of 5G that we're seeing today, especially with the start of 2020, for which we have a massive deployment around the world, our aim was to connect things with a focus around what we call the Internet of Things. This massive amount of objects for which we're gathering with sensors a lot of information, and in which basically AI is having a breadth in which to play. Today, a new transition is happening in wireless, and that transition is called 6G. That transition is not looking anymore to connect objects. The aim is to connect intelligence, and that will be the purpose of my talk, in which I'll be figuring out what are the key technology trends around that and the kind of forecast we're seeing in terms of application of this technology called 6G. If you look at this hyper-connected intelligent world that we're trying to build, there's three big trends that we're seeing. The first one is the fact that the use of waves today and in the future will not be anymore about just sending bits. It's going to be about beyond using bits. One of those beyond things is especially sensing. The kind of waves that we're using and the frequency that we're using enable us to have massive applications in terms of reconstructing the environment or localization. Second thing also that we're seeing with the waves is the fact that we're still in need of higher bandwidth and higher data rate. And this comes, of course, with the use of a lot of higher frequencies for which we can send up to terabytes of information and for which we'll be seeing a lot of applications around 2030. The last one is the convergence of communication and computing. That convergence is extremely important in the sense that we're building, thanks to the wireless cellular network, a huge, large-scale computer on which the computing is moving more or less towards where the data is rather than the data where the computing is. This is a big trend which is happening already in the classical computing arena with what we call post-von Neumann architectures in terms of bridging the gap through what we call in-memory processing. And we'll see how this large-scale computer will enable a lot of big applications in the next years for us. Let's start basically with the sensing capability. Sensing has started with the cameras that we've been using. And as of today, the kind of phones that are being deployed enables you to have a better kind of perception than the classical eye. Now, of course, this is not enough. It's not enough to be able to localize with an extremely high accuracy, but also to be able to reconstruct your environment. The kind of frequencies that we're using today and the breakthroughs that have been made these recent years enable us to start using higher and higher frequencies, going beyond the sub-6 gigahertz frequencies that are used in the classical cellular setting to millimeter wave communication and even terahertz communication. Now, one of the big key aspects about frequencies is that the higher you go in a frequency, the better you can see your environment. And by better seeing your environment, you can have a lot more applications that you can do before. So let me go on a couple of applications. First, what are the kind of applications that we see at the terminal side? At the terminal side, we have, of course, the capability of reconstructing even the molecules that you're eating within a sandwich. And basically, this is enabled to the fact that the waves can see beyond, basically, the classical realm of the classical wireless communication. Second is infrastructure sensing, meaning using the cellular to be able to reconstruct the buildings that are surrounding us, even the texture which is surrounding us. And this is, of course, enabled thanks to the data analytics which are behind, because once we see the waves which are sending information and being able to sense, then the data which is gathered is classified, crunched, and then we can get some meaning of that and reconstruct things on our computer. Second thing which I think is extremely important is, of course, the rise of AI. I think you're all familiar with these three figures which have won the Turing Award in 2019. AI is not new. It started already around 1956 with a lot of conferences. It went through a couple of winters. But since 1989, we've seen a big rise, especially with the use of what we call deep neural networks. The main reason now it's happening now is because of three things. The first one is the massive amount of data and storage capability that we have on which we can exploit basically all that information. Second is the computing power. And this has been a drastic change on which basically we can compute a lot of information at a very fast rate. And the last key asset is the kind of sophisticated algorithms which has been built up since 1989 with, of course, the advent of deep neural networks, but now a big breadth of new algorithms which enable us to crash, classify the data, and be able also to do some kind of regression and prediction out of it. Now, in terms of impact on the communication systems, well, it's quite immediate. The kind of system that we've been building have been very, what we call centered, centralized, cloudified, in the sense that the huge amount of devices which are in our networks in general gather data which is sent back to the cloud, on which we do what we call the training and then the inference to create models and then conclusions which are sent back to the devices. Typically, this is what you would aim in terms of controlling a car with the 5G systems. Now, of course, with the ability of building more and more AI at each point of the network, we can run those algorithms directly on the devices very far away. And one of the reasons we're doing that, well, there are many cases. The first one is related to what we call privacy constraints, for which the data cannot move out from the device anymore. The second are basically coverage constraints, for which sometimes we're not connected with a device which is far away. And the third one, of course, related to these aspects is also the latency which is incurred in the sense that we don't have much time before we get the conclusion. And especially in the automotive industry, you can understand how critical those aspects can be. Of course, it changes totally the way a communication infrastructure is built in the sense that we start to have more and more systems which are distributed in how they operate. One kind of algorithms that are being embedded in our networks are what we call distributed AI, enabling, of course, to leverage from the massive amount of devices the kind of data that they have, and in terms of bringing what we call collective intelligence out of a massive number of single intelligence. Other types of algorithms, like federated learning, are also part of that, in which basically the data does not at all go from the devices, but the model learned from the different devices are federated to create some kind of meta-models, which is then spread across all the network. And this, of course, will create a new kind of supercomputer on which basically we will be moving the computing at each node toward where the data is, instead of moving the data where the computing is. The last point, which is extremely important, is, of course, the classical trend of communication, which is what we call the broadband. What we mean by broadband, well, sending more and more data rate. So why would we need to send more and more data rate in the future? Well, there's many applications that we're seeing for which the actual kind of wireless systems are not enabling that. The first one is everything which is related to holoportation. By holoportation, we're not moving one person to another person in a different place, but we're moving the senses from one place to another place. And rebuilding basically one person in terms of all the different kind of information to another place requires a lot of data rate. We're talking about terabit wireless. When you're thinking about 5G, which is around 20 gigabits per second in the best case, you're seeing the huge gap that we're having between 5G and 6G. The other also is the ability to provide the data rate at any point in a 3D scenario. Why? Because we're seeing also a lot of what we call flying terminals, which are going to be happening. And this is also extremely putting at a burden our network. And the last one also, in terms of better connection, is basically the fact that we need more and more latency requirements, which are compatible with the kind of application that we're having. And those kind of latency requirements requires less than 1 millisecond latency. The kind of data that is required also, and I should mention, is also the huge amount of, today, cameras which are deployed, mobile cameras, which are pouring more and more data in our network in the uplink. And this is also a scenario on which 6G will focus on in the next years. Now, how we can do it? Well, we have to go back to the roots. To go back to the roots, I think you're all familiar with the classical system of Shannon of 1948, building basically a communication scheme from a transmitter or receiver. One thing that we not take into account is, of course, the ability to compute that information at the transmitter and receiver and also store it, which changes the whole paradigm of how you do communication. We humans, whenever we communicate, we exploit the past in terms of communications. The way protocols are done today do not exploit the past. Every communication is a new adventure or a new call that you make. Whenever we humans communicate, we tend to take the kind of context that we have built to exploit that information in a better way. We start building what we call semantic communication. This is a big trend that we're trying to figure out today at TII and trying to work on it to build up the kind of network which exploit that semantic communication, where by communicating more, you need to communicate less in the future. I think I gave you rapidly an overview of what's waiting for you by the year 2030, with this big shift of our systems of communication for the connectivity which is mostly tailored for things towards a connectivity which is tailored for intelligence. Thank you for listening to my talk, and I look forward to be with you next time.
Thank you. Well, with that, we conclude our Metaverse Forum. Thank you for all of you who joined us, and of course for our speakers. I wish you a great rest of your day. Thanks.
Doubt that humans are heating up the oceans, land and sea by burning fossil fuels.
The world has to overcome not only the damage done to our economies and our societies by COVID-19, it also has to confront the repercussions.
سرعة التغيير القادمة أكبر بكثير مما نتوقع.
I see a future where the internet is available for free for everyone, and that means the location of power is going to shift. Decentralization of power structures everywhere may be the beginning of that shift in finance, in political power.
We have to uphold our responsibility, which we have towards the next generation.
There's no longer any doubt that humans are heating up the oceans, land and sea by burning fossil fuels.
The world has to overcome not only the damage done to our economies and our societies by COVID-19, it also has to confront the repercussions.
سرعة التغيير التغيير القادمة أكبر بكثير مما نتوقع.
I see a future where the internet is available for free for everyone, and that means the location of power is going to shift. Decentralization of power structures everywhere may be the beginning of that shift in finance, in political power.
We have to uphold our responsibility, which we have towards the next generation.
There's no longer any doubt that humans are heating up the oceans, land and sea by burning fossil fuels.
The world has to overcome not only the damage done to our economies and our societies by COVID-19, it also has to confront the repercussions.
سرعة التغيير القادمة أكبر بكثير مما نتوقع.
I see a future where the internet is available for free for everyone, and that means the location of power is going to shift. Decentralization of power structures everywhere may be the beginning of that shift in finance, in political power.
We have to uphold our responsibility, which we have towards the next generation.
There's no longer any doubt that humans are heating up the oceans, land and sea by burning fossil fuels.
The world has to overcome not only the damage done to our economies and our societies by COVID-19, it also has to confront the repercussions.
سرعة التغيير القادمة أكبر بكثير مما نتوقع.
I see a future where the internet is available for free for everyone, and that means the location of power is going to shift. Decentralization of power structures everywhere may be the beginning of that shift in finance, in political power.
We have to uphold our responsibility, which we have towards the next generation.
There's no longer any doubt that humans are heating up the oceans, land and sea by burning fossil fuels.
The world has to overcome not only the damage done to our economies and our societies by COVID-19, it also has to confront the repercussions.
سرعة التغيير القادمة أكبر بكثير مما نتوقع.
I see a future where the internet is available for free for everyone, and that means the location of power is going to shift. Decentralization of power structures everywhere may be the beginning of that shift in finance, in political power.
We have to uphold our responsibility, which we have towards the next generation.
There's no longer any doubt that humans are heating up the oceans, land and sea by burning fossil fuels.
The world has to overcome not only the damage done to our economies and our societies by COVID-19, it also has to confront the repercussions.
التغيير القادمة أكبر بكثير مما نتوقع.
I see a future where the internet is available for free for everyone, and that means the location of power is going to shift. Decentralization of power structures everywhere may be the beginning of that shift in finance, in political power.
We have to uphold our responsibility, which we have towards the next generation.
There's no longer any doubt that humans are heating up the oceans, land and sea by burning fossil fuels.
The world has to overcome not only the damage done to our economies and our societies by COVID-19, it also has to confront the repercussions.
سرعة التغيير القادمة أكبر بكثير مما نتوقع.
I see a future where the internet is available for free for everyone, and that means the location of power is going to shift. Decentralization of power structures everywhere may be the beginning of that shift in finance, in political power.
We have to uphold our responsibility, which we have towards the next generation.
There's no longer any doubt that humans are heating up the oceans, land and sea by burning fossil fuels.
The world has to overcome not only the damage done to our economies and our societies by COVID-19, it also has to confront the repercussions.
سرعة التغيير القادمة أكبر بكثير مما نتوقع.
I see a future where the internet is available for free for everyone, and that means the location of power is going to shift. Decentralization of power structures everywhere may be the beginning of that shift in finance, in political power.
We have to uphold our responsibility, which we have towards the next generation.
There's no longer any doubt that humans are heating up the oceans, land and sea by burning fossil fuels.
The world has to overcome not only the damage done to our economies and our societies by COVID-19, it also has to confront the repercussions.
سرعة التغيير القادمة أكبر بكثير مما نتوقع.
I see a future where the internet is available for free for everyone, and that means the location of power is going to shift. Decentralization of power structures everywhere may be the beginning of that shift in finance, in political power.
We have to uphold our responsibility, which we have towards the next generation.
There's no longer any doubt that humans are heating up the oceans, land and sea by burning fossil fuels.
The world has to overcome not only the damage done to our economies and our societies by COVID-19, it also has to confront the repercussions.
سرعة التغيير القادمة أكبر بكثير مما نتوقع.
I see a future where the internet is available for free for everyone, and that means the location of power is going to shift. Decentralization of power structures everywhere may be the beginning of that shift in finance, in political power.
We have to uphold our responsibility, which we have towards the next generation.
There's no longer any doubt that humans are heating up the oceans, land and sea by burning fossil fuels.
The world has to overcome not only the damage done to our economies and our societies by COVID-19, it also has to confront the repercussions.
سرعة التغيير القادمة أكبر بكثير مما نتوقع.
I see a future where the internet is available for free for everyone, and that means the location of power is going to shift. Decentralization of power structures everywhere may be the beginning of that shift in finance, in political power.
We have to uphold our responsibility, which we have towards the next generation.
There's no longer any doubt that humans are heating up the oceans, land and sea by burning fossil fuels.
The world has to overcome not only the damage done to our economies and our societies by COVID-19, it also has to confront the repercussions.
سرعة التغيير القادمة أكبر بكثير مما نتوقع.
I see a future where the internet is available for free for everyone, and that means the location of power is going to shift. Decentralization of power structures everywhere may be the beginning of that shift in finance, in political power.
We have to uphold our responsibility, which we have towards the next generation.
There's no longer any doubt that humans are heating up the oceans, land and sea by burning fossil fuels.
The world has to overcome not only the damage done to our economies and our societies by COVID-19, it also has to confront the repercussions.
سرعة التغيير القادمة أكبر بكثير مما نتوقع.
I see a future where the internet is available for free for everyone, and that means the location of power is going to shift. Decentralization of power structures everywhere may be the beginning of that shift in finance, in political power.
We have to uphold our responsibility, which we have towards the next generation.
There's no longer any doubt that humans are heating up the oceans, land and sea by burning fossil fuels.
The world has to overcome not only the damage done to our economies and our societies by COVID-19, it also has to confront the repercussions.
سرعة التغيير القادمة أكبر بكثير مما نتوقع.
I see a future where the internet is available for free for everyone, and that means the location of power is going to shift. Decentralization of power structures everywhere may be the beginning of that shift in finance, in political power.
We have to uphold our responsibility, which we have towards the next generation.
There's no longer any doubt that humans are heating up the oceans, land and sea by burning fossil fuels.
The world has to overcome not only the damage done to our economies and our societies by COVID-19, it also has to confront the repercussions.
سرعة التغيير القادمة أكبر بكثير مما نتوقع.
I see a future where the internet is available for free for everyone, and that means the location of power is going to shift. Decentralization of power structures everywhere may be the beginning of that shift in finance, in political power.
We have to uphold our responsibility, which we have towards the next generation.
There's no longer any doubt that humans are heating up the oceans, land and sea by burning fossil fuels.
The world has to overcome not only the damage done to our economies and our societies by COVID-19, it also has to confront the repercussions.
سرعة التغيير القادمة أكبر بكثير مما نتوقع.
I see a future where the internet is available for free for everyone, and that means the location of power is going to shift. Decentralization of power structures everywhere may be the beginning of that shift in finance, in political power.
We have to uphold our responsibility, which we have towards the next generation.
There's no longer any doubt that humans are heating up the oceans, land and sea by burning fossil fuels.
The world has to overcome not only the damage done to our economies and our societies by COVID-19, it also has to confront the repercussions.
سرعة التغيير القادمة أكبر بكثير مما نتوقع.
I see a future where the internet is available for free for everyone, and that means the location of power is going to shift. Decentralization of power structures everywhere may be the beginning of that shift in finance, in political power.
We have to uphold our responsibility, which we have towards the next generation.
There's no longer any doubt that humans are heating up the oceans, land and sea by burning fossil fuels.
The world has to overcome not only the damage done to our economies and our societies by COVID-19, it also has to confront the repercussions.
التغيير القادمة أكبر بكثير مما نتوقع.
I see a future where... Please join me in welcoming His Excellency Jean Hai-shul, Minister of Interior and Safety of the Republic of Korea. This session will be in Korean. Please use your headset for instant interpretation.
Doubt that humans are heating up the oceans, land and sea by burning fossil fuels.
The world has to overcome not only the damage done to our economies and our societies by COVID-19, it also has to confront the repercussions.
سرعة التغيير القادمة أكبر بكثير مما نتوقع.
I see a future where the internet is available for free for everyone, and that means the location of power is going to shift. Decentralization of power structures everywhere may be the beginning of that shift in finance, in political power.
We have to uphold our responsibility, which we have towards the next generation.
There's no longer any doubt that humans are heating up the oceans, land and sea by burning fossil fuels.
The world has to overcome not only the damage done to our economies and our societies by COVID-19, it also has to confront the repercussions.
سرعة التغيير القادمة أكبر بكثير مما نتوقع.
I see a future where the internet is available for free for everyone, and that means the location of power is going to shift. Decentralization of power structures everywhere may be the beginning of that shift in finance, in political power.
We have to uphold our responsibility, which we have towards the next generation.
There's no longer any doubt that humans are heating up the oceans, land and sea by burning fossil fuels.
The world has to overcome not only the damage done to our economies and our societies by COVID-19, it also has to confront the repercussions.
سرعة التغيير القادمة أكبر بكثير مما نتوقع.
I see a future where the internet is available for free for everyone, and that means the location of power is going to shift. Decentralization of power structures everywhere may be the beginning of that shift in finance, in political power.
We have to uphold our responsibility, which we have towards the next generation.
There's no longer any doubt that humans are heating up the oceans, land and sea by burning fossil fuels.
The world has to overcome not only the damage done to our economies and our societies by COVID-19, it also has to confront the repercussions.
سرعة التغيير القادمة أكبر بكثير مما نتوقع.
I see a future where the internet is available for free for everyone, and that means the location of power is going to shift. Decentralization of power structures everywhere may be the beginning of that shift in finance, in political power.
We have to uphold our responsibility, which we have towards the next generation.
There's no longer any doubt that humans are heating up the oceans, land and sea by burning fossil fuels.
The world has to overcome not only the damage done to our economies and our societies by COVID-19, it also has to confront the repercussions.
سرعة التغيير القادمة أكبر بكثير مما نتوقع.
I see a future where the internet is available for free for everyone, and that means the location of power is going to shift. Decentralization of power structures everywhere may be the beginning of that shift in finance, in political power.
We have to uphold our responsibility, which we have towards the next generation.
There's no longer any doubt that humans are heating up the oceans, land and sea by burning fossil fuels.
The world has to overcome not only the damage done to our economies and our societies by COVID-19, it also has to confront the repercussions.
سرعة التغيير القادمة أكبر بكثير مما نتوقع.
I see a future where the internet is available for free for everyone, and that means the location of power is going to shift. Decentralization of power structures everywhere may be the beginning of that shift in finance, in political power.
We have to uphold our responsibility, which we have towards the next generation.
There's no longer any doubt that humans are heating up the oceans, land and sea by burning fossil fuels.
The world has to overcome not only the damage done to our economies and our societies by COVID-19, it also has to confront the repercussions.
سرعة التغيير القادمة أكبر بكثير مما نتوقع.
I see a future where the internet is available for free for everyone, and that means the location of power is going to shift. Decentralization of power structures everywhere may be the beginning of that shift in finance, in political power.
We have to uphold our responsibility, which we have towards the next generation.
There's no longer any doubt that humans are heating up the oceans, land, and sea by burning fossil fuels.
The world has to overcome not only the damage done to our economies and our societies by COVID-19, it also has to confront the repercussions.
سرعة التغيير القادمة أكبر بكثير مما نتوقع.
I see a future where the internet is available for free for everyone, and that means the location of power is going to shift. Decentralization of power structures everywhere may be the beginning of that shift in finance, in political power.
We have to uphold our responsibility, which we have towards the next generation.
There's no longer any doubt that humans are heating up the oceans, land, and sea by burning fossil fuels.
The world has to overcome not only the damage done to our economies and our societies by COVID-19, it also has to confront the repercussions.
سرعة التغيير القادمة أكبر بكثير مما نتوقع.
I see a future where the internet is available for free for everyone, and that means the location of power is going to shift. Decentralization of power structures everywhere may be the beginning of that shift in finance, in political power.
We have to uphold our responsibility, which we have towards the next generation.
There's no longer any doubt that humans are heating up the oceans, land, and sea by burning fossil fuels.
The world has to overcome not only the damage done to our economies and our societies by COVID-19, it also has to confront the repercussions.
سرعة التغيير القادمة أكبر بكثير مما نتوقع.
I see a future where the internet is available for free for everyone, and that means the location of power is going to shift. Decentralization of power structures everywhere may be the beginning of that shift in finance, in political power.
We have to uphold our responsibility, which we have towards the next generation.
There's no longer any doubt that humans are heating up the oceans, land, and sea by burning fossil fuels.
The world has to overcome not only the damage done to our economies and our societies by COVID-19, it also has to confront the repercussions.
سرعة التغيير القادمة أكبر بكثير مما نتوقع.
I see a future where the internet is available for free for everyone, and that means the location of power is going to shift. Decentralization of power structures everywhere may be the beginning of that shift in finance, in political power.
We have to uphold our responsibility, which we have towards the next generation.
There's no longer any doubt that humans are heating up the oceans, land and sea by burning fossil fuels.
The world has to overcome not only the damage done to our economies and our societies by COVID-19, it also has to confront the repercussions.
بعنوان نرسم ملامح مستقبل أخضر، نستضيف معالي سعيد محمد الطاير، العضو المنتدب والرئيس التنفيذي لهيئة كهرباء ومياه دبي، فليتفضل معاليه مشكورا.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is titled Shaping a Green Future. Please join me in welcoming His Excellency Saeed Mohammed Al Tayir, Managing Director and CEO of the Dubai Electricity and Water Authority.
أصحاب السمو، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، السيدات والسادة، الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يسعدني أن أكون معكم في الدورة الثامنة للقمة العالمية للحكومات التي أصبحت حدثاً بارزاً على أجندة الفعاليات الحكومية العالمية. وأود خلال الدقائق المقبلة أن أشارككم قصة نجاح دبي في دعم التحول الذي تشهده دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة التي أصبحت نموذجاً يحتذى في التحول نحو الطاقة المتجددة والنظيفة. في إطار رؤية توجيهات القيادة الرشيدة لسيدي صاحب السمو الشيخ خليفة بن زايد آل نهيان رئيس الدولة حفظه الله، وسيدي صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن راشد آل مكتوم نائب رئيس الدولة رئيس مجلس الوزراء حاكم دبي رعاه الله، وصاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن زايد آل نهيان ولي عهد أبو ظبي نائب القائد الأعلى للقوات المسلحة لتعزيز الاقتصاد الأخضر في دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة، التي أعلنت في شهر أكتوبر الماضي مبادرتها الاستراتيجية لتحقيق الحياد المناخي بحلول 2050، لتصبح بذلك أول دولة في منطقة الشرق الأوسط وشمال أفريقيا تطلق هذه المبادرة الاستراتيجية. وتقديراً لدورها الرائد في العمل المناخي، تم اختيار دولة الإمارات لاستضافة الدورة 28 لمؤتمر الأطراف في اتفاقية الأمم المتحدة الإطارية بشأن تغير المناخ كوب 28 في عام 2023. وفي دبي لدينا خارطة طريق واضحة لقطاع الطاقة وفقاً لاستراتيجية دبي للطاقة النظيفة 2050 واستراتيجية الحياد الكربوني 2050 لإمارة دبي لتوفير 100% من القدرة الإنتاجية للطاقة من مصادر الطاقة النظيفة بحلول عام 2050. ونعمل على تنفيذ مشاريع رائدة لتنويع مصادر إنتاج الطاقة وتشمل مختلف مصادر وتقنيات الطاقة النظيفة والمتجددة المتاحة في دبي. وترتكز استراتيجيتنا لضمان أمن واستدامة الطاقة على 3 محاور رئيسية. الأول يتمثل في إنتاج المزيد من الطاقة النظيفة خصوصاً الطاقة الشمسية، ومن أبرز مشروعاتنا لتحقيق هذا الهدف مجمع محمد بن راشد آل مكتوم للطاقة الشمسية، أكبر مشروع للطاقة الشمسية في العالم في موقع واحد وفق نظام المنتج المستقل، وستصل طاقته الإنتاجية إلى 5000 ميجا وات بحلول عام 2030. وبنهاية العام الجاري نتوقع أن تصل القدرة الإنتاجية للطاقة النظيفة في دبي إلى 13.8% من إجمالي القدرة الإنتاجية للطاقة. ويتمثل المحور الثاني في فصل عملية تحلية المياه عن إنتاج الكهرباء، وتحلية المياه باستخدام تقنية التناضح العكسي والطاقة الشمسية، حيث نهدف إلى إنتاج 100% من المياه المحلاة بحلول عام 2030 باستخدام مزيج من مصادر الطاقة النظيفة والحرارة المهدورة. أما المحور الثالث فيشمل إعادة صياغة دور المؤسسات الخدماتية ورقمنتها عبر تبني تقنيات الثورة الصناعية الرابعة والتقنيات الإحلالية كالذكاء الصناعي والطائرات الروبوتية وتقنيات تخزين الطاقة والبلوكتشين وإنترنت الأشياء وغيرها. الحضور الكريم، مسيرة التحول نحو الاعتماد على الطاقة المتجددة والنظيفة تصاحبها العديد من التحديات على المستوى العالمي، ومن أبرزها تخزين مصادر الطاقة المتجددة التي يمكن معالجتها عبر تطوير تقنيات تخزين الطاقة طويلة الأمد. وتتوقع دراسة عدتها شركة ميكنزي الاستشارية في نوفمبر 2021 أنه يمكن لتقنيات تخزين الطاقة طويلة الأمد أن تسهم في تفادي انبعاث 1.5 إلى 2.3 جيجا طن من ثاني أكسيد الكربون سنويا، أو ما يعادل 10 إلى 15% من انبعاثات قطاع الطاقة الحالية. وفي الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية يمكن أن تقلل تقنيات تخزين الطاقة طويلة الأمد من التكلفة الإجمالية لنزع الكربون بالكامل من قطاع الطاقة بنحو 35 مليار دولار سنويا بحلول عام 2040. وفي هيئة كهرباء ومياه دبي نعمل على تطوير تقنيات تخزين الطاقة من خلال عدد من المشروعات الرائدة، من بينها المرحلة الرابعة من مجمع محمد بن راشد للطاقة الشمسية، التي ستكون عند اكتمالها أكبر مشاريع تخزين الطاقة الشمسية على مستوى العالم لمدة 15 ساعة، ما يسمح بتوافر الطاقة على مدار 24 ساعة. وستستخدم ثلاثية تقنيات مشتركة: منظومة عاكسات القطع المتكافئ، وبرج الطاقة الشمسية المركزة، إضافة إلى ألواح شمسية كهروضوية، ومحطة كهرومائية تقنية الضخ والتخزين بقدرة 250 ميجا وات في حتى، تعد الأولى من نوعها في منطقة الخليج العربي، وستصل سعتها التخزينية إلى 1500 ميجا وات ساعة، وبعمر افتراضي يصل إلى 80 عاماً. كما دشنت الهيئة بالتعاون مع إكسبو 2020 وسيمنز للطاقة مشروع الهيدروجين الأخضر، الأول من نوعه في منطقة الشرق الأوسط وشمال أفريقيا لإنتاج الهيدروجين الأخضر باستخدام الطاقة الشمسية. وتم تصميم وبناء المحطة لتكون قادرة على استيعاب التطبيقات المستقبلية ومنصات اختبار الاستخدامات المختلفة للهيدروجين، بما في ذلك تخزين الطاقة والتنقل الأخضر. كما دشنت الهيئة مشروعا تجريبيا في مجمع محمد بن راشد آل مكتوم للطاقة الشمسية لتخزين الطاقة باستخدام أنظمة بطاريات الليثيوم من شركة تسلا، بالإضافة إلى مشروع تجريبي ثاني لتركيب واختبار أنظمة بطاريات الصوديوم الكبريتية لتخزين الطاقة. وإضافة إلى تخزين الطاقة، ستلعب تقنية البيانات الضخمة دورا مهما من خلال استخدام أجهزة استشعار في محطات الطاقة الشمسية لجمع بيانات آنية من الإشعاع الشمسي وتحليلها بالتزامن مع بيانات الأقمار الاصطناعية التابعة للهيئة، وذلك بهدف تحسين إنتاج محطات الطاقة الشمسية. وفي هذا الإطار أطلقنا برنامج هيئة كهرباء ومياه دبي للفضاء سبيس دي، الذي يهدف إلى تعزيز الكفاءة والفعالية التشغيلية. في شهر يناير الماضي أطلقنا القمر الصناعي النانوي لديوا سات 1 من نوع 3U، لتصبح الهيئة بذلك أول مؤسسة خدماتية على مستوى العالم تستخدم الأقمار الاصطناعية النانوية في عملياتها، وتسعى الهيئة لتقديم تجاربها الرائدة في هذا المجال للمؤسسات الخدماتية الأخرى. كما أود الإشارة إلى أن هيئة كهرباء ومياه دبي وفرت أول بنية تحتية لشحن المركبات الكهربائية الصديقة للبيئة من خلال مبادرة الشاحن الأخضر، التي توفر حالياً أكثر من 325 محطة شحن في جميع أرجاء دبي، ونعمل على زيادة هذا العدد ليصل إلى 1000 محطة بحلول عام 2025. السيدات والسادة، هذه الإنجازات تدعمها رؤية مستقبلية وخطط طويلة المدى، إضافة إلى مرونة عالية لمواكبة التطورات المتسارعة والاستعدادات لجميع التغيرات، ولدعم توجيهات القيادة الرشيدة بتعزيز تحويل إمارة دبي إلى اقتصاد محايد للكربون. حولنا مؤخراً مجمع حصيان لإنتاج الطاقة ليعمل بالغاز الطبيعي بدلاً من تقنية الفحم النظيف. ولم تكن هناك فترة توقف، وإنما تمت عملية تحويل بكل سلاسة دون أي تكاليف إضافية. الحضور الكريم، يستند تحقيق النتائج إلى الابتكار الذي نضعه كأساس في منظومة عملنا في جميع قطاعات الهيئة، وضمن مبادرة ديوى الرقمية الذراع الرقمي لهيئة كهرباء مياه دبي نعمل على إعادة صياغة مفهوم المؤسسات الخدماتية والمساهمة في بناء مستقبل رقمي جديد لإمارة دبي. وترتكز ديوى الرقمية على 4 محاور: إطلاق تقنيات متطورة للطاقة الشمسية في دبي، والتوسع في استخدام الحلول المتكاملة للذكاء الصناعي، حيث ستكون دبي أول مدينة تعتمد على الذكاء الصناعي في تقديم خدمات الكهرباء والمياه، إضافة إلى التوسع في تقديم الخدمات الرقمية. وقد أسهم تطبيق هيئة كهرباء مياه دبي لأحدث التقنيات المبتكرة في تحقيقها أعلى النتائج العالمية بمقارنة بنسبة المؤسسات الخدماتية في أوروبا والولايات المتحدة الأمريكية. وقد عملت الهيئة على تحسين البنية التحتية للطاقة والمياه بشكل مستدام لترتفع كفاءة الاستهلاك الوقود إلى 90%، وتحسنت كفاءة الإنتاج بنسبة 37% بين عامي 2006 و2021، مما أدى إلى تحقيق وفرات مالية كبيرة بالإضافة إلى خفض متوقع من انبعاثات كربون بنسبة 35% بحلول عام 2030. السيدات والسادة، في هيئة كهرباء مياه دبي وانسجاما مع رؤية وتوجيهات القيادة الرشيدة، نحن لا نركل إلى الإنجازات التي تحققت، وإنما نواصل العمل لتحقيق المزيد لنكون دائما في المقدمة. ونعمل حاليا على تطوير استراتيجية طموحة للهيدروجين الأخضر من المتوقع الانتهاء منها في عام الجاري، وخلال هذا العام أيضا سنطلق قمرا صناعيا آخر من نوع 6U ضمن برنامج سبيس دي. وسنواصل جهودنا في مجال الابتكار والبحوث والتطوير لتعزيز كفاءة محطات الطاقة الشمسية ودعم جهود دبي للوصول إلى الحياد الكربوني بحلول 2050 وتحقيق مئوية الإمارات لتكون دولة الإمارات أفضل دولة في العالم بحلول مئويتها في العام 2071. شكرا لكم والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
أصحاب السمو، أيها الحضور الكريم، الآن مع كلمة بعنوان عالمنا اليوم وعالمنا غدا، يلقيها معالي أنطونيو غوتيريش، أمين عام الأمم المتحدة.
Your Highnesses, ladies and gentlemen, our next session is titled, Is Our World Today, Our World of Tomorrow? By His Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me start by congratulating the government and people of the UAE for so impressively hosting Expo 2020 under such challenging circumstances. You have brought the world together around the theme of connecting minds and creating the future with a focus on the Sustainable Development Goals. That is very much the spirit of this World Government Summit. Since 2013, the World Government Summit has drawn innovative thinkers and decision makers to Dubai to explore pathways to a better future for all humanity. Your team, sharing the future of governments, is an important opportunity to discuss how governments can better respond to the needs of their people and the planet we all share at this challenging moment in history. This year, you meet when hope is in short supply, when mistrust, divisions and fear are growing, when global recovery and the Sustainable Development Goals are slipping farther from reach, and when the solutions to the challenges facing our world seem more distant than ever. Governments are called upon to address these struggles head-on, for their own people, but also for our common future. And do so in solidarity as a global family. Allow me to briefly touch on 3 points as we seek pathways forward. First, any progress depends on peace. The war in Ukraine is inflicting massive suffering, destruction and death. The punishing effects stretch far beyond Ukraine's borders, with massive impacts on food and fuel prices that are already spiraling into a socio-economic crisis around the world, in particular for developing countries. And the nuclear dimensions of the conflict are truly bone-chilling. But the crisis in Ukraine is the latest entry in a growing list of destructive conflicts that are putting tens of millions of people in the line of fire. From Ethiopia, South Sudan and the Sahel, to Libya, Syria, Yemen, Myanmar and beyond. At this perilous moment, we need to build trust through dialogue and diplomacy, inclusion, equality and the focus on fighting humanity's common enemies, COVID-19, poverty and unrelenting climate crisis. Second, governments are called upon to invest in their people by investing in all the pillars of development. Health and food systems that are accessible to all people, education, job creation and training, to all people compete in the rapidly changing global economy where yesterday's skills don't always match today's job market. Universal digital connectivity, so all countries can benefit from the incredible technological progress being made every day. And expanded social protection, so nobody slips through the cracks. As governments support the people inside their borders, they also need to help reform a morally bankrupt global financial system that prevents developing countries from doing the same. They need urgent debt relief and restructuring. We need to reform the international financial architecture, examine the role of credit rating agencies, and boost the resources of multilateral development banks. We need new metrics that go beyond gross domestic product, including steps to measure countries' vulnerabilities, exclusion, and climate and environmental risks. And we need to build more fairness into tax systems to reinvest some of the massive pockets of global wealth into the people and countries that need it most. I call on all governments, particularly developed countries, to join this essential effort and bring fairness to the global financial system so that it benefits all people and all countries. And third, both inside and outside their borders, all governments need to support more ambitious action on climate. Last year, global energy-related emissions surged to their highest level in history. Our planet has had enough. Our addiction to fossil fuels is killing us. The IPCC's recent report reminded us that we have a brief and rapidly closing window of opportunity to hold warming to 1.5 degrees to secure a livable future. People and ecosystems are already being clobbered by climate change. Deaths from floods, droughts and storms have been 15 times higher in the most vulnerable regions. We need urgent transformative efforts from all countries to eliminate coal and stop expanding oil and gas exploration to keep warming to 1.5 degrees. And we need to build resilience against the impacts that are already happening. Developing countries need a massive boost in technical and financial support to phase out coal and spark a just transition to renewable energy and green jobs. And we need to see 50% of climate finance going to adaptation and reform the eligibility system so vulnerable communities can access it. All development banks must urgently work with governments to design pipelines of bankable projects. And developed countries must deliver on their $100 billion climate finance commitment to developing countries this year and show a pathway to how they will double adaptation finance by 2025. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, we need to stop killing our planet, killing each other, and killing opportunities for countries to recover. Let's unite behind solutions that can transform our world, for people, for our planet, for peace itself.
نشكر معالي أنطونيو غوتيريش على هذه الكلمة.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for this session.
Doubt that humans are heating up the oceans, land and sea by burning fossil fuels.
The world has to overcome not only the damage done to our economies and our societies by COVID-19, it also has to confront the repercussions.
سرعة التغيير القادمة أكبر بكثير مما نتوقع.
I see a future where the internet is available for free for everyone, and that means the location of power is going to shift. Decentralization of power structures everywhere may be the beginning of that shift in finance, in political power.
We have to uphold our responsibility, which we have towards the next generation.
There's no longer any doubt that humans are heating up the oceans, land and sea by burning fossil fuels.
The world has to overcome not only the damage done to our economies and our societies by COVID-19, it also has to confront the repercussions.
سرعة التغيير القادمة أكبر بكثير مما نتوقع.
I see a future where the internet is available for free for everyone, and that means the location of power is going to shift. Decentralization of power structures everywhere may be the beginning of that shift in finance, in political power.
We have to uphold our responsibility, which we have towards the next generation.